Oh. Right, hold on a second, family. I need a mic check. Which one is on to us? Oh. Check the mic. Check the mic. Mic check. Shit, which one is that? Undefeated. Mic check. All right. Yeah, come on, family. 33 in the building. 3 3s and 9. Right on time. Come on. Yeah, Goofy. I was just in the engineering room. I had two of myself in there, so I just had to deal with that. So yeah, man, big up yourselves, everybody. Hopefully no one's new to the building, but if you are, you don't know this is the 999 in the house. And yeah, man, welcome. So obviously a very impromptu one after the block and that, but through the conversation did I go on, I thought let's fire this up, and the young man agreed and Kels agreed. So hopefully we get to have a good conversation, man. Obviously there's not going to be agreements, but yeah, man, make it here while gone. So yeah, as we got the title, Roscoe comes to the blacks, because that's how he describes it. That's how he describes us, and he describes himself as half caste. So just to set the scene, you know what I mean? But yeah, man, if I tell you, man, casework settings, political science settings, all type of settings, but we're gonna see what going still. So yeah, welcome to 90 for 99, man. So as I normally do, first and foremost, let's all give thanks and praises to the Most High for us to be here at 11:43, because no one knows the minute, the hour, or the second. So we're going to give thanks. You see what I'm saying to you? And yeah, that's how we do. All right. Let's get this going, man. So yeah, brother Kel, son Kel, and even one call Roscoe, son Roscoe, car he might get upset. You get me? But whilst we're waiting, you know what I mean? Let's remind ourselves where the fuck we are.
Grand Rising class. All right. Today we're going to learn about 9 ether. Are y'all ready?
Yes.
Let's go.
I'm calling segments on this one.
9 ether flow. 9 ether flow. 9 ether flow.
My crown, kinky. Yeah. My skin, melanin. Right. I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
9 ether flow, and you know we're about to get it in.
9 ether flow, and you know we're about to
come in, Kale. Come in, Roscoe.
Yeah. My skin, melanin. Right. I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 ether flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 ether flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
That 9 is so divine, it's infinite, the highest number. Supreme mathematics, multiply any number by 9. Add the double digits together and watch it get back. I don't think you overstand, so Jay, won't you bring it back? That 9 is so divine, it's infinite, the highest number. Supreme mathematics, multiply any number by 9. Add the double digits together.
Yes,
and
watch right,
it
now
that you overstand, let me take you who I am. Let's get it. Heaven, that's me. Hell, that's
black,
me. The original I am the avatar of 9. Check the follicles that I produce all the time. This my scientist flow. Don't think it's solely a rhyme. I'm the first physical being. This ain't no diss track. I came from Adam, then I was formed to an atom, that's a fact. I'm bringing awareness to my peoples. You are burning star. I'm serious, B. Watch me ignite your whole being so you can see the truth unfold. This is no unsolved mystery. We are the creators, the all in the all. I said we are the creators, the all in the all.
My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin.
Right.
I say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
I eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
Yeah.
I eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown, kinky.
Yeah.
My skin, melanin.
Right.
I say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
I eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. I eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
I need to get away, away. Take me to a place that's tropical, so rock can shine down on me. Only he can give me what I need. I need that ultraviolet, vitamin D, that serotonin, calm my nerve. You know I'm on it. By the way, Rob, produce me some more melatonin. I'm the fifth element. I'm lead low in this. I can make Zor go by boom in this. I'm metaphysical and alchemist in this. I ain't cursing on the track. My daughter gonna dance to this. I'm earth, water, air, and fire. I'm a walking planet. I'm here to give you what you desire. I got the right knowledge, the right mind. I can't go wrong with this. I got the right knowledge, the right mind. I can't go wrong with this.
My crown, kinky.
Yeah.
My skin, melanin.
Right.
I say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
I eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it. My skin, melanin.
Right.
I say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
I eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. I eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
Yes, family. Justice said foolish ass video. Woo!
Shit, boy.
Yeah, man. I
Come
saw
on.
it.
Gang
What you say?
inside.
Controversy for start the thing. You gotta come call my clean, good up video foolishness, my guy. What
No, not your video. I was talking to Lady Divine about
all
her
right.
speaking about the
All
yeah.
right. You
Come
speak
on, sister.
communication,
Come on.
boy.
Come
Let me
on.
just check off that. quick.
50
Yeah, no,
people
that
in
was
the
wicked.
building.
So, yep, come on, Randy. So, big up. Obviously, one and all. Obviously, we got Roscoe in the building. So, this is like a little, you know what I mean? And we're coming from the block. So, like I said, I thought it was an interesting conversation. And I think Roscoe is in agreement. So, we got Brother Cal and we got Brother Rat Raven in the building. Big up yourself, Rat Raven. And I think these are two brothers for Roscoe to really speak to, because I believe that when he first went to the block, when they had their first conversation with Big Age, I think he was sort of looking for persons that may come under the umbrella of Rat Raven and Brother Kel. So welcome, Black Betterment to the two brothers.
Black Betterment to everyone, Black Betterment family.
So
Nines, Randy,
you gotta hold on, Bab.
No, I'm just jumping on to show my support. I'm jumping off right now. Big up.
All right, well, big up yourself, Randy. You know we appreciate your support, Bab. So you take care. Have a good evening. Yeah. All right then. So Goldilocks has left, but big up Randos, man. Randos is definitely doing the rounds at the moment, man. So you know when you're footloose and fancy free, that's Randy right now, man. So he's enjoying himself. So big up Randos still. Big up yourself, Divine. All right. Welcome. She's on mute. So yeah, man, I'm not even gonna talk too long still. Do you know what I mean? I'm gonna let the man then really go through. But we were discussing your video that you made, Roscoe, yeah, which I did play on my last show, and like I said, that's why I said you should have a few more likes, because we definitely gave you a like. And first of all, let me say the imagery I thought was wonderful. You know, so good job. Did you do it yourself? Danny?
No. Can I just say one thing before we start? My baby's just woken up earlier on. That's why I was a bit late. So if I keep cutting out, it's just I need to settle her down a little bit. But she's all right at the moment. But I just want to say that now, so no one says that I'm running and coming back or whatever. But no, the video was literally because of the context of what we were speaking about. I did it like near enough straight after the second one, and I needed a longer video just to fill it up, because what I didn't want to do was have the individuals on the screen. I wanted just to block it off. Do you know what I mean?
No, I mean,
Could we put the video on again, Sister Nine? Can we have a recap on the video?
Yeah, if I could find it. What have you got the link to hand, Daddy? Yeah.
No, it's.
All right, let me try and
I
find
think it's been. Yeah, I found trouble finding it myself on
your own station.
So I don't know if it's been put down or whatever. I thought it got.
No, man, no one ain't putting that down, man. That didn't hurt nobody. But I'll have a look for it still. But gentlemen, obviously, introduce yourselves, do your thing. Whilst I look for it still, yeah.
Peace, y'all. Guess who's in the building? Danny, did you miss me?
Did I miss?
Peace and black power. Come on, Danny. You're on the black side now. We want to hear some black talk tonight, yeah?
You know that's not me.
Yeah, it's a bit.
You did say that the last time we spoke. You did actually. But that's the first thing you ever said before we even got to introduce ourselves. He's like, I don't do black talk, and I was like, wow.
Yeah. But the this time is like, it's good to like be saying like black betterment and things like that. But this is just my little peeves. You know what I mean? The little things, yeah. Because if this was on like a majority white panel, and everyone was saying like white betterment, big up. Do you know what I mean? It would be taken a different way, and this is my whole situation. This is my whole situation.
That's a misconception, because if I had somebody saying white betterment, I wouldn't even feel no type of way. But I don't think we even got to really speak because I had some stuff going on in the background when we had that interview thing. So I kind of left you and Nines and Dave to it, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think you, because we had and Nine for as well. We had the conversation, a brief conversation anyway.
Yeah.
And I think that you might be a different type. Do you know what I mean? Of what I'm used to when people are saying about I can't use the Black Lives Matter people because I know you don't like them. Yeah, which is good for me because it's the same principles as me. But the people that I've known, who would say black betterment and things like that, would also get offended if anything was on the white side, because they would automatically go to like, look at them spreading this white supremacy. Because you got to remember, I'm known as the black face of white supremacy. I'm the facilitator of white supremacy from these people. Okay,
that's
so these
cool.
people,
You know what? That's cool. We got no qualms with that. We just want to question you more about the black stuff and more. I guess to get to know us, because I know that you've been spoon-fed a lot of rubbish from Gummy, and we're not having it. Like, cause
from
that
who?
Woman, Gummy, you already know who.
Yeah.
What we're not going to do is let narrative.
I haven't. To be fair, I haven't.
Yeah, because Lady D, with all due respect, Danny's fell into a situation.
You cut me.
Go on.
So what I'm saying is, yeah, so what I'm saying is, rather than you be spoon-fed information, get to know us for yourselves. That's all I'm saying, innit?
100%.
Right.
Yeah. Well, Danny, I'll be honest with you. You're going to hear black betterment. That's what you're going to get from all of us. And the video, you have to be answered, because I perfectly politicized to not use COON, and you still blame the Sun people. So you got to answer for that, man.
No, because I've already stated that on the last stream. Yeah.
No,
if somebody else has got a perception, I can't have that same perception. I can't have the same perception of me proving a point, because the point before, and this is what I don't know if you're getting or what, but the point before was when somebody uses the word token to me, the next words that will come out would be that, that would be the next one that they use, right?
Well, it's the Turkish fella said that.
I don't know he's Turkish, do I?
But it doesn't matter. It's still said it.
Okay, who's a sun person and who's an ice person on this?
Yeah,
panel,
but
so
the thing is, though, Danny, this is where you're being a bit disingenuous, though, because
that's
at the point in which you made this video, it had definitely already been highlighted to you that he was Turkish. Because remember,
that's right.
The following day, when you had the conversation with Divine on 42 channels, this is where you took the video from. When she sat there and she said, "I'm not gonna lie, when I first heard you, in my head, I thought.
I said I'm going to be totally transparent and honest.
Use that. Taking it over to wherever you do your propaganda and use it like she said it verbatim. And then around that,
I've just put it out there. I've put no
this is
context
propaganda,
to it.
bro.
I haven't put a dialogue
you're
to
moving
it.
like Joseph Goebbels.
I haven't put any.
He is as well, you know. It's a good point, brother Justice.
Do you know who Alistair Campbell is, Roscoe?
Who?
Alistair Campbell.
Alistair Campbell, yeah.
Who was he? The old Labour.
The spin doctor of Tony Blair.
So that's what I described your video as on my show. It was just spin because there was no, you know what I mean? You took whatever you heard and you just span it. You get me? Because
I don't think so.
And what made, let me just finish. I'm going to let you and the man them talk or whatever. But what disappointed me more, right, is the fact that in the same video, and this is what I'm trying to say, the IQ settings are a bit low, you heard the actual black man say, no, we can't use that word around here. Yeah. So that means you got a, so what's actually happened is that you got a Turkish person's using the word token. Yeah. You've then used that. So obviously that's a key word, isn't it? That's like a, what do you call it? That's like a I don't know, I can't forget the right word, but as soon as you heard that bang, then you're like, yeah, because when you say that word, usually the next word is this and that and this and that. And then Kale said, no, we're not going to use that word around here. So that already shut that down. Yeah. But somehow you've taken that and made a video about it. That was what was more.
Can I just add this though? Because what I noticed as well, you took two things from. So you took Khan's talking point or whatever he said from the night before, that we wasn't even a part of, and then you took a Dave's clip from Dave's show, which was again nothing to do with G Block, and then you mashed them together and then tried to spin a narrative. I'm not impressed with that. And but before we even got into conversation, though, Danny, I made sure I said it to you from the beginning before we even got into any dialogue. So for you to even then turn around and spin it afterwards, I'm like, is he a grifter? Is he just being disingenuous or what? What's going on here?
So the first bit, the whole point of the video is only that they said that they don't use this word, and I was saying that the next word after token would be that word. Okay, it happened. And that is it. You do use them words. That's the whole bit of the video. And by recycling it and recycling it. Right, on the day before, it said that we don't use that word on here. Okay. Not as in it's defending me, as in don't be telling.
No, that is defending you.
Don't be saying okay. All right, if that's what you think that it is, my perception of it isn't defending me. It's just saying we don't use it. Do you know what I mean? Allow it. We don't use it.
Yeah, so that it's not used towards you. That's the stuff. If someone was going to shoot you, and so they said, "We don't use guns in here," and then they didn't shoot you, they would be defending you.
They're just saying we don't. We're just saying we don't use guns in there. It's not saying. Yeah,
if they didn't shoot you because of that.
1 second, I think that Raven.
We can hear you. Yeah, we can hear
you. Good. So some context, because obviously some of us are new, right? What is the claim and what was the error? What has happened that? So people who don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, right, fair enough.
I'll break it down because I was the one that was speaking.
And then what we'll do is we'll play the video, what we're referring to at the moment, Raven, once Divine's summarized, yeah? Right. It's on the screen here, so we'll play it once Divine's finished.
Okay.
Yeah, so what happened, there was a conversation to be had about white power versus black power over on Veli and Gummy had a dual kind of thing, and they had their little thing going on, yeah? Right. We weren't going to jump on that. You already know that. So what happened is we was over on Dave's, as we do. We tour around YouTube, and it just happened that Danny happened to be in the show and everything. So I was speaking to him, and he jumped on, and we just had a conversation from the women's point of view because he didn't speak to no women the night before. He spoke to all men, right? Fine. That was a bit of a mess, but in the end, he spoke to us and it was a calm, good conversation and that. But before we even got started, like he was making stuff about how somebody called him a token from the night before and whatever. So I was explaining to him why these words would have been going up the chats and why I even thought it myself. So what happened now? He took those words, coon, whatever that I mentioned that day. I think I said coconut and I think sell out or whatever. And he mashed it together and made a flipping joke video, which you're about to see. So yeah.
Right. Okay.
Can I just say why I called him a token? It was based on the fact that he said he was wearing a T-shirt that said "White Lives Matter," right? And when he was asked why he wore it, he said that if a white person wore it, they would have got accused of racism. So therefore, as a black person, he took it upon himself to do it. And I said, so therefore, you're being a token. You're basically allowing this group of people to use you to put their thing across, their message across. Now,
No.
if he's taking that as the same as me calling him a maroon, right? Then I think he needs to kind of understand the definition of what is token. Because like my point was, you're a self-confessed token. You're letting yourself be used. You're saying I'm doing this as a reaction to black people wearing a T-shirt that says Black Lives Matter. So I'm wearing a T-shirt that says White Lives Matter. But me not being white is kind of like the whole point of it. But anyway, I'll let you lot fill in the gaps.
Well, it's good to clear that
point.
up, though, Khan, because that's what your intentions were when you said it. Then tell him that, but I don't know if he knew.
No, but that's how the conversation went. He need to cut and splice it like DNA. Do you know what I mean? It was already in order.
But it's not cut and spliced. It's not cut and spliced. It's literally saying, yeah, yous lot don't say that. Yous lot said that.
Bro, there's different videos.
That's the end of conversation. The more you look into stuff, yeah, the more you can make stuff up. Yeah, the more you can look into it and say, oh yeah, it meant that meant that meant that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what happens.
If
you take it for what it is, if you take it for what it is,
passive aggressive white boy politics.
1 second, guys.
How's it passive aggressive white boy politics?
Wait. With all due respect, Danny.
This is the thing. Who's just said that? Because I know there's
the same person. I'm going to tell you, Danny.
Okay, cool.
Danny,
so he's going on like he's a sun man, then, yeah.
Danny,
right.
Danny,
so how am I supposed to know the guy's a Muslim?
Danny,
how am I supposed to know he's a Muslim?
Are you not accusing other people?
How's it? He's a white Muslim. No.
Yeah, I'm a white Muslim.
Wait a minute.
There you go.
Wait, please.
So don't be talking like you're backing the some people, or I have to assess you like that, because that's how I'll treat you.
No, that's your mistake.
No, I'll treat you the same way. So you can't be saying no because he said that and he's not even a
Before this is already going left. Listen to me for 1 second, please. Listen, there shouldn't be so much raised voices. Number one. Number two, I think it'll be best if Rap Raven modify.
That's right.
This, you know,
Let
because
Brother
this is
Raven,
crazy
that's
already.
right.
It's already crazy already.
Hi, family. So thank you, sister. So because obviously I'm catching up. I'm listening. So welcome to the panel. I was told that a music video or some kind of video was going to be played for us to make an
all right, let me play the video, Raven. Let me play the video. Hold on a sec.
Why do they? That's the question.
No, why should they?
Because they don't understand.
The question is why do they?
Name's Tommy Robinson.
The question is why do not why should they? The question should be why do they? Because you're saying that I am not British. Because I am not British. Because I'm a token. I'm not British. I just pander to the man coming from somebody who supports Marxist ideologies. Okay, that is that's kind of laughable. But anyway, why do they listen to a token? Why do they listen to the King Coon? Why?
So Muslim is not an ethnic identity; it's a mindset.
Yeah, why you describe yourself?
Did you hear that right?
No, that's how you use it. If I'm a token, that's normally the general. That's normally
a token or coon on the
planet. They did.
No,
one of these people on it. They did.
I'm not saying he's a coon. I'm saying he's a token. The same way how Rishi Sunak's a token. The same way how Barack Obama.
You called him a token, yeah? You didn't call him.
Whoa. I can't use the COON card.
I never said he was that.
You never said
that. I would say Danny is very unsynchronized, but we can't use COON and that. No,
I never called him
he said that himself.
No, I said that. Usually that's the next one that comes out of mouths when they say tokens and stuff like that. Normally it's the next way. No. Round the people against me. Round the people, round me more connected to your side of the argument than mine.
24 hours later.
Here's my argument, Danny, because I really wanted to focus on this whole black and white unite. That's the main reason why we're having, even speaking to you. Because before Friday, Saturday, I didn't even know who the hell you was. And I'm not going to lie, I'm going to be very honest and transparent. The bit that I did hear about you in this immigration thing, I was just like, boy, you off, bun you, you're a coon.
Usually that's the next one that comes out of mouths when they say tokens and stuff like that. Normally it's the next
people
way.
you know?
No. Random people against me. Random people, randomly more connected to your side of the argument than mine.
I'm gonna keep it real. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I don't know who this guy is. And then I heard you last night again, and you kept referring to the blacks. I'm just like, yo, this guy's a coconut. Yo, this guy's a coconut. What am I dealing with? This guy's a coconut. Coon.
Okay, so that's the video, right?
So Danny, let me ask you a quick question. Did I call you these words, or was I explaining to you a situation?
You were saying what you was thinking.
Did I call you? Did I call you the what? Did
explaining
I
explaining the situation?
Danny,
explaining the situation.
All right, so I was explaining the situation. Okay, I just wanted to make sure we're clear. That's all.
Yeah,
your camera's on,
but if you listen,
Danny, do you think that's what your video depicts? Do you think that's what your video represents? Is people explaining situations and defending you?
No. The whole video.
You called it the Coconut Coon remix.
Listen, the video starts. The video starts. Yeah, the video starts. Yeah, saying about the politics or whatnot. Yeah, why do people listen to you? Yeah, or why do people listen to Tommy Robinson or something like that? Yeah, and I said it's not, or whatever it was at the beginning of the comment, but it's why do they? Okay. So I'm saying that, and then it comes out with the token. Then it says this is from my view. Then it says that we don't use that, blah blah blah. And I said this is what normally comes after saying token. Then the next thing that's being said, okay, is what from your people. Do you know what I mean? What your people usually say that, and I said no. It comes from people more like you. Okay, no wait there. It comes from people more like from your sides. Okay, so then within 24 hours. The thing happened, so I put it together.
Didn't. That's why. That's the point. It didn't happen.
Okay, she thought it.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, Danny, this doesn't make any sense. Danny, you have a problem with black people uniting together. You have an issue with that. Let's speak on that now. Yes, you do. You said it already. You have an issue with black people uniting.
Uniting for what?
Yeah.
Hold on. So let's start the recap. Hold on, brother. Let's start the recap. Right. So. The issue with the name calling, we can probably handle that. I would recommend we don't name call for two very important reasons, and we say this all the time. One, it's not nice, and two, it can be used to undermine black progress. We've been saying this for years. Some people don't understand what I'm saying there because they don't really fully fathom what we're trying to do here. But if you name call, one, it's not nice, and two, it can be used to undermine black progress. Talking about feelings after name calling could be a strategy used to undermine black progress. Does that make sense, right? There's challenging for us not to, but let's not do that because of strategy, right? But once again, we're always constantly learning, and we give thanks to these reasons so we can actually use case studies of why rules and codes exist. Welcome to the panel, brother Danny. You started by saying you wasn't best pleased with people saying black Batman. Is that correct?
No, it's not. It doesn't make a difference to me. It's normally, okay, and I'm not saying it's this panel. So when I say use, okay, I'm just going to say by the people that I've experienced, okay? So I've not experienced this panel, and this panel is probably totally different, okay? So when I say normally, when the blacks are saying black betterment, they've got a problem if a white person said that. And this is my whole thing, is it's not an equal playing field.
You're right.
Black people can say one thing, can say one thing, and white people can't, because or they might not. It might not even be the way that they're saying that somebody's physically saying that they can't. Socially, they feel that they're going to get judged as a racist or white supremacist or anything like that.
And they
Hence the conversation before of the White Lives Matter T-shirt.
I get it. Let me. You're making good points there, but the thing is, it's a false premise. So let me break it down here. Right. The idea is, you have to look at people where they're at. Yeah. So white people don't have to say white betterment because white people are already collective in a betterment state, right? So what we're saying is we acknowledge that white people are in a superior state collectively, while black people are in an inferior state collectively. So because we realize that, we believe in what's called self-determination. So we realize that history and outside choices has made us become in an inadequate state. So we're going to work as a team to make ourselves equal like every other people group. So in order to motivate us, we always remember that we're trying to achieve betterment. so we say black betterment tool. Europeans or white people don't have to say that. What they might want to say is white repair. That's a different thing. That's, we can talk about what white repair means, but there's no need for white betterment because they've already achieved it, unfortunately, historically on the backs of other people groups. But that's what's happened. So that's the context of why black people talk this way.
Yeah, but and that's fine to a degree. But I don't think that white people are on this higher level of of society or whatnot. They've got it just as shit as anyone else. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you go back historically, okay, and we're talking probably 100, 150 years, then possibly you can say that, okay? But when we're talking about now and all the social struggles now and the fact that white children are failing in education and black children are getting the scholarships, they are getting the extra bits. When we're talking about jobs and we're talking about people like Sadiq Khan in the TFL saying, I want to only hire people from an ethnic minority, that isn't doing good things for white people socially and mentally and everything. So I couldn't say that white people are this, because they think that they're white, that they're this powerful people, because they're not. In fact, I'm saying black people are more powerful than the whites in today's society.
May I answer that, bro? So what it is we have to talk about collectively. So how societies work is you're always going to get different arcs. You're always going to have poor people, middle class, and rich. You're going to get that, right? But it's overall how people are doing, and overall who owns industry, who owns resources, and whose choices are made that can actually control other nations and people groups. So Europe is a dominant society at the moment, right? This is because the history of colonization, going around the world, obtaining resources and having certain structures put in place. So Europeans make choices that affect other nations. So when you say black people, the hub of black people is known as Africa, while the hub of Europeans or white people is known as Europe collectively, right? So we can say when we observe the two, we recognize that Europeans are doing better than Africans. Now, when it comes to black people or Africans living in England, right, you're also going to get that rich black person, poor black person, rich white person, poor person. But overall, Europeans still dominate in England, and black people don't have any industries. So you'll have Europeans who have industries in Africa, but you won't have black people who have industries in Europe. You see? So when we look at it like that, we're trying to change that, right? We're trying to control our culture and make economic choices that benefit black people from our culture. Other people groups do this more adequately than us, so we are trying to train ourselves to do the same. You see, because we recognize we're at a low place. And just like if you play football and you recognize you're about to be relegated, what you do is you come together for your team and you play it more as a team so you can actually not get relegated and contribute and play at a high level like every other team. Does that make sense, brother Dan?
Yeah, it makes sense again to a degree, because you're now saying that Africa is, as the hub of black people, is inferior to the hub of white people in Europe. Yeah.
Well, let me explain, because
let's
get the words right, because if we get the words wrong, it causes confusion.
Okay, right? Cool.
Yeah. So what we can say is it's in a state. Yeah. So we can say in an inferior state in comparison to European. Yeah? So it's in the state it's in, not the people, not the mindsets, but because of the history of how it's been colonized and used, and also how people in the continent are processing information, meaning they might value working with Europeans more than they value working with Africans. This concept, and also proxy wars and proxy leaderships, and also people who are not actually, nationalizing certain concepts or nationalizing certain resources, all this stuff is making Africa in a collectively inadequate state, you see? But that mindset runs through black people generally. So awareness of that mindset is important, because once you're aware of it, you can change it. But unfortunately, we have black people who they run around and they are more talking to defend the dominant society, white people, and actually working with black people to find solutions.
Yeah. So how are you doing that from the UK?
So from the UK, the idea is to anything that can be deemed a black problem. If you can go through society and you go, there is a black problem. The idea is, what are black people doing as a solution to that? Now, a solution that can't be begging non-black people or chanting or putting your fist up, although that might be a nice thing to do. It's a whole structure. So it's dealing with the mindset. Why does a person do something that isn't in your best interest? Having an economic structure that can actually fund choices, having education that can make you a better person, but create concepts and ideas that are long lasting, having second generation, third generation wealth, owning industry, controlling culture, being constructive. These are the things that we push forward.
But okay, so let me get it right that the state of Africa is inferior to the state of Europe, yeah?
So what we can say is Africa is an inferior position in comparison to Europe.
Inferior position, okay, but inferior position, yeah. So again, how
the world has interacted with Africa, and how black people are collectively acting by not working on self, as in by practicing black betterment. There you go.
Okay, so how's that helping? How's that helping Africa as a state in England?
What's not
surely
helping?
You should be helping. Surely you should be. Look, I'm a nationalist, okay? So I'm saying Africans. I do actually believe that there needs to be a new trade deal with the whole of Africa, because I do actually believe that now they're still getting screwed over from the minerals and the gold and everything. And it needs to be in a more even structure, because that will help Africa rise up, as in the whole countries. The whole continent can rise up and not be so dominant on outside sources, because they've got a lot of resources there that they should be able to have the upper hand of it. Like in Niger, the French are still taking the uranium from them at a ridiculous amount, about $20 a ton, and then they're selling it for like $200 plus.
Does that show Europe domination, and does that show the dynamics of we're talking?
Yeah, that does. That does show a domination there. Okay, but that. So then that situation should be done for the continent, for the countries of Africa. But by doing it in the UK, by saying, well, hang on a minute, we're in the UK, so we're gonna make our cultures dominant or even on a kill that you believe is equal, okay, with businesses in industries and things like that. That doesn't actually help Africa.
Well, let's break it down, right? The idea is if black people get organized, then wherever they find themselves, whether on the continent or off the continent, they're going to have progression. They're going to have more self-sustaining ideas that can keep them away from challenges that make existing very hard, right? So in every single country, everyone should be striving to improve, become intelligent, start some kind of constructive idea of business, an education hub or something, and moving forward. Unfortunately, many black people are falling behind in these areas. So we have to have institutions to remind them how to do that and how to be consistent with that. You see? And that's what.
But that still doesn't help Africa.
Well, hold on. It's like
because
this,
you've
right?
got to go within. You've got to go within to do it. The biggest person that helped Africa is Akon. Okay,
well,
he went in and he built all the infrastructure.
I mean, what you're saying is cool, but let's break it down, right? Africa is there, right? And Europe is here, right? So we are based here. So the idea is we fix ourselves here. Then when we get in an adequate state, then we will be trading and networking and all the good stuff that normal people do, i.e. Chinatown, talk to China, Jewish people speak to Israel, Irish people might go talk to Ireland, whatever the trade or the cultural norm is, we do that. But the idea is to fix ourselves here. So this is going to your first question, why are we saying black betterment? Because we're doing things here to improve ourselves. And when we get in a collectively adequate state, then we're going to start network with other brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, on the continent, because it makes sense to network with them, because the things we'll be doing will be culturally relevant. You see? A Chinese man goes to China for Chinese goods because it's made from China. African people should get things from Africa because it's made from Africa. If we're going to sell African clothing as a business, it might be good to have an African factory make it. So that's because it's authentic, isn't it? And it's something that we self-sustaining. Hair products for black people, it might be best if black people make that because it's self-sustaining and we know what might be best for us. So self-sustaining concept, but unfortunately, black people are huge consumers. All over the continent diaspora, we consume more than we produce. So the idea is, how do we change that? And that's what we're trying to do, Brother Danny.
Yeah, I get that, but still, it goes back to the you know, you're saying the hub is of black people is Africa, and you're not helping, because once you've changed the dynamics of the UK, okay, and once, you know, black people are doing things totally different, and you're starting to, you know, move money around your community rather than using it outside of it, okay, you're going to keep doing that. There's no one's going to say, oh, hang on a minute, now I'm going to go and build a factory in Africa, because in that place in Africa they might not be on that level. And you're like, oh, I don't really want to be having to go over there now, wasting my resources, wasting my people that we're doing just as well here, to then go and teach people over there of how we're doing this.
I'm glad you said that. What you're saying is very important, because we're learning from it. So how black betterment works is it creates a connection, right? So what you're going to find is when people start practicing black betterment, you could be based in America, you could be based in Africa, you could be based in Brazil, you could be based in Jamaica, but it creates a collective pride. It shows you that there is a value in working with other people with similar experience and similar backgrounds to progress, right? So I personally practice black betterment. So that means today, when I do products and stuff, I search in the Caribbean, Africa, and America for people to network with to produce the things I'm doing. It makes sense. I have friends here who go back to Africa to build institutions and ideas there, and network happens. Once you become black betterment minded, it makes sense. So if black people were to get their act together in the UK and thrive, rest assured, by practicing black betterment, their natural first place to look will be Africa or the Caribbean or any place where people are black and constructive or trying to.
And I don't think anyone's got a problem with that. I don't think there's anyone in the UK. If you said that to people, I don't think anyone would have a problem with that. Yeah, what the problem is, that's not what is being projected outwards.
Thank you, Dan.
Because that's not becoming a see black and white. One second.
No. Well, you said a good point, and when you say good points, you have to expand to give you credit. And I want this good point to resonate amongst the panel. What Brother Danny's saying is, by the words we choose, people could use it and misinterpret it, and then use it to undermine our progress. You see. So it could be swear words, it could be certain kind of rhetoric, it could be certain ways that things are delivered. People who don't like black people can take those words and use it to dismantle the things we're doing. So it might be in our own best interest to use constructive words and words that actually highlight what we're doing and the reasons behind it. And that might be a good strategy to have, so we don't get undermined as we try to progress. Would you agree with that, Brother Danny?
Well, to a degree, but I think that's not entirely what I was saying. Like, you know, you got to use, people got to use the words better. You know, me included. You know, I can understand that, but it's what is being projected outside. You know, it's what the even from the government. You know, you can see every single thing is I call it an anti-white campaign that's going on, where everything is targeted just towards black people. Now, you guys are doing your thing. Yeah, you probably don't need these positive discrimination things and stuff like that. But there's a lot of people, black people, who are using it because it's easy for them. It's easy for them to claim a racism. It's easy for them to be the sufferers of victimhood. It's easy for them to say that the country owes them something. You know, I'm one for, if you want to do and create this thing, create it. But it's not really unifying the country, because you're essentially still saying that black people have had it bad in the UK and you need to put your money in your community, rather than everyone saying, you know, let's come together. Because I think the white people, if you opened up a black shop, I don't think white people would be like, oh, that's a black shop, I'm not going in there, as long as it wasn't tailored just towards black people, like, you know, hair salon, the hair product shops. Do you know what I mean? So
would you say,
do it together.
Robert Danny, would you say collectively in the UK, who would you say is more dominant economically? Would you say the white people are more dominant or the black people are more dominant? Who would you say are?
Yeah, white people.
Okay, good. I'm ready to that. So what you're saying is black people are in a dominated place where they're not as good as they could be. And when you realize that we're trying to come together to actually push ourselves forward, you're saying not to do that, to carry on supplying and working with and for Europeans, not to actually try to create our own industry. Is that what you're saying, brother?
But not creating your own industry, but coming together. You know.
Yeah, but okay. So hold on. If white people are dominant and black people are not really being heard, that means Europeans are dominant. Shouldn't the message you have be to them? So shouldn't black and white unite be you talking to white people to actually give up some of that power to black people? Would you think that might be a better strategy, brother?
No, because that's giving some. It's taken from one to give to another. That's not, that's equity. Equity don't work.
Right. So hold on. So
it's about not allowing. It's about not allowing you to do your thing.
Right,
but by not allowing you to do your thing is not saying, oh, okay, then cool. We got to make sure this job in this white multinational. Okay, we got to make sure we've got so many blacks in here, so we've got the quota correct.
What you're doing is good. So let's paint the picture now. You're saying that white people are dominating for historical reasons, and they shouldn't feel that they have to really unite or work with. But black people are being dominated or are not dominating. Rather than attempt to try to come together and push themselves up, we should be trying to look to share our resources, our limited resources with white people. Is that correct?
Not share it, but coming together. But you got to remember.
Can you give me a
this is Europe. This is Europe. Okay, Europe is white.
Good stuff. Hold on,
Europe is white. Okay,
Brother Danny, we're learning from you, and I want to learn from you more. So, can you give us a tangible strategy of how that is done?
Of what's done? Of coming together.
Yeah, break it down for us. Break it down so we can learn.
Well, it's not really a strategy, as in this is what we've got to do, because things got to be more or less organic. But if you say, okay, it's a problem. I use the thing, a problem with business loans. Okay, a lot of people I do hear say that they don't give to black businesses these startup loans or whatever. Then they give it to the white people only. So a good point on that would be a coming together. Would be the government to say, okay, then cool. On this, we will give this pot for businesses with a strategy, with a plan, with anything to go forward. That's not taking anything away from a white person, okay? That's literally just saying this is how we can all come together. And then say you open up a market stall or a shop or whatever, a takeaway. Opens up the takeaway. It's not going to be excluding white people. You're not going to say, oh, I only want black pounds.
Danny, you're hitting it on the head. Before we hit the head, so let me cook. So what you're saying is, at the moment, there's a complaint that there is a fund that is for every single people, and there's a complaint that certain people, i.e., black people, are not getting it. So then black people say, okay, we're going to work for ourselves because we're not getting the fund, so that we can be self-sufficient. Now there's a complaint about that, so we understand. Don't work by yourself. So you're saying let's re-review the people giving out the fund and say, even though it originally is for everyone, now we're going to make sure it's for everyone. But isn't that the same thing that I said before, that motivate black people to do for self? So what changes this time that's different from last time?
Not really. It's something that's come up. It's not saying it's a fund for everyone, because it's not a fund for everyone.
This, right?
The fund's not for me.
No, not for you, of course. Remember, there's a complaint. So the English government say, here is a fund that's for humans in the land. And when we look at the humans, it seems like none of them are of African descent. So then the African descent people say, not to worry, we're going to fix ourselves. But then obviously some people that we're not best pleased if you're doing this for a particular reason. So then let's go back to the government. The government, okay, we've got a new policy. This policy is now for humans in the land. What makes what changes the face of the humans in the land to include black people this time within that policy? Because
what's the first one? What's the first one that was excluded?
The first one, because you've just said that black people are complaining about they're going for grants and stuff, and then they're not getting it. So then
loans, going for loans.
Just saying loans, So but remember that there's nothing in the wordage that can actually guarantee that black people can actually get these things. So if you do the same thing again, why would it change the second time around?
Because if it's targeted towards, a black business or a black community, then the people would know that as long as their plan's good enough and their finances and everything's good, then they should be able to get it. Rather than going to a normal bank, let me just finish off, rather than going to a normal bank and saying they've refused me and it must be because I'm black. All right, and cool. That same person will put him into a different situation, and let's see if it is because he's black or because of the business. Do you know what I mean?
So you're not best pleased with black people highlighting racism or potential racism. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't believe some of the things that I said is racism.
Okay, well,
like I was
even
talking to Veli
let's say
yesterday.
it's not. Let's say it's not racism. Let's say that calling a European racist is let's say we ignore that, right? Is it okay then for black people to work with black people to fix black issues? Is that okay?
Oh, to fix black issues, yeah. Of course.
And if one of the issues is we find ourselves for some reason either not getting loans from the government that they offer to other Europeans, or our business acumen or business propositions are so terrible that no business wants to hire us. So it could be one or two. Who knows? Would these two reasons be okay for us to then work with ourselves to fix our situation? Do you think?
Well, you'd work with yourselves to see what the situation, which is what you're doing, and then there's the claim that the bank loans are not doing it because it's a black business, and they want majority to be white businesses, but there's no way of seeing that. So for Black White Unite, okay, so to solve that, what could be done is to say, okay, then cool, there's the pot. Let's see if it is racism or down to the business, and the same people can go to the same to that pot with the same plans or different, however, because you got to get your money, and see if it's rejected. If it then comes out after 2 years, right, that 98% of these businesses all got through, then we have to look at that fact to say we've done the test. We can see there's a disproportionate amount here, so we need to find out what's going on.
Right.
That would be fair, yeah. Rather than saying we're going to stop all white loans to white people and we're only going to give them to blacks.
Well, just so you know, I've never seen that concept in England happen before. I've seen them recognize that maybe some groups haven't got anything, so they try to tackle it. But Europeans usually have first access to most things, or white people, sorry, right? And that's what I've observed. But you've obviously observed something different.
Like what though?
Well, like the fact is, English people are here, right? So anything
but this is
that
their home.
Yeah, and no black person or Asian person has said that. But you got to remember, like how nations work, right? Is regardless of your background. If you're paying tax on your land, you're a citizen. If you're a citizen, that means the poorest place in England is somewhere near seaside. I forgot where it was, right? Where it used to be a fishing town, and all the fish died, and now like the average person gets 22 grand a year, and most of them are unemployed, right?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, black people working are going to be funding people, right? So as long as we're working, as long as we're working, we're contributing to the nation. So that means there should be no bias when it comes to policing or bank or any kind of government loans, because we're paying for it. There should be no bias in hospitals. If they're saying that black women are more likely to die in hospitals and so then something is happening where an unconscious bias or an open racist concept is manifesting or will manifesting, and this is what we're observing. So we're saying that naturally, if we were enslaved people, we can understand why that might happen. But because we're paying taxes, meaning we're working all the time and money's been taken by the government to govern, then there's something wrong there. Now the government are saying we recognize that we might have practiced racism at a certain point, and that legs of that racism might consistently still be here. So we're going to make active points to try to stop it, and we're going to try to recuperate where we've lost. Some might say that. I haven't seen that myself, but it sounds like that's what you're saying. From what I've observed, that there is no real kind of structure to try to correct any historical problems or deal with any racism that black people will truly go through, because black people in the UK have no economic base. Most of our money is given out. So we work for Europeans to give our money to Europeans. And this is at a high level, right? Caribbean, African ideas, hold on, brother, are also owned and run by Europeans and non-black people. In the States, in the UK, in Canada, you can go to what was a black environment or a black area, and you find that the economic hub of that area might be a Jewish person, an Indian person, an Asian person. In the UK, maybe it's the Indian people who dominate a black care, while in the America, it might be the Koreans. So we see a consistency. So we say, we need to practice black betterment so we can better ourselves from these conditions. But we find that some black people look at us, the people who are doing the worst, and look at the Europeans doing the best and go, yeah, we should not do that. We should actually unite with white. We're like, hold on a minute. we're collectively adequate at the moment. We're in a low place. This is the perfect time to practice black betterment. Why are they coming to the dominated or those who are doing less and telling them to not do that, but they're not going to the dominators or those who do it most and telling them to help out? Can you see why it might be a bit confusing, brother? That
they do say to help out, no. But again, if there's a problem with the structure that's going on, go to a black country and see how black betterment works over there. Because at the end of the day, you're coming to you're literally saying that Europe, okay, which is a majority white continent, okay, shouldn't be majority white because shouldn't have industries that are white, shouldn't have police. Well, you are.
I say what I've said,
effect,
so you can understand it.
No, but you are in effect. You're saying that.
But then, but the thing is, I can tell you what I'm saying, and it will help you. Brother Danny,
no, black betterment can't work because of the white industries. Because you're working
for
the white industries.
No one said that. No one said that. You've said that because you don't know what black betterment is. But I'm someone who practices black betterment.
Go on, what did you say about the industries?
So what we're saying is, if we recognize that we don't have efficient black industries, is it up to white people to make black industries or black people? We say it's up to black people. So we have to make our own industries. All cultural groups make their own industries. The English and the British, when they go to other people's nations, they specialize in making their industries in other people's nations. They even built trains all over the world to take resources out of those nations to bring back to their nations. So we understand that ethnic groups and nations can actually build their own infrastructure in other lands. So, and we see it happen all the time. But we realize because we are the serving class, meaning black people have been trained to give away resources, to not own cultural norms, to invent lifestyles, music, colors, groups, whatever we want to invent, and then give it away to other people to profit off. We're saying that why don't we use these things that we invent ourselves to try to help us not be in an inadequate position? And that's what we're practicing. Does that make sense?
Yeah. What you're helping. Yeah, you're saying we should be doing this. We should be creating industries that serve us. But what's happening is it's dominating. Yeah, that's what's happening because white people are being taken away.
No. Give me the black industry that white people are taken away from.
The black industry, the black betterment. It would be, and it would be the education system.
Well, so is it a black person who runs the education system?
No, but it's guided. The funding, the resources are guided towards
what you
black
have
people because they are perceived to be underperforming.
Hold on, bro. What we're going to help you. Your argument isn't with black people; it's with white people. Now, I could give you a history. Many white people historically, what happened? I'll late the history. Europeans, before you were born, went around Africa and these places, and they murdered, raped, killed, and kidnapped Africans and brought them to the Americas and had them enslaved for 400 years. And they also extracted resources free from Africa and gave nothing back, right? Now, at a certain point, some Europeans, I guess they felt bad about this. So they made a narrative, and the narrative is, let's not see color anymore. Let's not do that anymore. This is what they openly confess. Whether they practice or not is a different issue, but it's what they confess. So those people have made words. They've made certain philosophies because of their past. And that past is, let's not see color, everyone's get along. But the difference is black people, we don't have to make that oath because we were exploited for many, many years, hundreds and thousands of years. Because of that, we find ourselves in an inadequate position today. So what we're doing is while white people are doing white repair, we're practicing black betterment. So they're trying to fix the world so they never practice the monstrosities they did back then. Just like Nazis don't want to do that to the Jews anymore. The Europeans are saying they don't want to enslave and mistreat people anymore, even though some might say it's still going on in some part. And so what we're doing is we are recovering from the legacy of pain that Europeans have pushed upon us in the past time. Do you think we should have the right to have something?
What you're doing is people are saying, yeah, there was wrongs been done in the past, and we're going to try and we're going to try and help out what we can do. Which in some cases there's a lot, in some cases there could be a lot more to be done. I agree with you on that. Okay, but what it seems to be happening is saying when one people are saying, you know what, we're gonna be less dominant. Let's just say, using your words. Okay, let's be less dominant. Then the blacks are saying, well, now's the time that we can become the dominant class, because this has been going through Africa for millennia. Okay, right. It's a Marxist continent.
Yeah, let me answer that
Okay,
because you're going somewhere else. You're going somewhere else. Hold on, you're going somewhere.
You're
talking to black veterans now. Well, hold on. You talk so.
But you speak for a long time, and then I can only have one little.
But the problem is, brother, if I start talking about Chinese kung fu, you might think, why is he talking about Chinese kung fu? Let's go through the conversation. Yeah, it's like this. No one here has said anything about dominating anyone. What I've said is black people are collectively inadequate, and because of a history of anti-black racism, colonization, decolonization, and enslavement, no reparations. Because of these truths that's happened, we find ourselves in a collectively inadequate state. So what we do is we're saying, let's try to fix ourselves by becoming collectively adequate. Never said anything about dominating Europeans, dominating.
But why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you do that through accepting, a unification? Why does it have to be okay and cool? You want to give us more, so we're gonna make sure that we have our own industries.
Right. So what here's what happens. I've given you examples which you haven't spoken of English people doing this practice in every land they go to, and it's called economics. It's called cultural economics, right? And I've said that Asians, Jewish, and Chinese have done it in this land very efficiently. Go to Chinatown, round of applause, right? We're saying that these groups are performing really well, but unfortunately, because of history, the things we mentioned, black people are underperforming. So we can either wait for someone to train us, which they won't do, or we can train ourselves and create systems that make us dedicated and consistent, self-love, self-governance. That way we can, what we start doesn't ever get sabotaged. We keep moving forward, you see? But what you're saying is the people who have the least should do the least. And we're saying that's not really a good strategy, brother.
But when the Jews go and use their own cultural economics, and when the Chinese are doing their cultural economics, they're not telling the government. And well, they're just doing economics, aren't they? Because it is their culture. Because it is their culture.
Well, listen.
So they're just doing pure
once
economics.
Again, I'm going to say something that might be confusing, but hopefully straightforward. Let's hear what you're saying, right? Europeans are making these choices about what you're saying because black people have no collective power. So European, I suspect, is practicing some form of white repair in their mind, as in, let's do that. But this isn't something that for example, Europeans run the TVs, right? Therefore, meaning if they decide they want to have a black family or a mixed family or one black family or one black, they make that choice. We don't. They do. So if you're not best pleased with seeing black people drink gravy on the Sainsbury's advert, black people can't hold blame for that. You have to go to the white Europeans who own that power and made a choice to practice that kind of white repair, not us. We're doing our own thing, and our own thing is black betterment. Black people helping black people on black issues whenever it's constructively possible. There you go, Danny. You can speak now.
Okay, so glad you went on to the TV programs is over a proportion of black people wherever you are, and that comes down to trying to pander to make sure that black people feel inclusive. I guess it goes down to the Marxist words and the Marxist ideology that we're doing now, which is why I brought it up before. Okay, so when you're saying it's not used to do it, it's down to the TV company who's actually putting it through. There's nobody saying we don't want this in our name. There's nobody there's nobody's. Well, that's not heard though, is it?
Well, that's
and
because
this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. You might be doing black betterment. But a lot of people.
But hold on, this is we'll answer questions to make you win. That's because black people are collectively inadequate. Now, if black people were collectively adequate and we had our own institutions, industries, we'll be doing our own adverts, and that's the end of it. We'll be competing like everyone else, and there'll be no. Why don't you include us? Begging for a handout isn't something we believe in. Doing for self, right? Doing for self and controlling the self and wealth for as long as we possibly can, and making that a cultural norm so we never find ourselves in an adequate place as we did before. But it seems like people in our community seem to have been conditioned outside the community to talk about the people who are doing less rather than the people doing more. I've mentioned trying to be collectively adequate as a group in England, but the English go to every lands and they do it. You haven't mentioned anything about them being wrong, right? Now, if you have an issue with white people practicing white repair, take up with them. But you can't talk to black veterans whose philosophy is do for self. Yeah, we want to work with other black people and fix black issues. If a white person has power and decides he wants to have a gay black Jewish woman in a wheelchair eat a chocolate bar on TV, we can't change that. We can't change that. She's taking quotas for getting every single minority on a TV channel. Good for them. But If they don't listen to us on the left, why would they listen to us on the right or up or down? The truth is, the only way to be listened to is by to talk to your group and do for self. That's the only way. Now, unfortunately, brother Danny, you're not really in the black community. You're in the European community, the white community, and you have a lot of white talking points. That's why everything we're saying is brand new to you. You have, I suspect, you were raised in a white community. Am I right? Or you've chosen to go because all your talking points are that of a white community who don't really hang around black people. Would that be an observed thing to say, or will I be incorrect in that?
Yeah, no, 100%. I'm not gonna say that I've lived in the black community, because that'd be a lie. But what I can see, okay, is I can see both sides of the coin, and when I'm looking at it, I don't see why there should be. I don't think there should be Jewish supremacy in economics. The Chinese, I don't really see much of it, to be fair, and the Indians is all in the food stuff. So I guess
Brother Danny, what you're saying is good, but I'm going to say this sum up for the people here, right? The philosophy we say our black people are collectively inadequate, and the reason why we say that is as follows. If you look at this as a metric for us to observe, Europeans, Asians, Arabs are doing very well collectively, right? They have their structure in place and they're sustaining. We are inadequate, yet we have a brother who is of African descent or black descent, or a black person or a mixed black person, and he is on a black panel trying to persuade the inadequate group to do nothing. This is what I'm saying. This is normal. This picture we're painting here will
I'm not saying that, though.
Hold on, bro. No, let me say this, and you can jump in with your good point. This picture we're painting here will never exist in the Arab community, an Asian community, or an English or white community, because they're too adequate. This is a fantasy to them. Like, why would you have your own people arguing with your people about doing something to take you from being low? And it isn't to say that you put yourselves low. We, Asians, Arabs, and Europeans, have spent thousands and thousands and thousands of years of using your continent, your people, so our continent and our people can have much. And today you're not even trying to take something away from them. You're saying work good with the little we give you, and you still have people from your own community uniting with our community to downtrade your own community. How does this happen, brother? How does this?
But you're not. Are you not benefiting? Are you not benefiting from the great years of the British Empire? Do you know what I mean? Because we wouldn't be where we were now if we didn't have the empire. If we didn't have the empire, okay, being an island at the bottom end of Europe, we wouldn't be in the position that we are now. We wouldn't have the stuff that we have now. I know, the government is taking it down, and through these I guess cultural switchovers, or however you want to say it. This is changing it, but from the days past,
Bro,
hold on, bro. We don't.
He's talking about people.
Don't worry about that, bro. It's all right if I
British
cook with
Empire,
him,
bro.
Brother. Let me cook with Danny, because you've had many sessions to cook with him, right? So, brother Danny,
you might need a little break, Raven.
No,
he don't need no break, on. He's all right. I remember, with all due respect, he's from the sun.
Yeah.
You're not from the sun.
Great job, Raven.
But he's talking about British. We all were suffering from
British.
British.
Hold on, we can book a time to talk about the Arab experience or the Asian experience in a bit. Danny, here's what you said, right? You talk about empire, right? So what you're saying is the empire exploited other nations to make Britain good. Is that correct? Is that what you're getting at?
Well, yeah, rightly or wrongly, okay, we all benefit from the empire.
We all
benefit from what has been done in the past.
Give me all, because we all might be. I might include the Nigerians, the Congolese, the Jamaicans who were enslaved and had to work and watch their parents raped and killed. Are we to exclude them? Is their experience not to?
Are they not wanting to come over to the UK?
Well, here's what it is, brother.
Come on, go Jamaica. They don't want to come to the UK. Yes, go to Africa. They want to come to the UK. Yes.
And thank you, because you're helping us learn today.
Why do they want to come here if it's so terrible?
I'll explain.
If it scars their mind so much.
But here's what it is.
We're talking about historical past. Well, you've had a lot to talk. Okay, you've been talking about the past.
This is a good question to answer. Yeah, and I'm going to answer you with the question you've asked. So what it is, and here's why it happens, right? So it's like this, right? We can bully someone. We can bully them. We can take their clothes. We can, like 7 of us, we can beat them up. We can leave them in the cold, and then we can leave all the food in our house. And then what will happen is if they're starving, they will come in, they'll beg us for the food, even though we beat them up, because we've left them in a position where they're at, they cannot progress. So the only way to get food is in their naked body, in the cold, is to knock on the door that beat them, rob them, took their food, and beg at the house, please can I have some? And then when they beg, we can make it bark like a dog, we can make it bark like we can make them move like a chicken or a cow or whatever. We can do all that because we have the power, and we've left them in an inadequate state. So yes, you're going to find many people who we've bullied who's going to come and beg us and call us the kings and queens because we dominate, and we've left them in a scenario where they can practice Stockholm syndrome. They can, you see, but this is how it works. This is how domination works. That's why we recommend, brother, that you study Black history, because when you study Black history, you realize that actually, if you resonate with your ancestors who were mistreated at a level, you would practice black betterment too. Because the way you got to see is, imagine your daughter or your well, you probably wouldn't marry a black woman. So imagine your mother or your grandmother or whoever it might be on your black side being abused because of where they came from, and then realizing that when they were abused very badly, nothing they could do could give them justice. They will dominate completely. So the only thing they think of is, you know what? I'm going to die enslaved and tortured, but I know my son or my son's son, he will fix the community that I couldn't do. He will stay dedicated to remembering my sacrifices and what I went through, and he'll never forget. He'll never forget what happened to me. But unfortunately, brother, you know, some of us soon forget, and we actually praise the people who were doing the raping, the killing, and the privilege. You know, we give them we like, here, have the jewels. You are the number one. You're the head woman in charge. But our parents who were actually abused and misused and cried to the stars, like, please, one day maybe my ancestors can show some kind of love to me. Yeah, we forget them very quickly, unfortunately. And the black better is we don't forget them. We know their names. We know what they went through. And we say that, you know, we are going to reverse what they went through. We're going to remember them and try to uphold the principles that they had and make sure what happened to them never happens again. Does that make any sense, brother?
It never happens again anyway, because it's a different time. It's a totally different time. You're bringing apples to pears to a conversation. Do you know what I mean? It's a different time. Yes, bad stuff happened. I'm not going to say that the empire was totally good, but there was a time in our history where we dominated the world. Okay, and we did dominate the world, and that's made it better for us now in the UK, right? So all of this, whilst there's not even handouts being given out, but there's approaches to say, let's forget about. I don't
want to cut you off. I don't want to cut you off. You and Raven,
but you cut me off.
Real good. No, but I'm just going to make a minor point. You already made a point earlier about Africa still being exploited to this day. That was your point.
Why is Africa not rising up? Yeah, is because the contracts or whatever are still being there. I was happy when Niger was saying, right, we're going to kick out the French, we're going to do this. I was happy when Burkina Faso was saying we're going to rise up for ourselves, because I'm a nationalist and I think African countries should do that.
Idolize the colonialist, imperialist mind state and the actions of the past and the effects they gave us. by your own standards, do you not think it would be good for Africa to colonize Europe?
Africa, why would it be good for Africa? That's what they're trying to do now. But why would it be good for them to colonize Europe? Why? It's a bad state, isn't it? We're not in the days when colonization is happening. We've gone past that now. So if you want to recolonize, all right, and cool, we'll do it as well. You know, we'll get the UK to get the navy
unsynchronize.
To build up a navy. We're going to get the navy to go up, and we're going to start recolonizing places.
Cool.
Yeah.
So, brother Danny, when did you start feeling
places like Yemen? Yeah.
Hold on. So, have you always felt this way, brother? So, Danny, have you always felt this way? Have you always had this kind of like disdainment for black people and Africans, or is it something that
it's not a disdainment? It's not a disdainment. It's a love for my country.
Which is the UK, right? The English, sorry. And the Anglos. Is that what you're saying?
The love for my country, for England.
Right. So when did you develop this love? What happened for you to have more love for, say, England than, say, the Caribbean, where your family might be from? When did it happen?
Because this is where I live, and I need to have my own betterment. I need to make sure that my society and my community, is embittered.
Do you have any black friends then?
Yeah, of course I do.
what's their views on your lifestyle? What's their views?
Well, there's mixed views. I have less black friends now since Black Lives Matters on the scene, but the ones that are here, kind of, some of them understand me 100% and they're with me, and others of them are more in the mentality of of yourselves. But still, I can still have a conversation with them. It's still, just because we've got different ideologies and we think differently, it doesn't mean that we can't be friends or anything. Do you know what I mean?
Have you ever been mistreated by white people for being
100%? Listen, listen. I grew up in Watford, yeah, right.
Yeah.
The next town is South Oxy, right. Yes. That's the whole area. If you look into it, the police station's got the swastika on the front. Every single week they used to scrub it off. It used to come on. I live on my estate, Banjue. It was very, very well. They like to show the nationalistic side of it, but there was nothing really violent towards me. It's the other estates. So I've had the police done more abuse, by taking you from Watford Town Centre and dropping you off in South Foxy train station, right by the major pub where the skinheads are. This is the abuse that has gone through life. So I've not sailed through life saying there's been nothing. I've had some bad things, but I'm not blaming a whole society for that. Do you know what I mean? It happens in the day. If it was still happening now, you grow out of it. Do you know what I mean? Well, not like that, but I've grown out of it, as in society changed as I grew up older.
So if we summarize,
we got to a situation where we was good with the races. And then
you're very forgiving. You're very forgiving of the ice people, but not of the sun people.
Yeah, this is the pitch we're painting.
What have I not forgiven the sun people?
It's just not true anyway. Like, Danny, how old are you?
43.
I'm 20.
So I'm double your age.
Not quite, but for you to say that, I mean, it depends where you live as well and all sorts of things, but that's just not true to state that as you've grown up, racism slowly become abolished because you haven't experienced it. Because
why hasn't it been abolished? From the 80s.
I've experienced it when I was younger.
From the 80s, but you haven't experienced 80s
and since
racism.
I've been older.
You haven't experienced 70s, 80s racism.
How do you know that it's what you just explained racism, that you went through then? I could probably explain more drastic sorts of examples, but my point is that just isn't an example of your own personal experience of not having that happen to you again. Doesn't mean that it doesn't happen to other people in the 2000s and 2010s and right now.
Well, what if the people that say that your experience to the way you're reacting is actually the byproduct of racism? So when we were giving examples of the naked person going to the house for the food. What if someone could put you as the analogy of someone, a black person or a melanated person, and you've gone through the experiences and you do not resonate with the people who are doing the worst, but you resonate with the people who are doing the best, and many of them have also mistreated you throughout the generations that you said. Could you not let me see that person?
It's not. I can see what you're trying to belittle my ideology and my views and that by saying, well, do you know what, at the end of the day you've just succumbed to white oppression because it was easier. But how would it be easier to succumb to white oppression if the only way that they're doing their oppression is based on the color of your skin? Yeah, so they don't know your views. They don't know your views or anything. So that's not what it is. The fact of the matter of what it is I grew up in a certain.
I hear that. You've got the question, and I can give you the answer. So I know this is very challenging. Not to worry, we'll get there. Here's what it is, right? People can have proxy wars, where there's certain things that Europeans at this time and age will find hard to say, but if someone was to say it from the same group, it will be digested much more easier. This is a strategy, it's a proxy war, and it's a very good strategy. Now, sometimes people can have it; they can do it in the front of the mind or the back of the mind. Front of the mind meaning they're aware they're doing it, and it's something that they want to do because they're getting actual benefits that they can see. The back of the mind is they've been culturally conditioned to believe that what they're saying is true, right? So far, you've mentioned the concepts that black people are collectively doing the worst, right? Historically have been the most abused. You yourself have gone through some of that abuse, but you see no real value in those black people coming together to fix the issue. But even when we mention Europeans doing it in other nations, you praise them, you give them crowns upon crowns for what they've done, right? But they did it in an abusive way. We're going to try to do it in a constructive way. But you have no time for that because you have a one-sided mind. And so something has happened to build that one-sided mind, you see? And what I'm saying, but I don't want you to feel bad about what we're saying, because actually how you're behaving is how many black people behave, but in different areas, because most black people don't live in a way to benefit black people. That's why we need black betterment, because black betterment makes black people live in a way to better black people, because we're collectively inadequate. When we look at the way you're behaving, Danny, if we see a whole lot of people behaving the same way, we can identify this as collectively inadequate, because there is no motivation to help the victims of the historical hurt, but there is motivation to help the people who hurt the people, you see? And this is what you've been demonstrating, and you're saying it with your own words. Now, the reason why we can get here in this conversation is because we're not using emotion to dictate words. We were hearing things and we're trying to be constructive, right? But you've, with your own mouth, has told us this. So how valuable could you be to the black community if you don't have any connection, any kind of motivation, or any kind of synchronization with any constructive work that we do? There is nothing we've said that you co-sign. You have no interest. And what I'm saying is, if you were talking to an English person living in Nigeria who said the same thing, as in, you know, we live in Nigeria, we don't have any economic power, people mistreat us, we don't get far, the Nigerians enslaved our people, but today we're going to try to fix our own environment. I suspect that the way you're thinking now, you would give that guy a crown upon a crown upon a crown. Because yeah, you should do that. That's exactly what you should do. But yet in the UK or here, or this black people in general, you see no value in the descendants of enslaved people, colonized people, mistreated people, people who are not collectively doing good, to actually come together to do good. This is very mind-boggling, and we can only assume that maybe you have been conditioned to have some form of unsynchronized behavioral pattern, and it's very interesting, very interesting case study, brother Danny. Very interesting.
Yeah, but the beautiful point you made, Raven, is that I believe, like you highlighted it, I believe that Brother Danny is actually a genuine person with a clean heart. And like, I think, you know, in time, he'll start to understand that there is two sides to every story. And I think that, you know, like he's made like really good comments here today. From what I've seen, he's showing at least some degree of sympathy to Africans and their plight against oppression. Maybe not against British directly, but he did say the French, and that's a good starting position. It shows that he does understand like the concepts that's being put in front of him. So big up to brother Danny and big up to
Yeah,
brother
but non-African people, non-African
Raven
people
as well.
understand, or non-African people understand what we go through, and they still practice on ethical code of conduct. You see, the action's more important than the actual words, because as they say, action speaks louder than words. With all due respect, here.
But it takes time. It takes time to penetrate that cerebellum, and because man's got that thick Irish skull in it. Don't forget.
Let us. So, brother Danny, if we can explain some of our philosophies, that might make more sense, right? So the problem is we understand that so many brothers and sisters are unsynchronized with what we're doing. So what is, we can't really slow down for them. So we don't look to work with all black people. We look to work with synchronized black people. So we help synchronize black people by organization, and we help unsynchronized people through osmosis. So if you are getting bullied, let's say you grow up and you're getting bullied, let's pretend that you marry a black woman and have black children, whatever, right? Then maybe your children might go through the same environment. So by osmosis, we want to have certain things in place so they don't go through that. So we will never work with you directly because you're unsynchronized with everything we're doing, but we will want to change the environment you're in so you don't have to go through pain and problems. Does that make sense, brother Danny?
As unsynchronized as you think I am, I don't go through any pain. I don't go through any victimhood. I don't go through anything of I'm oppressed by these certain people. I walk down the street, okay? I don't even look at people as in, oh look, there's a black kid coming up, there's a thingy. I just walk through the street as myself in England, and that's how it is. So it's the more you put emphasis on race, the more you put emphasis on, you know, oppression, historical things, it holds you back in the life that you live. Now I can appreciate that today's been, you know, very much, you saying your point of view, and then I come in a little bit, and then you say your point of view, and then I come in a little bit, and so forth, which is good because I can hear what you're saying. But to the outside mind, it's only your bias. You're saying what you want me to hear. Okay, you're not going from both sides. You're not saying what okay, then cool from the white point of view. Okay, I can see how these are thinking that we're not wanting to unite because we want a closed community, and the government are doing all these diversity, these
let's
equity
unite with white then.
laws
Let's,
to oppress them.
Danny,
We don't allow white people to
let's
not
do it.
we as in yous.
Danny, but then let's do it. Let's do it now. Let's do it now, right? So I live.
Oh, cool.
We
Can you
live
give me
in
2 minutes? Can you give me 2 minutes?
No, but the thing is that your goal is to make blacks unite with white. And when I said let's do it, you want to talk more. Well, I'm saying we're
no. Go.
You're not going to do what black bearers want. You're going to do what white.
I think he wants a couple of minutes because he's got his babby there, innit? So I think
I hear that. But what I'm saying is,
come back, Roscoe.
Yeah, I'm just going to put it on mute and then come back. Give me literally 2 minutes.
Yeah. But here's what we're saying, right?
Yeah, go on.
Black people live in the UK, so we pay taxes. Yeah, we go down the street and we shop. So regardless of what you're saying, black people are always supporting white people. There isn't one black person in England who does not support white people. What we're saying is because we're collectively inadequate, we're making a conscious decision to support black people. But what you're doing, or what others are doing, is you paint a false narrative. You paint like black people jump into a magic bubble, and in that magic bubble, white people have all their resources extracted, and they can't touch black people. You see, and this is very dangerous, bro. It's a make-believe bubble. What we're saying is you cannot live in the UK and not contribute and support white people. The system is too strong for that, even if we wanted to. We're saying that because the system is failing us in so many areas, we're going to do for self. You see?
But it fails white people as well. It fails if it fails white people as well. Because if you look at it, if you look at the races, if you look at the murder of Stephen Lawrence, is a racial motivated attack of Stephen Lawrence. Yeah, a year later you had Richard Everett, which barely made the news, which was a white boy, and the same thing happened. It was a racial motivated murder of a schoolboy, and that wasn't even touched. So from then going forward to now,
once again, bro, Danny, look what you're doing.
What am I doing?
I have to say it this way. Europeans are in a superior position.
But this is a European country.
Hold on. In their superior position, they own.
Is European superior in Africa?
No. Yeah, they are. Yeah, but
yes, they are. Most
they
definitely.
are. As in what? As in
they own more resources. They make choices. That can affect
the people.
Africa. They take cobalt out of Congo and
the people. But the people.
This is the answer to your question, right?
Is there more black people in Africa than there is white people?
Yes, and they're dominated by Europeans. Now, here's what we're saying, right? Well, let me answer your first question, then we can jump to the second question. Your first question, and remember, I don't think you're going to want to do this, right? But if you're not best pleased with how the news cover racial incidents, you can't take up with people who have no power. You have to take up with people who have power, which is the Europeans. They're the ones who make the programming. So you have to go, why are you trying to help black people for? And you have to go there. But to walk to black people and try to start a conversation, you're wasting our time. We need to focus on building industry so when black people we can give proper coverage, because you might mention one black person being killed, but we can rest assured there are many, 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 many black people whose names you'll never hear. Never hear. I live in Forest Gate, I can tell you, right? So I'm saying that how you hear their names is by having black institutions and black news dedicated to telling the black story. Because you're not in the black community, you're essentially a white person with a black face, just metaphorically, right? So everything we say is news. It's like, oh, I've never heard this before. I've never heard it. And sometimes all you're talking to is the most outspoken, loud person who likes using derogatory terms. But I'm saying when you come to constructive black betterers, this is how we speak. We're 100% geared towards improving black people. And if your fear is we're going to take food out of Europeans' mouth, rest assured the work their ancestors did was thorough. Not very little we can do can stop them from getting fed. I can assure you.
I've said that it doesn't matter to me about your black betterment and creating your own industries and whatnot. And like I said, I don't think there's a white person in the UK that would say there's a problem with doing that. The problem is the process of doing it is closing up a society or community, okay, to be able to have that from happening. And then when the people who are outside the closed community aren't allowed to talk about it or aren't allowed to do anything about it because of the racial stereotypes it has, because the closed society, the black society, will be saying, oh, because of it's a European, North European, you own the industry, so you're all racist. That's literally what has
This
been
is
said
very
today.
unsynchronized of you, Danny,
See,
to say that.
I'm
This is very
unsynchronized.
unsynchronized.
Let's just get it out there. I am very unsynchronized. Okay,
Yeah,
I am
the thing is
very
that
much
you're painting a false
unsynchronized.
narrative, right? And you're wrong, and we can let you do it, right? But the best solution I can give to you, and I was talking to you, is you have to go talk to the European powers because black people don't make those choices.
So if the European powers use it, so one second. So if the European powers are the ones that are promoting this, okay, right? They're promoting the destruction of Europe. Is that what you're saying?
Go talk to them. Why are you talking to black
No,
people?
is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying?
That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
Because the black people have a lot more power in these type of places. Do you think
No,
it
no,
just
no,
happened
no.
overnight that you look at the adverts and there is an over representation of
but
black
you're
or
not
mixed
you're
people
not
when you
educated.
go to
Hold
TV channels?
on,
It's
I'm
over
a subject.
popularization.
Quickly, sorry, can I just
Brother
interrupt
Danny,
you?
you're not educated in the history. That's why. You
Yeah.
have to know
One
why
second,
these things are
guys.
happening. Second, sister.
Go
I
ahead,
just want
lady.
to ask Danny, when you said that we have more power, where do we have this power and what does this power look like? Sorry.
The power is a social power, as in you can't listen. I shouldn't have a voice. Yeah, I'm just Danny. I should not have any type of voice. But when I can say things and when I can do things, okay, that white people can't, that shows an unsynchronization. Right, so that's where the power is, because white people should be able to object to certain things. They should be able to say things on their country, things on their society, things on how they want things to happen.
But Danny, they did in the Windrush.
All our society.
But Danny, they did in the Windrush show.
It's all our society. You're going to say it's all our society, okay? But this is a predominantly white part of the globe.
Yeah, but they did it in the Windrush. They do it in the areas that they push us in. They already dictate how they want us to live. This is why I say it's very unsynchronized, my brother.
What did they dictate how they want you to live? People of the Windrush have made a success of life. People of the Windrush in the UK haven't said that there's this huge divide, as in now. Yes, at the beginning, when they'd never seen a black person before, they're like, who are these people? I can remember people saying that when the first person they saw with a banana and dreadlocks. So that is in our lifetime, in times of we can directly speak to the people.
But then, do you recognize that? Do you recognize that yourself and black people on the panel, just brown people in general, are kind of like two different people as it pertains to how we operate and think? So you might have a very English white mind, as in like your upbringing or whatever has made you literally see a European as you speak, right, or a white person, right? I don't know if they see you, but you see them. And the truth is, everything we say will only confuse you if you don't study history. You are not on the side of your ancestors from the Caribbean. You're on the side of your ancestors from the European, right? And this is one of the challenges we have to recognize with mixed unions and with when we integrate and stuff, right? You could be educated in a way that you have no concern for the most oppressed of your group. Let me ask you a question then. If you came home one day, right, and your dad was beating up your mother just very badly, who would you help? Would you help your dad beat your mother, or would you help your mother defend herself from that? Who would you help?
Obviously, I beat my dad.
Okay, well, here's what it is. Your African or your black side is your mother, right? And it's being very badly abused, but you're not seem to be speaking for any of the abuse. You seem to go, well, the way my dad.
No, because I'm British. I'm not African.
Okay. Well, Caribbean.
I never claimed to be African. I'm not Caribbean. I was born in England, so I'm British.
Where's your parents? Where's your
parents? Yeah, my father's from Jamaica. But that's a lineage heritage. That's not my heritage. That's a heritage, not a culture.
Is this, Danny? Would you say that Britain has been very nice to Jamaica historically, or not so nice? What would you say?
Well, it's going to be not so nice because of the slavery.
There we go, Danny.
Hold on, we're getting somewhere there, Danny.
Wait. So it's not very nice and that, but I'm not going to hold myself up on historical passes and let that affect my life today, because my life today is very good. My life today and my grandfather of 4 or 5 people back is totally different. But what they did helped me to be in this situation. It helped us all.
Right. So that's my point. My point is you once again, you're picking the side of the father beating the mother, right? That's the side you're picking because you just identified that Britain hasn't treated Jamaica too well. What we're saying is the past have gone through. It doesn't matter because you are now here living in the house of your father. So all the things that happened in the past is irrelevant. Your mother's scars and broken leg are to be ignored because the house that
Because you're using emotion. You're using an
No,
emotion.
but Danny is going by what you're saying, and you want a black and white unite, and you're being very unsynchronized. You're being unsynchronized, and you want a black and white unite.
You're saying about fathers and mothers, yeah. So you're making an and this is what the blacks do a lot. They make it emotional, okay. So people have to then think, oh, what I'm saying, it's going to sound.
No, we're making it political. We're making it political.
Because you're
very political.
I'm not going to make
you're
it
saying about the
emotional,
woman with the
Danny.
battered, the scars and the broken legs. Sorry, go on.
All right, sorry, Danny.
No, that's
I'm not gonna make it
political.
emotional. I'm just going to give an example. Is this what? Because I'm still trying to understand the power bit. I don't want to get past that. Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
So are you saying, right, that because you can wear a White Lives Matter shirt and not get any problem, and a white person can wear the same White Lives Matter shirt and I guess get ridiculed, get cussed out or whatever, that's the power you're trying to describe to me?
Well, that's one power. There's the other power is in the education system where blacks get more scholarships, they get more money funded to them than white people. We look into business, yeah, where you get the positive discrimination. We look into the Metropolitan Police Service when they're saying, we don't care where you're from. Actually, we don't care anything about you. We just want black people in the police force so we can fill the quotas. This is what's going on, and this is where the power is, because it's not now about it's not about who you are as a person. It's about, does your skin type fall into
So black people being in the police force means that they got more power. Is that what you're saying?
When it's put in there as in we are only going to recruit.
Even though ICE people control the system and can dictate who can control certain things. This makes no sense.
If they do that,
it's very unsynchronized, man.
Why are they not excluding the blacks then? If the white people are all in power and they want to keep it all for the whites, yeah, why are they using these terms to include blacks in ways that they shouldn't do?
So Danny,
as in they should include them, as in the processes they're using
Danny,
to
just tell the panel. Tell the panel why you think the Europeans are trying to put black people in, say, the police station. What problem do you think they're trying to solve, if any?
It's not racism. It's not racism because the police. There is going to be. It's a huge service, so there's going to be a huge amount of people that are racist. But that's going to be any organisation. I guess if we look at the government, you're going to have a huge lot of racists in there. If you look at a football team, as in the squad, there's going to be.
Do you mean as individuals?
Yeah, as individuals. Yeah.
What about
as
institutionalized racism within the institution?
But you can't get an institutionalized racism.
What
because
do you mean?
it's not, the institution isn't for racism, is it?
You are unsynchronized, man. That makes no sense.
The police service. You don't go to the police. You don't go to the police, okay? Because that institution's racist. No one does that. Who does that?
Danny, rather than argue with you,
who does that?
Hold on, brother Danny.
Someone synchronized. So I want to know who done that. How do you equal out the synchronization?
We're letting you know that you're strongly mistaken from our standpoint, right? And I suspect you might be alone.
That's your viewpoint. That's your viewpoint because you're looking at it from a black-only viewpoint. You're not looking at it from a broad church. You're just looking at it from one point of view. Your whole point of view today
you say you're looking from
a black-only position.
I hear that. But would you say you're looking from a white-only
standpoint? Danny. I'm not black, am I?
But you act like you are.
No, I just don't.
100%, man. Come on.
Brother Danny, this is what I'm saying. You're very ignorant of black.
Yeah, Khan, you gotta let Brother Raven sort it out, Khan.
Sorry,
you gotta let him sort it out.
Here's what it is. You've made a whole video based upon what a non-black person says. So that's how we know you're not synchronized with any kind of black betterment movement because you don't even recognize black people. And some might say you might not even recognize yourself as a black person, right? In any format, apart from what society tells you. And this is the thing: until you study history, and you have to even though you don't agree with what the Europeans are doing, right? You have to understand what they're trying to allegedly fix. So you have to look at the statistics, the data, and the testimonies from the past, and go, "Oh, that's why." Yeah. So we understand it's a white majority, but the percentage of black people that is here still don't fill up their own percentage. So it's almost like when you start going to like prisons and stuff, you start realizing that yes, there's a high percentage of black people in prisons, it doesn't match the quota. Pound for pound, whatever, it's not the same. It's too much. It's overkill, right? So overkill in prisons, underkill in work. Something is going on, right? Something needs
So
to be
why is that?
addressed.
So why is it in a majority black country, yeah? And you're going to just say institutional racism, but you got to look at it from a different point of view. Okay, so when there's more people getting arrested, more white people get arrested than black people, than the population. Okay, but when you go into prisons, there's more black people who are in prisons, and when you look on the streets, okay, there's more black on black violence, and when you look at the violence that they're doing, it's more extreme violence. It's not just beating somebody up. It's not just doing that. It's stabbing, killing, maiming. It's chopping everything.
I'll explain, Danny. So if we remove the black and white dynamics, right? Oppression and mistreatment, yeah, it is at the heart of this. So if you go to a Eastern European country or Asian country, right, and you look at the people in jail, you realize that certain things they've been treated in certain ways, they've been excluded, or lack of resources in certain areas is more likely for them to commit a certain type of crime, and those particular type of crimes are more likely to be persecuted by the force. So you tend to find that. So, for example, the Queen of England, whatever it might be, her son might have did a crime, but he's less likely to be persecuted because of the type of crime it is and who did it. Well, when you're poor and you're in a very terrible state, right, then you're more likely to be persecuted. So if you go to Belgium or Belarus, you'll find that all the people in jail have the same kind of treatment, take or give, that the black people go through. But the only difference is we're not actually tracking it to race. We're tracking it to these people are treated this way for a certain reason. Maybe they're from a certain ethnic group, they're from a certain religious group, or they're just in a poor environment. Well, that treatment is pushed morely so on black people because of racism. So when you're tracking it, that same thing happens. It's something that you can observe, and that's why intelligent black people, intelligent European people, never say, "Yeah, black people are in jail because they're just violent." They know that actually goes. We say consistency in how our society is treating them, and they are reacting to how they're treating them. Because, like I said, when you go to Scotland, the majority of people doing knife crime were Scottish, right? It's just how it was. And then they had a way to deal with knife crime in Scotland, but they're not really doing that here. But they did do it in Scotland, which was actually much worse than it was here. And the sheer majority of people in Scotland who do the knife crime were actually European Scottish people, right? So they.
But shouldn't that betterment be to the children first? Shouldn't you be looking at making sure that black children are not dying at the rate that they're dying? Surely that's much better.
You're right.
That's much better than making sure that an industry is black.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I'll explain, because you don't study. And because you don't study, you articulate your ignorance when we're going to help you. So black betterment is black people helping black people in all areas of people activity, and it's a holistic helping. So we understand that if black people have self-love, they'll find it hard to harm other black people. If black people have self-love, they'll find it hard not to marry anyone but a black woman. If black people have self-love, they're going to want to actually control their own economics and resources and actually create generational wealth. It comes from self-love. You see? So
that's right.
So why is it wrong? Why is it wrong for white people to have white love, and to say that they're only going to go with white people to have white children? So if they did that, they'll be classed as white supremacists.
You're talking to
Danny, listen, for me personally, it's not wrong. I don't have a problem with white people only want to procreating and producing white children. I don't have a problem with white people protecting their culture, their land, or whatever. My problem is when we do it and then it's shunned upon, cussed out, frowned upon, called black supremacy. Now I've got a problem. I've never had a problem with that.
Let's unpack it. What you said is important. Danny, and I praise to the sister for that. Where we're getting confused in the statement is this, right? Because two things were done at once. So what was happening? Europeans were wanted to be with Europeans and not wanted to be with others because, one, they hated others, they thought they despised them, and they wanted to own things but not actually share it with them. So this was the action done when they said, white power, white supremacy, right? But that's not what black people are doing. Black people are saying we want to preserve culture, preserve our people group, and have generational wealth to protect us from the history of hindership and all the rest of it, right? It's a very different narrative. Now, if Europeans were to speak like that, I'm going to ask you. if Europeans were to speak like that, we could look past it. But unfortunately, they have to be aware that because of the history of what they've gone through, they have to tread very carefully because it's what happened. It's any people group that historically indulges in a certain behavioral pattern have to be very careful when they actually repeat certain kind of rhetoric, because people think, oh, man, last time they said that, they bombed Japan or they bombed whatever, right? So it's that kind of thinking. Black people have no history in hating white people. That I would say the majority of black people love white people. I would say you are
apart from
yourself,
the black Muslims in Nigeria, I guess.
I don't know what that means. But you know them more than me.
The white Christians. But what I'm saying is this: are you saying it's okay? You're saying it's okay, right? So just so we can get it clear, right? You're saying that it's okay for white people to say that they're only going to procreate with white people because they want to keep their generational wealth, they want to keep their bloodline going, they want to do everything that you just
we applaud that, Danny Roscoe. We just don't want it to be based upon subjugating black people.
When I say that,
Danny, we agree.
For me, can I just say this to you, Danny? For me, Danny, it's a case of for me especially, I expect white people to do that. Remember, the white people are the ones that are always saying that they're under threat and their races are not breeding as much as it needs to. So I expect it. It's not even a problem for me. The thing what I have again is when we do the same thing or say the same thing, now it's turned and it's flipped as black supremacy when it's not. It's literally just mirroring what they're doing.
Yeah, but it's only flipped that way because you're allowed to speak that way.
Hold on, let him respond. Let him respond, brothers. Go on, Danny.
Don't say sister. We have to be careful when we say mirroring, right? It isn't mirroring.
All right. I'll take the word mirroring out. But okay,
that's right.
Respond.
It's very important because there's nothing Europeans have done that we've mirrored, right? We're doing something very different. Yeah,
but they're not seeing it like that. They're not seeing it like that. They're saying that we're
but they do see it like that.
I don't want Dan to run because what sis is correct in what she's saying, but it's more the delivery. And I'm saying that.
Okay, all right then. Okay, yeah. So when we did exact same actions, then Danny, let me rephrase it. When we did exact same actions and say the exact same thing, now it's seemed as black supremacy. So why, if it's black supremacy, why can't we deem it as white supremacy on the other side?
Let me give you an example that might make more sense, right?
Yeah.
As men and women, we can look at children and say, "Oh, what a pretty kid, right?" And everyone should go, "Yeah, the kid's pretty, whatever," right? But if there's a person who has a history of pedophilia, and then allegedly he no longer is a pedophile, he has to be very careful when he says that's a pretty kid, because this guy has a history of abusing children. So everything he says now, we're going to read it very carefully. And that's the same. If you have a history of doing heinous acts, you have to tread very carefully how you speak.
Right.
And that's why
that's noted.
There you see. So what I'm saying is black people don't have a history of harming people based on race. We have a history of being harmed by race and being disfranchised by race. So we want to come together with our own people group so we can recover from the years and years of hurt pushed upon us by other groups. Does that make sense, Dan?
You know what, it doesn't, because I didn't have any problem with Lady D saying about mirroring and that. And if somebody's got to have an opinion, and that opinion's got to be so tailored into a way to make sure that it's delivered just like that, then that doesn't seem to be like a collective culture or anything. But going back to what it is, white people can have white children with white ladies, and they can state that. Because I will do a stream about about my ignorance on this subject, because the way that I look at it and a lot of white people do look at it is exactly that. Is they're not allowed to say in a society way, and I guess in a way when you're talking to people, to say that I prefer white people because I'm a white person. Do you know what I mean? I prefer my own.
Yeah, but they've perfected nationalism. That's why they don't need to do it. They have perfected nationalism, which is why they don't need to do it.
No, they haven't. There's a lot of people, because there's a lot of mixed race people out there. Right, so
Danny,
give me 1 second. I've really got to go. I'll go over Luke quickly. Right, give me 2 seconds. Honestly, literally 2 seconds.
Let him finish. Let him. Okay. So I was going to say that, because I wanted to ask him as well, does he have the exact same feeling when he hears Asians say they only want to have Asian children with Asian people and marry Asian partners? Like, is it the same?
The thing is, I'll be honest with you, what's happening is he's wording things in a way that can cause anxiety, right? And that's why we have to be very careful, because that's what he's looking to try to mirror things and word things in a way. But It's not. It's
That's
not
right.
like for like. It isn't like for like. But another thing, is he aware that we want black men to become constructive and marry constructive black women, or shall I say the black betterers? Right. Let me say that right, because if he's aware, then it really answers his question about, are we bothered that Europeans or white people are saying they want to marry white people? Why would a person or a group that the part of their betterment is to find a constructive black woman? Why would we
That's right.
care that they want to marry each other? It wouldn't even be on our radar. Just like it's not on our radar if Asians or Arabs or whoever do what they want to do. So nothing to
That's
do
right.
with it. Yeah.
That's right.
So once again, he's coming from a very different current place, and this is what I'm saying with black people fighting for this kumbaya kind of concept. You're just confusing Danny. Danny, did you hear the point I made before you went to the toilet? Yeah, that one of the principles is constructive black man marrying a constructive black woman. So if this is one of our principles, why would any of us be bothered or not best pleased that a European isn't going to marry a black person? Does that make sense, Dan?
Isn't going to marry a black person. Well, it seems that there are people out there who have huge issues when people say that. This is why
are they black bearers?
What's that?
Are they black bearers?
No. I don't know. They're black people.
No,
black people.
Once again,
and this is the thing.
This is the thing.
Can I just say something?
Danny, this is important. We don't speak for black people. Do you understand that? We see ideology matters because ideology guides us. You are guided by the ideology that your white black unite ideology, whatever, right?
That's
We're
right.
guided by black betterment, black nationalism, Pan Africanism, and these concepts.
That's right.
So so like I said, if we're 5%. We're the 5%, and the idea is to make 10%, then 15%. But we can't speak for them synchronized, can we? Because they're unsynchronized.
So why don't you go back to Africa and practice your black betterment in an African country where nobody's got these problems? And then you're going to let the Europeans do European betterment.
You're making the problem. So basically,
how am I making the problem?
I'll explain. We're in the land. We recognize there's challenges, and we're fixing them. And then you've come in and said, "Well, why are you trying to fix the problem? Why don't you just go back to Africa?" But that's not how the world works.
No, you tried to overcome the issues you see. Okay, as in you're saying that you're oppressed by white people. Your history is not white. All of this, you got to go to the Pan African, the Afrocentrics, and all these people to get all your history and to get all your knowledge and whatnot. And you're gonna make your own communities, and you're gonna uplift from within. But it's not all people, because not all black people think the same. So it's going to be your little community that you're going to expand. But even then, it's not going to be all black people, because there's going to be a lot of people who probably I speak to more rather than the black betterment people. So they're going to be against you as well, because they want to live in victimhood. They don't necessarily want to embed themselves. And these are the people with the voice.
This is very unsynchronous. It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense. But let's work with Danny. Dan, let's work with you. Why don't me and you, Danny, work together to get those unsynchronized black people to become synchronized with black betterment? Would that agree?
But that synchronization is only on your bit.
That's right.
It's on what you say. The synchronization is on what you say, so it's not synchronized at all. That's indoctrinated to what your words are.
No, hold on. We're looking to network with black people who want to help black people on black issues, and we specialize in black families, black economics, and black health. So if you want to network and work with and have ideologies based around that, then you're synchronized, right? But if you want to do Black Unite, and also have stuff to do, well, you're unsynchronized what we're doing, so they'll have to go with you. So you can take those black people and you can create your Black and White Unite community, and we'll create the Black Betterment community. Will that be a solution then?
Well, no, because the whole point of it is to take colour out of it, and let's just better ourselves as people and rise as one. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, this doesn't make any sense, Danny. This doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make sense. What you're saying is confusion.
Well, why is it confusion?
Because the colourblind society.
Why is your identity black and not your person? Why do you look in the mirror and see a black person rather than a person?
Because I'm trying to be adequate. You see, here's what it is, right? Other groups see collectives, right? And they work with collectives, right? But anytime black people come together, the concept of being collectivized is then demonized. And why do you see yourselves as one? Why do you see yourselves as a team? Why couldn't you see yourselves as an individual? But that's like me going to a football team and then as they're trying to win the World Cup, go, why'd you bother passing? Why'd you bother getting positions? Why'd you even listen to the manager? Why'd you brother even come on the field? It's like we only observe this in inadequate kind of groups, and we're trying to stop this because this is not how people actually achieve stuff. You have to organize and be disciplined. What you're saying is disorganized and lack of discipline. Can you see that, brother?
And I believe as well that is because they rely on our disorganization, which is why they have high anxiety when we do unite, and that's very problematic.
Very problematic. Thank you, brother.
There's no anxiety. I'm sure if white people wanted to oppress you, I'm pretty sure that they could. I'm just saying that there's no fear. There would be no fear in a white dominated country oppressing all the black people. None at all.
Well, so here's what it is. You are the one who brings up oppression, right? We talk about betterment. So
you've been talking about oppression. You're talking about oppression because you haven't got this, you haven't got that, and stuff in the past that happened.
Hold on, the past makes the future, right? The past makes the present.
You learn from the past. You learn from the past. You don't live in the past.
Britain became good from its past.
Yeah, you learn from the past.
Well, Britain didn't. Right? I'm saying that you're saying you learn.
I'm not saying we should be colonizing now. Because we're in the future, so I'm not living in the past. I understand the past has made us where we are now.
This mean you become gangsters, right? And let's do this. Let's go around and just rob people of all their wealth, and then after 5 years, go when we have all the wealth, say let's not do that anymore, and let's ban anyone from ever doing that again, and let's play no reparations, give nothing back. Let's just acknowledge maybe that we should have done it, but keep all the wealth, and let's do no exercises in trying to help those people deal with the fact they've been robbed of everything. That's what you're saying, which is fine. That this is the enemies of black people have this philosophy, and no black person should ever expect the enemies of us to have any form of sympathy for anything. It makes sense, right? We get that, but what we do understand is there is a value in coming together with the people who are negatively impacted from that act to try to fix it. Once again, that's for people listening. You won't hear the Arabs, the Asians, the Europeans, the whites, the Chinese, whatever, ever talk about don't be organized, don't identify as a group, and don't come together. Yeah, essentially what they're saying is don't organize and come to us for everything you need. And you gotta understand, if you look at the time of enslavement, there's so many things that black people invented that we had to give the patents to Europeans, right? Because that's how it was. We had no rights, just give it away, right? I'm saying don't do that anymore. I'm saying now control things, ownership, build your own communities, be constructive, and find a constructive black woman, right? And a constructive black man. Danny, if a European wants to marry a European, no black betterer is ever going to say anything against them because we're too busy loving and appreciating black women. Do you see a value in black women, Danny?
Do I see a value? I see a value in all people. Right, I'm not going to specifically say there's a thing. But,
the reason why we said this part of what we're trying to get across. Anytime I ask black men, unfortunately, most of the unsynchronized, do you love black women? They'll always say, I love women. You see, it's very hard for them to stick onto black women, right?
Well, I wouldn't say specifically black women. No, because that's not me. My preference isn't for that. So I wouldn't say
you will never have to tell
in that way.
So our goal is to make black men love black women at a heightened ratio, meaning that if it's 10% today, we want 20. If it's 20, we want 40. If it's 40, we want 80. We want to keep on raising it. So black men see black women because we understand that no group can raise above their women and vice versa. And we understand how to make black families, and that's constructive black man and constructive black woman. So once again, when you say, why are you trying to deal with all the knife crime and all kind of stuff? It's all holistic. By having black families that love each other, they'll raise constructive families who are going to have black institutions, black ideas, black books, black all the black things you can, and they're going to be synchronized with other black people. So no one's ever going to think about stabbing each other because we're too busy trying to help each other. You see, but it starts with actually loving black people. If you and this is we're going to take it.
But this is the thing. You're taking it to a black person, and you know you've got to build your own communities or whatnot.
Right.
And I said plenty of times to go back to your African continent and do it from there, right? Because the fact of the matter is, Africa is about 17. The continent is about 17% of the world population. The people that are in there. So how can Europe okay, so small, being probably under 10%, right? How can it be so small and still you're saying that there are oppressive values here
No,
that
stop saying
you are
oppressive because you're
under?
confusing people. You're confusing me, right?
I'm not confusing people because that's
No,
what
no,
it comes. You might not
but
like
hold on.
the
We're talking
word
about Black Bearman.
oppressive.
So Black Bearman, the
yeah,
focus.
you're saying betterment. I'm saying oppressive.
Okay,
It's the way you talk. It's the way you talk versus the way I talk. Like when
Yeah,
you
of
say,
course, yeah, but
"Let's
the
go
way you
around
talk
robbing
is inaccurate.
people." Okay, let's go around robbing people, and we're going to rob all their stuff and that. Okay, and then let's think in 5 years' time. We think, oh, you know what? We shouldn't have done that. Do you know what I mean? That's wrong.
No, but you're
you
missing
didn't
an
use
analogy.
that way. You use
If
your
you don't
own
like
variant. You use your
analogies,
own variant.
but Danny,
You
if you
use
don't
your own
like,
variant,
I
and you
hear
can
that,
use
Danny,
it. You
brother
can use
Danny,
multiple variants in that.
but if
Yeah,
you
but
don't
but
like,
Danny, this doesn't make any sense
make no
because
sense.
Why doesn't it make any
there's been
sense?
because on the African continent, hold on, Danny, with all due respect, when black people have tried to liberate themselves on the African continent, I told you the war on the FBI by the CIA, the MI6, etc., has assassinated them. So this makes no sense, Danny.
Makes no sense, Danny.
This
Yeah.
doesn't make any sense.
But the thing is, brother, he hasn't done the
But
history.
that's
and
where
that's
you'd
why,
come for betterment.
That's why we have to.
That's where you'd come with a betterment, wouldn't it? You'd be making.
No, but you're going against the black betterment though. The brother is explaining black betterment, and you're going against black betterment, and now you're saying this is where the betterment comes in. Come on,
I'm not
brother
saying.
Danny.
I'm not going.
You're better than this.
against it. I'm not going against it.
You are unsynchronized with.
I'm saying it's a better way of doing it, rather than going to a white population and saying we demand this, we demand that.
No, bro. No
Surely.
demands. Hold on, no demands. We're talking about
But
building.
there is demands. This is what I'm saying. It might not be you and your group, okay, but
we're
as a
they're
collective,
unsynchronized.
the people who so
Danny,
they're
look at
unsynchronized.
yourself.
So them blacks
Look
are
at yourself.
unsynchronized with
Hold on,
you.
let's break down, right? We say
How many of yous are there?
Let me say this point. It's very important point. It's very important. We say black man and black woman. You're saying you love non-black women. So already you're unsynchronized. But can we? Do we have to?
Why is that unsynchronized? Why would that be unsynchronized?
Because it's not synchronized black women. Because black men is black men and black women.
But is that me though? It's unsynchronized with you and your values.
Yes, of course.
You're unsynchronized with me and my values.
Well, you get the point. Unsynchronization is a word used to describe black people working with black people on black issues, right? So if you're unsynchronized with black women, that's what it is. It's not a good or bad thing. It's so we understand who to network with. That's all it is. It's like who can we actually build with to build a better tomorrow? We can't build with unsynchronized people. You know, it's like playing football for a rugby player. It just makes no sense. These are gonna pick up the one handball and get a red card. So we're saying,
but we're not going to have black betterment at the detriment of another race.
But remember, you're painting that picture because you're doing the bidding of other group. We're not doing no detriment. We're saying we are the ones in detriment, and we're trying to fix ourselves. Once again, you will never speak on that because you're conditioned to do that, and we're merciful towards it. We're like, that's fine, right? But we're saying that we recognize that every action we're saying, you are the opposite. Every action we're saying, there is nothing we have said that you synchronize with. You are literally a European with black face, yeah, and that's what
I was born in Europe. I live in Europe. Okay, right. Europe is my home, so I'm glad I am a black European then, rather than somebody who has spent minimal time in Africa, right, but comes over into Europe and saying we demand X, Y, and Z. So I would prefer to be more true to my cultural synchronization here, as in I'm born here, I've lived around English people, I've done my whole education work, all of that with English people. Do you see what I mean?
But we do work on the African continent. You've never, with all due respect, been on the African continent.
Who's lived in
Africa? And you're trying to tell us that we don't do them things. This doesn't make any sense.
How many people have been to Africa for 6 months or more?
We have.
To better.
Well, do you hear what Robert Carroll said?
Have you?
Robert, yeah, we have. Yeah, of course.
Who you been there?
Yeah.
King Cow, have you been to Africa for 6 months or more?
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Here's what it is, brother.
Justice.
Forget that. Forget the name game.
It's important.
Hold on. He's saying that he's building connections, right? So that connections can happen whether you're here or there, right? You find other people to network with and you do constructive work, you see? And that's something that Black Betterment promotes, you see? How to find, like I said, you find black people wherever they're located and do constructive work, whether you're in America, Canada, Africa, the Caribbean. Yeah. So when you're saying, well, I go back to Africa, it's an option. The option is one day to live there, maybe, right? It's a beautiful place. But we're saying that if you can have Chinatown in England and you can have English Town in Kenya, then you can have Afro Town or Black Town in China or in black people, and then we'll network. We'll practice the same behavior that other groups do. But you seem to be ignoring that and saying no. And the reason we think so, not necessarily you, but the reason why people who you might be speaking for want that is because we are like the spending class for other people. I mean, they know they're going to get 100% of money from their community and 98% of money from our community. So like, wow. So if we change our mind, they're like, man, we're losing money here. Even though they're getting double fold, they got used to living in a double fold. They got used to having two houses. You know, to ask a man of two houses to live in one, he'll think I've got no space. But remember, there are people who have no house. So it makes sense to take that house back. Yeah, because it's our house in the first place. Rather than spending everything away, we own things and we contribute at equal level. We trade at equal level. Danny, if you want to come into the black community and buy black goods as a white black person, you're welcome. You can bring your non-black wife and your children and everyone in your family and shop. No one's going to kick you out. But we're saying that we want to build it first.
I have no problem. This is where your unsynchronization is, because I've got no problem of going to the shop. If I go to the shop, I don't check to see who owns the shop. Right, I'll go there and do it. And if you said I'm selling these things, you set up a business, you're selling these things, you know, it's close enough, I'll come and support.
Yeah,
you know,
but Danny, this doesn't make any sense because your organization is to track down on those who are non-white who have set up shops. You see, this is the problem, Danny.
How is that? How's my organization to
this
track
is
down
the problem.
who haven't?
But remember, you're campaigning. But you're campaigning for there's too much non-white people in the UK. They're taking all the jobs. They're taking all the shops, etc. And now
there's too many illegal.
I know, but Danny, Danny, brother. But here's the thing, though, Danny. Remember when I told you that there's illegal.
These guys will take stuff
European immigrants. There are illegal European immigrants, especially from UK, in South Africa right now. You know, in South Africa right now, they're taking all the jobs, they're taking all the properties, etc. You haven't addressed that. You're okay with that?
Okay, with the South Africa problem, I've got a problem with South Africa with going into the international court saying one people are committing genocide when the blacks in Africa are killing the white farmers at a rate of genocide. So let's talk about that then.
I don't think that you should go down that path. I don't think you should go down that path because it's going to lead to apartheid and more oppression.
That's what it looks like you want. Is apartheid.
No, I'm not forced. I'm not forced.
Exactly. There you go.
Brother Danny, would you say you're white identified?
We're getting somewhere.
Huh? Yeah. Would you say you're white identified?
Would I white identify?
You say
not really. No, I don't.
Because right now, here's what it is. The world understands that black people have been heavily mistreated in the land of South Africa. It's almost like a common thing that the world knows, right? But
and since it happened, what happened? Since the apartheid dropped, what happened? They got their own back by killing whites at a level never known.
Right. So here's what this is make believe what you're saying, but
how's it make believe? Right, we'll get some stats up then.
No, because the black people murdered by white people is off the roof, right? And the economic sanctions that they're still going today, regardless of whoever's in power. But what the more of the story we're saying is, if you're white identified, you're never gonna understand black plight because you when you go for it, you'll have an explanation of to justify it, right? But you always look at the plight of the dominant society, and so you might be like a proxy black person or something, right? Where their views are lived through people like yourself, and that's why you are coming onto black betterment places to spew this kind of like white unite agenda. But it's like you don't really, you're not speaking. You're not even speaking for the oppressed. I could say, look, speak for black people, but I know that would be like an alien. You're not even speaking for the oppressed. So I can look at other nations and go, you know what, I'm not from that nation, but I can see that this nation is oppressing that nation. You don't even speak for the oppressed people. Forget black people. You don't speak for oppressed people. So you are white identified, and the whites can do no wrong. And the thing is, this behavior isn't new. Like if anyone acts shocked towards you, I would question them because we've seen this before historically. It's a very known way of behaving, right? And I'm saying for us, like we have ways of dealing with it. Like you are always our brother. See, you're our brother in genetics, but you're not our brother in ethics. Do you understand? Yeah. So we're trying to help you by osmosis, meaning if you tell us stories of anyone that tries to harm you or you can't find work because of your outer shell or your lineage that you might not acknowledge, we want to make sure that you can actually have that and go through less stress. Now, let's just pretend that you marry a black woman and have black children, whatever it is. We want to make sure that they're not being mistreated. You see? So it's very important that we do this kind of stuff, but we never expect to ever convert people like you because you might be too far gone. But know that I'm hoping we never speak badly about you, and know that we want to change the world so people who look like you don't go through any stress you might have gone through. I hope that makes sense to you, brother, because we know before this conversation happened that very little we can say can actually change your mind. We're merely talking through you to the internet so we can push ideology out there so people can see a better way of operating. But we don't expect you to actually take any heed in becoming constructive towards black men. Like absolutely none. And that's the honest truth, brother Danny.
Yeah, but like I said, there's no problem with black betterment if it's not to the detriment of any other people. And you can say that, I'm white identifying or whatever, I'm English identifying. And that's how everyone if you are born in the UK, you should be supporting the UK rather than this Pan-African, Afrocentric kind of ideology that's going on that only a small percentage of people do agree with. And when I'm saying, I want to protect my borders, I want to kick out all the illegals, okay, that is because England is my country. Now I see England as you probably see a foreign land as your country.
Danny, is your ethnic
so that's
group
why
English?
That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter
Danny,
about.
I've asked a very important question. Is your ethnic group English?
Is my ethnic group English?
Yes.
Well, of course not.
Right. Okay.
Of
So
course.
you acknowledge that.
My nationality is English.
No, your nationality is British. You can't be
No, because England's a country.
It is, but you've got a British passport.
So I was born in England.
So there's a European.
There's no such thing as an English passport, though, is there?
It's right. Well,
there's no such thing as an English Parliament.
But I'm saying this right. Does your European friends acknowledge you as an English person?
Yeah.
Right. So they don't see you.
Or maybe British. I don't know. It's probably British because he's been indoctrinated into people.
And that's something we should talk about, like how your peers see you, because how you think they see you and how they actually see you might be two different things. Like, I think David Lammy or someone was on the TV the other day fighting to be identified as ethnically English. And
who?
I think it might have been David Lammy. I could be wrong. 1,000 forgiveness if it was. And I just think interesting, like the levels that some of our brothers and sisters go to want to be identified as a different ethnic group, right? And that there was a Jamaican MC guy who could be accused of maybe trying to be Jamaican. I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't know his story. But what I'm saying is, you acknowledge that no matter how well or how much you spew of their kind of ideology, they will never see you as one of them. You understand that, right?
Who's they and them?
Well, because you made 2 points. You said, why do we have to talk about race? I'm English or I'm English. But then your slogan is white and black unite. So it goes against what you're saying. You should have said English and black unite, shouldn't you?
Why?
English. Well, because you said
Black White Unite was a direct response, okay, right, to Black Lives Matter. A direct response when I noticed that people were not allowed to say all lives matter. I realised when they said, all lives matter don't matter until Black Lives Matter, or some rubbish like that, right?
Well, brother Danny, explain to the user, the listeners, because you'll know best, what Black Lives Matter means. What was it? Why did it come? What did it represent?
I don't know, because it was just a Marxist slogan to make money in my eyes.
This is important now.
I don't know. I don't know what it actually means.
Hold on. This is important because you've run a T-shirt, you've gone on shows, you've tried to shut these things down to an idea that you don't even know. And this is the problem we have.
I know what they're trying to say. But they're unsynchronized with what they're saying. They're saying that Black Lives Matter, okay? So they're basically saying that black peoples and black lives should matter because it's not at the moment. So they're saying that in America, which I can appreciate is different to England, and there is a lot more, I guess, racial tensions. But when they're saying Black Lives Matter and they're taking the donations that they're getting and they're not giving it to any black people, and when black children were dying in drive-throughs, okay, and they weren't doing anything, but yet if a criminal had a shootout or something happened with a criminal and a police officer, then they would be straight onto that. So Black Lives didn't matter to Black Lives Matter, even though their slogan was Black Lives Matter.
Let me explain, because you said you don't know, so we can explain, right? So
no, that's why I don't know, because it's unsynchronized with what they've done, by mansions and rioting and looting.
So
doesn't have anything to do with black people
is more between me and you now. So the reason why and it's not black lives, this is in general, we would judge the police more harshly than we judge criminals, is because we're paying for the police to uphold the law and not murder people based upon race. While criminals,
That's right.
they're criminals.
But there's more white people dying in police custody than black people.
That's not true. Because when you deal with the police, the police suite and the police custody in the UK,
prove me wrong.
A lot of our relatives are being killed in the police custody. Danny, you're very unsynchronized, man. It's a shame. That's not true at all.
You haven't studied. You have okay. We'll have to set up a class to do the people who have been murdered, and that's the thing, Danny. By you starting conversations, by you don't really know what Black Lives Matter is, and you have done the research. Not that we're even spewing Black Lives Matter, but what I'm saying is, by you.
I was being sarcastic.
Well, you should try.
I just explained what Black Lives Matter meant. Okay, but it doesn't mean that in the UK, because it's a Marxist organisation based in America just to grift the money off of black people and not give any money to black people. Because we can look now, I can get the GoFund now. That hasn't been given to black people. It's still there because they wouldn't give the money. Because
here's what it is, right? We are merciful to black organisations because there's so little of us and we're so easily corrupted. So even though when you look at Black Lives Matter, because it doesn't have a black betterment philosophy behind it, we can't really fully develop it. Well, we can say, well done to the sisters and that, but we're not going to tear it down. But you would be inaccurate to try to bring Black Lives Matter to any kind of Pan-African, pro-black, black nationalist, black betterment kind of talking point, because our philosophies are very important. We want to know what's your views on black family, black health, and black economics. And if you don't cover that, then we have to kind of like move somewhere else, but wish you well. That's like we're wishing you well, brother. You haven't mentioned black economics, black health, or black families. So we wish you well. We want to help you write osmosis, but we understand that our ideologies are completely different. You're all white identified, we're black bearers. Two different things. You know?
How is it two different things? That because I haven't said about black families. We can go to the black families and we can see why. But we can already see why there's an absence in black fathers.
If
Let's talk about that.
Because
let's talk about that. Let's talk about the children who's on the street from noon to night selling drugs. What about the people? Are you doing that for the black community? The black economy, is that the drug dealing in the black communities? Crack smack to black people. See, you're not uplifting. You're not uplifting black people, are you?
About to come. You're about to receive it. Here it comes. So basically, we say everything's holistic. I was said it before. We'll say it again. So when you're constructive, you know your history. You love black women love black men. You raise constructive black families who. If you go to Pan-African schools and see people who are really educated in Pan-Africanism, right, from youth, and they're trained to love. There is videos on Speaker's Corner where people have come to me and they've said, by listening to what you're saying and other brothers and sisters, I can never stab another black person again because I actually have self-pride and love, and I have nightmares now about the wickednesses I've done. It's all documented, right? And that's good. But what that demonstrates, right, is self-hate. Now, people are going to be listening very carefully, but self-hate can actually manifest or manifest in different ways. So it might manifest in one way where black people stab each other, kill each other. It might manifest another way where they'll never date their own women, or they'll be white identified and never associate with black struggles and try to go into other communities. It happens in many different ways. We've identified many of them, or if not all of them, and we're trying to reverse it, but we understand that sometimes we're going to fall short. Yeah, but we don't give up, right? But know that when you ask a question about these things, these are our models. And if you ask why we say you're not synchronized with it, it's because by saying you don't want to be with a black woman, she's not your preference, we failed. By not making the black man value the black woman in entirety, as in that is your it's not primary, it's your obligation. It's not preference, it's obligation, right? By you not even understanding that, we are unsynchronized.
Okay, we're always going to be unsynchronized because I'm not sure it was Lady D or if it was Nanifa that said it, and it was perfect. Okay, I agreed 100%, and it says that black people can't understand, full black people can't understand mixed race people because obviously there's different dynamics in play. Okay, so you're only going to one type of people who say, well, if you don't believe in only going with black women because you're visibly black yourself, okay, you failed. Well, no, being visibly black, right, and being half caste or mixed race or whatever you want to identify it, okay, is totally different than being full black and having, you know, your whole family lineage as full black. So
I
you
respect.
can't
I
say
respect your opinion.
you can't say because of one thing of yours, you know,
Yeah.
one little section of yours. If you don't fit into that, then you can't do X, Y, and Z. But
You
I think
can.
a
You can.
unification. I think if we all
can.
got together, okay, you wouldn't have to have a black betterment because we would all be
Mm.
striving for betterment.
What you're
wouldn't we?
doing is you're self-sabotaging, bro, at the moment.
Very
I'm
unsynchronized
self-sabotaging at
again.
all.
Very
Very
I'm not.
unsynchronized, man.
You know, I'm
It was. It was.
unsynchronized.
Let's
I'm fine with
explain.
that. I'm happy
We'll
with that.
unpack it. Let's
I'm
unpack
happy
it.
I'm an unsynchronized man.
What you've done is important because you've talked about an experience of the person with one black parent, and we're saying that black betterment. If you have one black parent, you're always welcome to join. But it's not for us to try to tell you who you are and who you're not. What we will remind you is that in the historical times, unfortunately, the biracial person was a product of terrible abuse by the Europeans, and it was a black woman who looked after the child, and it was a black queen that looked after the child, right?
That's
So
right.
because of this, that's right. Because of these histories, we're saying that we have a history with that particular arrangement, and we've had marvelous families with it, right? We're saying that we're going to continue that bond if they so wish to choose. But if they wish to then go to the side that benefit from that kind of destruction, so be it. We can't, like I said, it's not for us to dictate, because sometimes you might have a person with two black parents who decide to go to another community via marriage or just leave the community. So it's up to you guys. But we have a value in black love and black families. And as a one black parent person, you're welcome if you choose to practice black betterment. If you don't want to, no one's gonna be not best pleased.
That's it. That's your position, and you know our position is exactly that. If black people don't need to go to this Pan-African black side, we can be black and British and be proud of the country that we're born in, and want to protect our borders, and want to protect our people, and want to protect against dividers. So Black White Unite wouldn't be for you anyway, because you wouldn't agree in any type of unification between the races. You know, you just agree.
Very unsynchronized, Danny. Very unsynchronized.
I'm unsynchronized.
Ice power does not believe in sharing power with some people. You should know that. You understand political science, and you want a disorganized group, as we are, to unite with an organized group has exploited us. This is very unsynchronized.
Do you think Africans in Africa would accept you? Call yourself the Sun People. Do you think the Sun People, actually from the land of the sun, would accept you?
Yes.
African ancestors have called themselves the people of the sun, Daddy. What are we doing?
You're not a person of the sun, are you? You're not a person. You're an ice person.
I'm definitely a person of the sun,
Well,
like
Danny,
Brother Raven.
Was you born in the sun? Was you?
Yeah, we are. We are. You might identify the same, but you have the same ancestry, and you're welcome if you wish. But obviously, you've chosen different.
But you're already causing a division by calling people ice people and that. So basically, I'm just going to go back and we have to resynchronize ourselves against a position of allowing certain people to be oppressed and allowing their children to be in schools to be oppressed, to allow the people in work to be oppressed.
I'll let you know how people will treat you.
DEI is not going to work in this country
because you're not synchronized with any form of historical method that is to push black people forward. You wouldn't be in any meetings. Like, they wouldn't probably let you in because you wouldn't fit. You see, and that's why I said we would help brothers like you by osmosis, right, or by pro bono. So if you came to us and said you need help getting a job or you need whatever, we always sit down with you and be kind or whatever it is. But you will never be on the board because you don't have the information needed and the conviction needed to set trends for black community, because essentially you're white identified. So you disqualified
Very
yourself.
sad.
Yeah.
Very sad, man. Very sad.
Well, I'm sure people in big business and that will be looking at you as, you know, the same ways. You're not willing to be together as the people. You just want to be your own some people. So, you know, good luck with that. And no one's ever going to be really fully synchronized with yourselves, because you're not going to have enough people to be exactly supporting your level, black or white.
But our ancestors, Danny, including yours, have united with non-African people in liberation. Remember, in the UK, the Black Panthers, etc., we united with non-African people, and guess what happened? We all got exploited. Now it's time for us to separate.
Exactly. Now it's your time to exploit. That's what
Danny,
you wanted to say.
Have you heard of the diffusion of innovation? Have you heard of this term?
The what? Sorry.
Diffusion of innovation. Have you heard this term?
Not in that words, but
Well,
yeah,
I'll
it,
explain.
it
I'll
might
explain.
it might be
I
something I
was
heard.
hoping you don't, so I can explain to the audience.
Yeah,
So what it
yeah.
is you said 5%, right? But in order for any idea to spread, you need 2.5% of a community group to spew it, to actually innovate it, get it out there. And then what happens? You have what they call the early adapters, which is 15%, about 30% to take it. So even though you said 5%, that's actually twice as much as you need to get something going. So even if we were 5%, which we're not, but even if we were, that would be a great number to get the idea of Black Betterment out, because that's how ideas spread. So when you use all these terms that you're against, like Black Lives Matter, because those ideas were once 2.5%, then it became like a world phenomenon, right? And that's how innovation works. So I'm just educating you on just so you know for future time.
Oh yeah, that's fine. But when you're going up against 75% or whatever, you're never gonna get the majority out of that. It's sad that you want to be the super nationalist or the whole majority because of historical.
The
I know,
reason why
I do.
you came in here to wear Black Lives Matter because
an acorn
they
grows to
did
an
it
oak tree.
2.5%. Yeah,
An
good for
acorn grows to an oak tree. It's simple, isn't it?
Good, bro. But what I'm saying is, you said Black Lives Matter because they did the 2.5 innovation, right? That's why you want to talk about what we've done, because we're in the current form of doing it. Yeah. But when it comes to your luxury that you have been early to this ideology or this movement, that you can now know it, so you can speak with research if you choose to do so. But one thing you'll find is you have to understand what we're about. So we're about Black health, Black economics, and Black families. Yeah, these are
and that's supremacy. To me personally, that's a group of Black.
No, Danny,
supremacy
is the caste system. Danny, supremacy is the caste system in Asia. Supremacy is the caste system in the Middle East. Supremacy is what the Europeans use to put Black people on the bar. That's supremacy. We don't have no supremacy, Danny. Because remember, we are collectively inadequate.
But Danny,
no. People say people say collectively inadequate when you know you're in a strong position. You know them people. You know like boxers and that, and they do their final outside technicalities or whatnot. They do a little sparring session outside, the world's watching. They don't show exactly what they have trained or how they are. They're just going around saying whatever. Yeah, I'm the underdog. Andy Ruiz did it against AJ. He kept saying, I'm the underdog, knowing what kind of power he's got. So when you're when you say that you're the underdog, but you actually know you're actually stronger than that, you'll keep saying things like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, we are the I can't remember the word you use now.
Effectively inadequate.
Yeah. We're the inadequates and whatnot. When you know that you're not. And it'll be futile. It'll be kind of futile to say in England that you are the inadequates.
Danny,
because you're really not.
Danny, we know you don't value research, and we want you to value research. Once you provide research and see where we're actually not inadequate, or we're actually adequate at something, let us know. Because once you discover it, we're gonna really case study that and master it. Because right now we can't find anything. That's why we're trying to do it. But you're trying to stop that. So when we say we are collectively inadequate, I know you're well identified. But you're part of a Black person in that analogy. So we're saying, yes, this is part of being collectively inadequate, where you have Black-faced people who have gone through racism, but still will fight for the racist people that mistreated them. You see, that's how we would use it. You're part of that. You're part of that concept.
But you're looking at it in that way. You're looking at it as in it's the white face. It's the white face. It's the white face.
You will not see Arab. You will not see Asian. You will not see yellow, brown, whatever colors you get for you want. You won't see a group where there's a discussion about how to be better, and you have an Asian person down there saying, "I want to sabotage everything of progress, everything that's."
I'm not sabotaging.
That's
right. What have I sabotaged? What have I sabotaged?
You are sabotaging.
I'm just allowing the white people to realise. I'm allowing the white people to realise. Hang on a minute. It goes on both sides. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
No, you want the white people to disrupt Black people from organising, even though you know that white people have subjugated us. This makes no sense
for these people who feel that they can't speak out about it. You know,
Danny, I asked you a simple question the other day. I said to you, right, should a disorganized group unite with an organized group which has exploited them? I ain't heard no answer yet.
But that's the way you're looking at it. Yeah, I don't have an organized group. The white working class is not an organized group because they have the same kind of oppressions as you would claim yourselves. But you're
So
saying that
Danny,
no, it's
one
different.
second,
They've still
Danny.
got
Danny,
some.
1 second, Danny. So let me ask you a quick question, please. Yeah. You see the people that you complain about, yeah, the powers that be, the white liberalists and all these varying people that you describe, yeah?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah? You're saying that those are the ones that actually are causing the problems and mayhem. Is that correct, yeah?
What, the white liberals?
Yeah.
Yeah, the white liberals are massively to create this divide. 100%. They're actively doing
okay,
it.
1 second, because we keep putting in words. So let's just go a little bit at a time, yeah? Because I'm listening to you. I'm like, all right, then cool. But what was I gonna say? I forgot what I was gonna say now. Tarati. All right, go on, talk. I'll be back. Sorry, gentlemen. I was coming with
That's
a point,
cool.
but it clear went out of my head. But I will be back, Danny.
All right, cool. Yeah, but yeah, going on to, where you were saying that I'm unsynchronized or anything like that, then it's.
I just remembered.
If we should be, oh, go on.
I'm so sorry. I just remembered. So what I want to ask you is, Danny, yeah, do you right? So we already discussed that we understand that there's a powers of be situation, yeah, that are pulling the strings with all of these things while on, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just heard you use the word divide, yeah, because I know he's about to talk about the whole division of certain sort of politics, like you know, black versus white, and you know, Asian versus and all this type of shit. All right, cool. But what I was going to ask you, just in particular with the black and white thing, is yeah, because that seems to be your main sort of paradigm in it, and that's where you seem to do most of your comparisons and so forth and so on, yeah. Which for me, I think is a false premise to begin with. You know what I mean? To compare black and white, I think you're already falling at the first hurdle because I don't think they're comparable. But that's the question that I want to ask you. Do you think that they are comparable? Do you think that the black struggle, quote unquote, and this now seeming white struggle that people are trying to create is the same? Yeah. And let me just finish off. The reason why I ask that is because anytime you are told of a black situation, your ultimate reply is always, well, the white people this and the white people that and the white people this. So, for example, yeah, black power, yeah. Why do you believe that black power, especially in America, became a slogan and a thing? Why do you think it became a thing?
Because it was trying to collectivize and rise up black people, I guess, in a time when they felt they had no power. The time they felt, 100% oppressed, and it was because it was through the civil rights movement. But we're not in a civil rights movement at the moment. But your original question is a very, very good question, and it's one that that has to be answered, but it can't be answered now, because I do genuinely believe that the quote unquote black struggle is the same as the white struggle now, and the same quote unquote. So in probably 30 years time, you're going to have the children who have both had the same struggle, who both understand the historical struggles of the past of black people, because they're having it now. But in that 30 years time, potentially, okay, the black person might not be in the struggle anymore and is now the higher force.
Okay, cool.
Do you see what I mean? So they understand it, because now they're both in the same type of struggle, right? There's no difference now between black and white.
So, okay,
if you get a black child and a white child now, 5 years old, there's no difference.
All right, then, Danny. So
in economy.
All right, 1 second then. So, what do you believe has happened in the past, I don't know, maybe 40 years or however many years, yeah, whereby black people have gone from extreme racism, where there was no blacks, no Irish, no dogs allowed, etc., all the other riots and these other things that have taken place because of this, that, and the other, and all the other things that we can go into if you're not aware already. Yeah, we've already spoken about the need for the Race Relations Act, the Equal Equalities Act, and all these other sort of variant acts that have come as a result of certain situations. Yeah. So what I'm asking you is, what do you believe has changed in England? Why now we've gone from a situation of black oppression, let's call it, yeah, whereby you now believe that in 2024 that black and white people are suffering the same oppression?
What was the question? What? why it's happened. I think
Yeah,
understanding.
what do you believe
understanding.
happened? Yeah,
I think understanding from the past. I think people have got to a level. Now let's look at what happened. Okay, so the Windrush generation came in, and it was only supposed to be a certain amount of people. 500,000 people came in, and London looked flooded. Right, people were up in arms, and let me finish the whole bit because it's important. Right, so it looked flooded, and everyone was up in arms, and then you had gangs of races. You had people up and down the country where more coming in were saying, well, we don't want the blacks, and we definitely don't want the Irish. Do you know what I mean? So they were using that kind of parameters, and then there was this understanding that the black people weren't what they thought they were, because obviously they were doing the jobs, they were keeping themselves to themselves or trying to get into society, and then you have this fusion that happens fusions of the
one
cultures.
Second though, Danny, because words are very important. Because you just said a contradictory thing. You said they were keeping themselves to themselves but getting into society.
Yeah. So how's that contradictory? How's that contradictory?
Because
you can be part of a society and keep yourself to yourself, can't you? You're not praying. If you're part of a society, you're not. A Muslim is part of a society. Okay, he's not keeping himself to himself because he's praying outside the church every single day. Right? Everyone knows that he prays outside the church every day, so he's not keeping himself to himself, but he's still part of the society. So what I'm saying with the black people is they're part of the society, but they're not going out doing things that are making it obvious that they don't want to be part of a society, or they have a different society, or whatever. Yeah, they're just doing what British people are doing. They're keeping themselves to themselves. They're working. They're getting their food. They're enjoying themselves. Then a fusion happens when people are looking into, what food do you get, or what music do you listen to? What do you do? This kind of subtle fusion happens, and then it goes deeper. And then the ska music came out, and it was a big scene, right? Massive. It exploded, right? And this is where the understanding was like, we are the same in effect. There's no differences. We apologise. But when them people grow older, they take their positions with them and they pass down to their children.
Okay,
and
so
this is where it happens.
I think we can find a bit of 1 second. Let's pause there, right? Because you just mentioned something, and again, this is something where we sort of spoke about before, right? So you just mentioned ska and all this. So you're basically speaking about music integrating people, yeah. Of which you're not gonna get any excuse from me, yeah. But what I would just add to that is that, yeah, there was integration in that regard, but it was very much low level integration. You get me? What do I mean low level? It's very much the working class, the poor working class people. Yeah. You mentioned ska and all of these things, and I think before you even mentioned skinheads and all of them things there. You get what I'm saying to you? Yeah. So I would agree with that to a certain extent, because even when we come to like the integration and the mix and the mixing up thing, it's generally the low level people. You get me? It's not like in the upper echelons that like there's all this black and white unite. No. Yeah, this black and white unite. Yes, amongst the council estates, this, that, and the other. Once white people get to a certain thingy bobby, if you're not a footballer, you're not getting a black man. So let's not go on like that. You know what I mean? We're in this time where everything is united, all the rest of it. No. Yeah. That's all, you get me. So I'm hearing your picture, but I still have to put in a few caveats. You see what I'm saying to you? Because
but that caveats is in your head. That caveats is in your head.
No, it's not in my head.
You're making negative connotations now with
you see, you don't like the truth, bro. This is the truth. This is the truth.
Okay, let me carry on with it then.
Let me prove to you why it's not in my head.
Let me carry on with it. Let me carry on with it.
I'm going to tell you why it's not.
Let me carry on with it.
I'm going to prove to you why it's not.
I'll answer your question.
That's fine, but I'm also going to prove to you why it's not in my head, yeah? Because we've had the very recent situation where Harry, Prince Harry, your beloved Prince Harry, married a mixed race girl, who she doesn't even appear black. She doesn't even appear dark like you. You get me? She can pass for white, it could be argued, but it's just that we know she's black, Now, was the royal family happy with her being in the royal household?
Probably not.
Why? Okay, why not?
Probably the same reason that they killed Diana. Because they don't want to have this outside blood mixed with their blood. But that's a totally different situation.
So, no, it's not.
Literally it is.
No,
literally.
It's not.
There has been bloodline for the royal family, which isn't the original bloodline anyway, right? The bloodline for the royal family has been kept as pure as it can for centuries upon centuries. Right, wars have been happened over that
Yeah,
bloodline,
but
so
the
it's a
point
totally
is,
different
Danny,
situation
it's
to
not
what you're
different.
trying to do.
No, it's
Because
not.
she was a,
No, it's
they would
not
have done it
different.
at any point in time.
No, it's not different, Bab. Yeah, it may be an extreme, but it's not different. I'm just using that to show you that because you're trying to go on like there's this mixture and this infusion wagwana. No, yeah, this is just amongst the common people, as it were. Because once you start going up, once Danny, you start going up to the middle and upper echelons, they're not doing this black and white mix up thing.
No, they're not exactly.
No, they're not. No, some middle class women might take some. Sorry,
I was going to answer that.
Go on, with then. As long as we establish
with the rest of it, okay. So we got to a certain stage where we had this fusion with music, integration with food, with the people, with the council estates. You know, you go on a council estate and you know that half of them are black, half of them are white, but the kids don't care. They're still playing football. In fact, what we're going to do is we're going to play football. We're going to play blacks versus whites. But we're not going to call it racist because it's not. We just saw that there's a lot of black people and there's a lot of white people, and the only way we can identify ourselves on our teams is black versus white, right? Okay, yeah, but listen. But these children here, right, when they've grown up into school, then we've been indoctrinated by the liberals, okay, by the people who want to keep people down to say no, all of yous cannot go up to the higher bit. You can't be a politician. You can't be that, because that's what we needed. We needed as that group of people infused in everything needed to go into the politics, and then we needed to bring people up with us. But that was stopped. Even today, we vote when we vote for an elite person. Somebody doesn't look like us or speak like us. No, it's the same thing. We needed to carry on, but the liberals stopped it. They halted it because they could see what was going on. So then they started putting critical race theory into the schools. So that black versus white scenario is now a racist scenario. Now they're saying that the whole thing's racist, right? Because they needed to put a divide into people. So in the schools they use critical race theory, right? So this is how they've done it to us. But there was at one point an infused people, and what's happening now is these groups and other groups are making themselves separate from everyone else. They're saying, right, you know, we're going to have our black betterment. We're going to support the liberal Marxists. We're going to go and support, you know, the far right. We're going to go and support, you know, the Middle England people. So everyone's in their own little boxes now. So Black White Unite is to get rid of the boxes and say we can do this as a people.
1 second,
if you want to, but it seems to be a lot of people don't want to.
Hold your horses, Danny. Do you see black people as an ethnic minority? Yeah. Do you see black people different to, say, Chinese?
Do I see black people different to Chinese? What do you mean different? Like, of course
do you see them different?
I look at them different.
So
yeah,
okay.
I say there's a black person, there's a Chinese.
All right. So Chinese people definitely practice group economics. You would agree with that, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. But you ain't got a problem with that, have you?
It doesn't come into my life. Our paths don't cross.
Okay. So does
Wow.
So black people practicing black economics, does that come into your life?
Well, that affects me when you're trying to make it separate, as in a whole separate. It's different. Chinese doesn't support Chinese betterment. Yeah. They use Chinese people because they're a little group. They're a little community who have found out that they can make some money here and there.
Talking doesn't make you right, man. Just slow down. Did you say that Chinese don't do Chinese betterment?
Well, not like how you're explaining it. Well, not you, but this panel is explaining today. I don't think they do. No, I don't think it's something that they're forcing.
They don't force.
I don't think they're forcing.
Do you know about China?
And are you forgetting about Mao Zedong? Hold on. Are you forgetting about Stalin and Marxism, what they used to organize China? Remember you mentioned that, you know, Danny.
I know, but I'm saying the Chinese people here. I'm saying the Chinese people here don't force themselves to use their own economy. They just do it anyway. They go to other Chinese people as standard. They don't force
but
themselves
Danny,
to.
the thing
Nobody
is,
says,
though,
you know what, when young, you've got to go to Ting Tong and get all that stuff.
Danny,
They don't say that. They just do it as natural.
Danny,
as a natural
the
progression.
thing is, babe, stop, man. The thing is that you just admitted that you are not in any sort of Chinese circles. Yeah?
Yeah,
you
I'm
don't
not. Yeah,
speak
100%.
Chinese
No.
people. So then how can you say what they are not doing, bruv? How can you say how they are not doing their economics, this, that, and the other?
Okay, so how are you talking to me about something that you know that I'm not in their circles and you know that I can't do? Why are you using it for? Are you Chinese?
Because I asked you a question.
Are you Chinese?
You gave me an answer.
Are you black or Chinese? What are you? Are you Blackanese? What are you?
You're sounding.
No, because it's
Yeah,
the same
this is
It's the same
unsynchronized, Danny. No, it's not.
It's the same.
Because
I
once
know, I
no,
love
it's
being
not.
unsynchronized.
She asked you a
It's the
question
same
though.
thing. She
Asked you a question about Chinese betterment,
and
you said it doesn't affect you. But then again, remember the Chinese are trying to be in control now, and it's going to go against the European establishment. She asked you a simple question. You had no problems with it. But when she mentioned about black betterment, you had issues with it. You're unsynchronized. Very sad, man.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
You listened to something completely different.
The
She
question
said to
I
me
asked
about Chinese. She said to me
Yeah,
about
yeah.
Chinese, okay? And then I answered it about Chinese. And then she asked me, how would I know that? Because I'm not Chinese. So I'm saying, well, how do you know what you're saying? Because you're not Chinese, unless you are Chinese. And then when we're talking about the Indian people, I expect her to be Indian to know about the Indian economy by her own premise. That's what I'm saying.
Danny.
That makes no sense.
Danny, you're
Well,
not.
it wouldn't do because it's normal, it's normality. So it probably wouldn't, Kinta.
What did you last
Kunte.
say?
Big up Kinta Kunte.
Hold on.
Big up Kinta Kunte. No. He's cool. He's trying to derail Sister Nine. You got him. Big up Kinta Kunte. Now, Danny.
Hasn't got me at all.
No, she has. She asked you a question about Chinese betterment, and you refuted it. And there is Chinese betterment. There is Chinese betterment,
but not how you are doing it. Not how you are.
We don't have collective power. So once again, I said to you already, supremacy is the caste system.
Power, though, don't they?
No.
They have collective power. We collectively don't have.
But how did they have collective power, being an immigrant of this country? How did they get this collective power? When realised they're not English, because they don't look English, they don't look white, and they haven't got characteristics, so they're different. As soon as you can see a Chinese person, you know they're different.
That's why I said though. So
how did they get that thing, that betterment? They didn't say, oh, we have to practice this. They did it normally. They saw other Chinese people and worked with Chinese people.
Did I not tell you about Mao Zedong, who formulated the Marxist thing to get the China? No, Sister Nine. No, because he's trying to get away from the fact that the Chinese people learned from Mao Zedong, right? Stalin, etc., and better Chinese people and formulated Pan-Asian with the Indians, etc. and that. So you got to understand he's trying to get out of that, which he can't get out of.
But a lot of people are using Maoism at the moment.
You see, the thing is,
the Marxists of Black Lives Matter said about the Red Book, about the army. This is what they're using. So yeah, Mao Zedong, we know about
George Soros owns Black Lives Matter. A European man, Iceman, controls and owns Black Lives Matter. What are we doing?
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't control. He doesn't. How does he control it? So how did he get? How did he let Patrice get like £82 million out of the whole situation?
You don't know who funded BLM, Roscoe.
Who you say that funded him? What Iceman?
George Soros.
George Soros. A bit of the money come from the Open Foundation, the Open Source Foundation, which is linked to Soros. But this is a highly a Marxist organisation that goes all the way back to Kimberly Crenshaw and them days. This is where Black Lives Matter has come from because it's come from the ideology of the critical law theory.
But Brother Danny, you've articulated your bias towards black people. Because
how have I articulated my bias?
You have no smoke towards Chinese people for doing the same thing, and the reason you have no smoke is say, "Well, I don't really interact with them."
It doesn't affect me.
Hold on. Plus, you said by osmosis they do it. So meaning because they're adequate at practicing it, you're not gonna speak about it. Because we're inadequate, you're gonna speak about it. The idea is for us to be like the Chinese people, isn't it?
No,
we govern by our own self-interest.
No, because what the Chinese people are doing. Let's just get to this one little bit because I'm going to go in a minute because we need 3 hours.
Yeah,
What the Chinese people have been doing, okay, is they just do it naturally. Like, this is what they're doing. It doesn't affect me what the Chinese people are doing in my day-to-day life. So I don't really look at it and say, oh, this is what Chinese people are doing. I've got to really think about it. Okay, but what does affect me? What does affect me in normal life is the stuff that's going on with the blacks and the whole situation of things that affect me. Okay, in my personal
so how
life.
Is black betterment affecting you?
When I know that immigrants who would be black can get a place in my daughter's school before anyone else around here. That affects me
doing your
daily.
Political broadcast and have a fucking conversation. Yeah, how is black betterment affecting you?
How is it affecting me? Because it's pulling away people from a unifying force and making separate sectors of my society.
Right.
My wider society.
Okay, one second. So, in what you just described there, yeah, is it different for black people to pull away and do what they're doing as opposed to Chinese people to do what they're doing?
Different.
As one
it's totally
second,
different. If you're forcing one thing and another thing natural, it's different.
By what you call naturally, is there a difference?
Well, the Chinese are not trying to take over multinationals. The Chinese are not trying to take over small local governments and things like this. The Chinese are not trying to take over anything. Chinese are just wanting to have the cash and carries and the little Chinese shops.
Roscoe. So who's trying to do? Okay, so who's trying to do all of the above that you just described?
Who is trying to do?
Yeah.
Well, black betterment, no? Trying to get into industries.
You mean create industries, bro?
Oh, create create industry. Sorry, my bad.
So who's doing more? You see what you just described above, yeah? What you just said about they're not doing this, they don't do that. Who's doing that more, black people or Chinese people?
Who's successfully doing it or trying to do it?
No, whether it be successfully or trying, who's doing it?
I don't understand the premise. To be fair, Chinese people are doing it. Chinese people are doing it. Okay, but it doesn't affect me.
Right.
Okay.
It doesn't
but
affect
black
you.
people are doing it, and it's affecting me because there are government lines and there are policies and there are things that is going on that affects my life.
How?
By the things that they're putting out. Listen, of a two-tier system. A two-tier system.
How can there be a two-tier system?
Well, of course. If there's no comeback for being black, then there's a two-tier system.
You just spoke about Chinese
people. A white person and a black person can say the exact same thing, and one will get villainized for it. That is not a fair system. That is not an equal system.
You don't talk to what I'm saying. You've just got this fucking tape that you want to say, but you're not talking to what I'm saying.
I haven't. I'm talking to you.
So how have you speak about Chinese people?
I don't get where Chinese people comes in because I can't talk about them because you told me I'm not Chinese. So why are we talking about it?
I'm not Chinese neither.
So we can't both talk about it by your own premise. By your premise, why are you, Roscoe, talking about Chinese if you're not even Chinese? So why are you talking about Chinese if you're not Chinese? Let's not talk about the Chinese. We're talking about black betterment.
Okay, I'm gonna try again, to see if you can catch it, Because I asked you in it, you get me? Why is it a problem for black people to do black betterment, when, for example, Chinese people are doing Chinese betterment, Asians are doing Asian betterment, Turkish are doing Turkish betterment, etc., etc., etc. Yeah.
Because black betterment, you're calling it as black betterment, and what I'm calling as black betterment, I guess, is happening every single day. It's overcoming normal routes. Other people are just doing their thing. It's not affecting the majority of society. But when two people, who one is black and one is white, they can't do the same thing, then that's an issue. I can do the same as a Chinese person.
Where is black betterment affecting other people?
How is it affecting them? Because there are policies that are put in place okay, where black betterment is happening, and it's
Like
you know
what?
where
Like what? Give me a
like I've said
policy.
1,000, like I've said 1,000
Brother
single
Danny,
times.
let me just explain
Okay,
this. No.
the
Hold
from the
on.
school. Let's go to the
Danny,
schools.
just focus
Schools,
at the moment.
there is money
Mate.
pumped into black
No,
people
no,
and
no,
black
no,
children.
stop, guys, we're causing
Much
confusion.
more than it is white
Hold on,
children.
Brother Danny.
There were white
Danny.
children
That's not
suffering,
true.
and their education is
So
failed.
one second, Danny.
Okay,
One second, Danny.
it is
Okay,
failed,
Danny.
and they
Danny,
still
okay,
don't get
Danny.
the help because
Danny,
all the money
now
goes
you're
into the
talking about
blacks.
an area
Let's go into
I
the
know about,
positive
Danny.
discrimination. Let's go into the
Danny,
positive discrimination. You've
Yo,
asked me a
this-
question. I'm answering you the answer.
Hold on, hold on.
We're going into positive
Can't
discrimination
talk
where they are
to
actively
provide
seeking for
any
jobs for black
evidence,
only people.
right? So give me
Sister,
some
please jump
one
in.
second,
Right,
Rat
boy.
Raven. I can hear you,
No,
Rat
no,
Raven,
no,
but
no,
your
no,
thing's
I
very
beg you,
low.
just let me just correct one thing. Black betterment is black people helping black people on black issues. If a non-black person does it, it doesn't register as black betterment. Everything you said has non-black involvement, so it's not black betterment. Carry on. There you go.
All right, cool. So black betterment is something completely on its own.
Yeah.
Okay,
Danny, can you
and
give
it's
me
not,
an
it's not even it. So
example?
why are you not
Yeah,
talking
but
out
black-
about all
listen,
the stuff that I've spoken about, like the positive discrimination, like the fact that the money's going into the education system and it's affecting black people?
Can you give me listen, Danny? Yeah, stop just fucking reading out shit, yeah, without fucking backing it up, right?
I've
So
backed
now,
up everything I
give
said
me an
all night.
example of this, all this black funding that you're talking about in schools, please. Give me an example. Give me an example, please.
Okay, the Stormzy Oxford Fund. There you go. You should know about that.
That's a dickhead example because that's
You
private.
should know about that.
That's
You should know about
private.
that.
That's
You should know about
private
that. Is
money.
it to white
That's
people
a
though? Is it to white people though? Is it to white people?
Dumb, man. This is so dumb.
You're asking me
just
for.
spoke about-
I've told you
this is
4
dumb,
different things and you disregarded it all.
I heard
So I'll give you
Stormzy.
one that
Give me
you'd probably
another one.
know.
I heard Stormzy. What's another one?
Okay, positive discrimination. Sadiq Khan asking the TFL workers that there's job opportunities, but for black only people.
Wait.
White people cannot apply for it.
Wait. Black only, not BAME, just black only.
Black.
Black only, not Asian.
I think it was black and Asian. I think it was black and Asian,
why
but
are
white
you
people
lying,
not to
bro?
apply. White
why
people
you
not to
lying?
apply.
Why are you lying?
What do you
know
mean why
it's
I'm
not
lying?
black only. There's no way that they could.
But if a black person goes for that job, they'll get the job
You're
over
lying.
a white person.
You're
But
lying.
Listen,
and
you're asking.
mixing them, and
All
this
right,
is
cool.
what I'm saying. That
Wait, but no, you're trying to switch things up. No, you're trying to switch things up. You're asking me for an explanation of what a black person could do other than a white person.
But you're not telling the truth. You
I
said
think
black
both
only.
of them things.
It's not black only. It's not black only.
Okay,
Bring it up.
let's use the
Give me
let's use the
it's not black
darkies. Should we use the terminology as darkies?
It's
Darks
not
versus
black.
whites.
You see this bollocks that you're doing, Danny, man. And this is what I'm trying to say. I wouldn't even mind if
not.
you're trying to bring your thing on truth, man. Yeah, you could have said nines is black and Asian, it's BAME, but you choose to say black only to shoestring or to shoehorn your thing. There's no way
This is what we're talking about.
There is
All right,
no
cool. All right, cool.
way
I apologize.
that
Let me go
legally-
back.
shut
Let
up and
me
listen
let
to
me
me,
retract.
man.
Let me
There is
correct
no
the tape.
way that they could legally put through something whereby it was headlined black only within HR. HR could not get away with it.
Okay, then
No
let's bring
way.
the Asians in as well. Then.
No
And
way.
we don't
can
mean
HR
we don't
get
mean
away
about the
with that.
Chinese Asians either. They're only talking about the brown Asians, right?
Sorry?
So let's bring them in as well.
So what?
So
So,
that's
now
legal.
we're bringing in Asians. So it's not just black people. Now we're bringing in Asians, yeah.
So that's legal, yeah? You're saying because if it was black only, it would be illegal. But if we bring in the Asians, it would be all right.
Because
If we
there's
bring in the
something called
brownies, it would be all
BAME.
right.
Because there is something called BAME that we know is illegal.
I
this,
don't
that,
know
and
why.
the other.
Listen, this is not black betterment topic. You're
No,
talking about
it's
a
not
European
about-
government.
Bro,
He's talking about European government. But why should
But
we have
he's
to
trying
ask for
to.
European
But
government?
he's trying to say, that
You know what?
certain laws or whatever are just being used to shoehorn black people into positions.
But it's not correct.
And
It's
it's a
not correct.
straight lie.
It is a lie. But before we even acknowledge that lie, it's got no like the people who are doing this alleged thing that you're saying are European. They're white. They're not black people. So you have to talk to them directly. But I don't know why you talk to black people about European power. You see, if we can break down how the power structure works, it makes conversation easier, right? Brother, your grievances is with your own people, the white people. You have to talk to them.
All right, let me go and talk. I'll talk to them because your black betterment is only a small portion of people. It's only a small portion of people, and it's very
It's just high
supremacy.
anxiety politics.
It's
because
not
he
high
was told
anxiety.
this
I haven't got the
before.
It's very high
anxiety. I'm
anxiety.
good.
Well,
I've
you
not
say
got no
supremacy, but
anxiety.
you're talking to people
This
in the
is
mud about
literally
supremacy.
black on black and only black, and everything else don't matter. That's
No,
what
no,
you said.
no one said anything about
That's what you
Matt.
said, man.
Well, remember, what you're doing is mistreating black people, which you need to stop because it's not correct.
No, you're
right?
mistreating black people because you're not allowing them into your group if they don't subscribe to your direct
you're doing the
line
same.
of
You're doing the
thought.
same. You're doing the same. If they don't subscribe to your
Yeah, I
white
wouldn't
and
allow
black,
supremacists in. Yeah, 100%.
listen, when you say supremacy, you have to understand where the supremacy happened because once again, your educational topic it hasn't been really fizzled out, and we need to really try to get you up to scratch, right? Because right now, if people have not listened to you, you're only going to confuse yourself and them. Yeah.
All right, cool. We'll set up a different stream at an earlier time and that because
yeah,
you know,
I'm always happy, bro.
now.
But what you want to do, you want to research some of the things you're saying, right? And that's so next time you come, you understand what you're saying. It'll just be easier for us to conversate if that's the case.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So if I look online for the Black Betterment movement, I can research. I can
type
research
the Black Betterment broadcast. If you type the Black Betterment broadcast, there's over 7,000 hours worth of content, right? It's called the Black Betterment broadcast. On YouTube, you'll find it, so you can easily.
But that's people talking about it, isn't it? So that's trying to indoctrinate others about making sure that this is the line that we do, like you did with Lady D. But if I've got like source topics to look at and read through, I think that'd be better because I'm not trying to be manipulated by voices and words and sounds. I'm just looking at it from my point of view.
If you look at Pan-Africanism or Black nationalism, you might get some ideas, right?
Black nationalism. All right, cool.
Black nationalism and Pan-Africanism, right? These two things, you'll find something in it. But the thing is, bro, you gotta be careful when you use this term "black supremacist" and stuff because it's.
That's what it is, though. I'm not gonna call a dog a cat when it's a dog. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
the supremacy. If you're not even allowing in people, black people who don't subscribe directly to 100% of what you're saying. And that to me is a very.
So we have two ideologies. One's called Black Better and one called Black Betterment Building. A Black Betterment Builder, that you can have. It's almost like a white belt in the sense of you can do one or two activities, and we recognize you as a builder because we recognize that. So, for example, we recognize that you, as a white identified person, might never ever do anything constructive for Black people directly, right? But maybe one day you do, and you do one thing. So that means every week you take young Black boys to the park to focus on health. Like, you play football with them, you specifically say, I'm helping Black boys with health, right? So you could be a Black builder in that one area. Everything else should be unsynchronized, but we recognize and we respect that because we don't want to push people before, out the window before they've even made any attempts. But you will never be a black belt because black belts will do the whole spectrum.
So I'll never be part of the group.
No, you will. You'll be the lackey. As a builder.
I would just be the slave that helps build up the group, but I'll never be part of the group. And so that's exactly what you're saying. Society is now to you.
I'll explain.
You're exactly saying that you're the workers, but you'll never be part of the European.
You're writing Rodell novels, and it's not true. So I hope you be true.
No, wait. Let me just give you what it is first, and then you can counter it. Because what you're saying is the builders, which is yourselves, in this white European area, so you'll never be fully part of the white European society, but you'll be building to raise it up. And that's exactly what you just said there about the Black Betterment building.
I'll explain. So Black Betterment is a lifestyle, right? And if the more people that practice the lifestyle, the more you're going to see Black people progress. So you're welcome to practice a lifestyle in one activity, meaning Black people playing football or Black girls learning how to program websites or a bank or a business, whatever. You have one area that you, in your mind, can go, you know what? All my life, I've realized that I've been unsynchronized. I've identified, but I want to do one good thing for my people, my old kind of people, right? With them, then you go, okay, I'm going to do this activity. And it's up to you to decide that activity. We allow that. And we can say, well done for practicing what we call Black Betterment building. But you will never be a Black betterer because your ideologies don't synchronize with us. And Black betterers have got such a hard job. We can only work with people who practice Black health, Black economics, and Black families. Anything else just cause confusion.
But that's the same thing. That's the same thing, really. As you can call it as you want. Yeah, It is a supremacist movement. And it's the same as trying to find the people in America.
No.
It's the same as the American. It's just a spin-off of what the Americans are trying to do.
Almost right.
By saying, "Oh, we're not, we're African American." You know, it's just the same spin-off of them people.
I'll tell you what it is. What you're doing is a supremacist movement. The white supremacists are so good at their strategies that they
if the black supremacists can do it, I'm gonna help. I'm gonna actively help the white supremacists. If that means that if there's a black supremacist movement that's doing their things and trying to do it, then it's only equal that you allow the white supremacists to do it as well. It's only equal.
Well, you say that, but remember, we know that you're practicing deception in the sense of we have acknowledged that we're inadequate and we're in a low place, and other communities work good as a team, and that's our motto. But you are painting something else. So at this point, you must be self-sabotaging. At this point, someone or something must motivate you to go into inadequate groups and make sure they never get their foot up. And you will have to explain what motivates you.
I don't go anywhere uninvited.
No, but what I'm saying is you're coming here and this is your behavioral pattern, right? So we can observe it and we say, okay, well, where have we seen this in history? We've seen it many times. So what it is, you are heavily identified to the point where seeing black people do anything constructive seems to be triggering some kind of self-destruct.
Okay, right. Answer me this one then. I've answered a lot of questions. Answer me this one. What would be the problem if I was white identifying? Why would that be so bad if it's not a supremacist movement?
So no one's ever said it bad, but we're saying we're trying to identify a phenomenon, and that is black people or so-called black people are in a group trying to find constructive solutions to black problems, and there's one person at every corner is self-sabotaging. So we're thinking, what has happened to do that? If this was the Chinese, the Arabs, or the Jewish, they'll have to go, look, there's a self-hating Jew or a self-hating Asian. They have to understand what is causing it, because if we don't know what's causing it, we're going to have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. To be honest, we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's a lot of self-sabotaging black people, and we do know the history, but we understand that some people, they sabotage at the back of their mind or the front of the mind. So out of mercy and correctness to them, we explain, here's what our analysis tells us of why you're so dedicated to undermining black progress. You see no value in black women. You can't even articulate one good thing that works good. But when it comes to South Africa and this stuff, you can tell me, why the white people must be saved. You can tell why the Anglos must be saved. You long to be identified as English, even though they won't accept you, but you have no African.
How will they accept me?
They won't accept you. Not as English. Because you'll never accept you as an English ethnic group because you're not English.
I don't want to be an English ethnic group.
Well,
I'm all right being half caste.
You see, brother, what you've done here, you've used a derogatory term to describe yourself. So when people call themselves the N-word, we say we probably shouldn't do that.
To who? It's not derogative to me.
Yeah, but Danny, half caste means half pure white and caste the black.
Yeah. No, it
that's very unsynchronized.
It means two castes have been brought together.
No, it doesn't. That's not the way they. That's not the way they meant it.
It's a potter's term. Where you can't, you do a copper cast.
By your definition, he is exactly that then.
It's not my that's not my definition. That's his ice people. Hold on, sister. That's the ice people's definition.
Well, that is the good definition.
That's not right. That's their definition, which he calls himself.
Well, that's what he's holding. He says wherever he goes, that's what he calls himself, and everyone's good. Yeah, I didn't know that half caste meant what you said, Carol. But if that is what it is, then syntax-wise, it's very correct to describe Danny Roscoe. Very correct.
Well,
so can you respect my feelings and use that then? It's not something to be.
No, we can't use half caste because we have people in the community who have one black parent who practice black betterment. We won't use derogatory terms to refer to them. You see, so it's not.
But they can't be your group. There can only be builders because they've only got one black parent.
No. You can have one black parent and be a black betterment builder. A better. If that person wants to practice black family, black health, black economics, then they're in the group. They're constructive.
But they're not black themselves.
Well, once again, you have modern day interpretation of half casteism to describe blackness. But if you look at the history of black people and black struggles, there have been many black members of the community who had one black parent at one time.
Yeah.
So why would we ban them?
Your definition of black betterment is that they have to be full because
no, I never said that.
they have to go for the black people. So if this person's
not full,
light skinned and goes for a dark skinned lady, then that means that their black betterment is up there. They're part of the crew.
No,
they'll never be part of the crew.
Marry someone within the black community. This could be a albino, could be a light-skinned black woman, could be a dark-skinned black woman, could be from West, North, South Africa, you name it. But they're black people. They're Afro-tropical people. They're black African people. They're African descent. That's that symbol. That's what we promote. I mean, but once again, if there are people with one black parent who do that, there have been many people in history who've done that. Many, right? You're just the exception to the rule because you were raised in a European society where you've become more identified. But they were black identified, you see?
So a white person who would, I'll just say a white person who identifies himself as black, and you know the people that I'm talking about, so they can be part of it then because they identify themselves as a black and they want to go with some type of half-caste woman.
No, because it's action, ancestry, and aesthetics. So
white people are not allowed.
It's not white people are allowed. There is no room for them because it's black people fixing black issues.
So there's no room for them. So white people are not allowed to join because there's no room for them.
Well, somebody's saying,
yeah.
Can a straight person be gay? It's like it just doesn't make any sense.
Well, it'd be bisexual, wouldn't it? But
then they wouldn't be.
And the bisexual would be like half caste, wouldn't it? So it'd be kind of one of those
here's what it is.
situations.
A bisexual is allowed to be in a gay community, but they're not allowed to be in a straight community. You see, it's just like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's black only.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping that was the most obvious thing we ever said. Black people helping black people.
So when I say exactly, so when I say you're only targeting towards black people, and you tell me no, that is a supremacy thing because you want to make black people the black race of your people above everyone else. Above everyone else, you want them to be higher. You want them to overcome the industries. You want them to overcome the banking and all that. Listen, be proud of what you are, yeah? Be proud of what you are. You're supremacists, be proud of that. Fuck it. You only live once.
But Danny, we understand what you're doing, and we're saying we know where it comes from. It's just by being identified that you're trying to destroy black progress. But what we're saying,
I'm not destroying black people, by the way.
No,
even though I don't mind being white identified.
Yeah,
if that's what you want to call me, then that's fine.
You're demonstrating it very well.
I'm not here for just the black people to rise up.
You're not here for black people at all, period. We understand that. But what we're saying is we recognize we're collectively inadequate and we see a value in fixing black issues. So it's like this. We would never mistreat a person who was blind and wanted to do a blind movement or a lesbian movement or a gay movement or a vegan movement or anything where people are trying to fix particular group issues. We're doing that. We're pushing lifestyle changes. That means it's lifestyle changes. You're not interested in
a white group. Can you help them out? A white group that want to push white values and white pride and all that. That'd be all right, yeah.
Well, it depends. Well, it's like this. Yeah. Well, it depends
what
on how.
One second, baby. 1 second. What would that look like?
Yeah, break it down.
What that would look like a bunch of people that want to take over and control industries. For white people to make sure that this ideology of white people with
where do you
extreme
Roscoe, do you live in England?
Of course I do.
Okay, who runs the major industries in England?
Who runs the major? This can go two ways. Who what's the major industries?
You tell me.
I don't know. You're gonna have to explain. You're gonna have to expand on your
question.
question.
Well, the ones that you keep saying that people of color have infiltrated and that white people no longer run them, and that they've been kicked out.
I haven't said anyone's infiltrated. You haven't infiltrated any. You're trying to, like it was said, the industries that was said that Black Betterment does, to try and rise up and create your own industries to rival the existing ones.
Okay, give me an example.
Well, I'm
where
assuming.
where your fear is coming from, where your fear
It's not
of
my.
this
It's not my. It's not my. It's not my.
uprising is coming from. Give
It's
me
not
an
my
example.
fears. It's not my fears like that. I don't have a fear of black people rising up and being successful. My fear is after that success. Yeah, of what happens because I've already
What
had
do
a
you
couple
think?
of toxic.
Okay, so
We've
let's
already had a
play.
couple of toxic comments.
So
Okay,
what do you think would happen if black
about
people
once
became
we
successful?
take, huh?
What do you think would happen if black people become this successful?
The same thing has happened in South Africa that they would go and oppress the
There
white
we
people.
go.
They'll go and oppress white people
So you're basically
to teach them a lesson.
scared.
To teach them
You're
a lesson. I'm
scared
not
that
scared.
black people, if they get into a position that they
I'm
may
not scared.
oppress white people like white people oppress black people. That's what your fear
I don't
is.
want. Listen, I don't want white
That
people
is your
oppressed.
fear.
I don't want white people oppressed.
So,
Same as I
so
don't
you
want
are
black
white
people oppressed.
identified.
I
So
don't want
brothers,
black people oppressed either.
brother
I
Danny,
don't want any of us
brother
oppressed.
Danny,
I
when I
want us
go
all to
speak
rise
his
up as
corner,
one.
hold on, brother. Let me tell you a story.
Oh,
So, brother Danny, when I go speak his corner, I met with many
Yeah.
Europeans who say they have black people, and then their fear is like, if black people get organized, they might treat Europeans how Europeans once treat Africans, right? And there's a big fear.
That's
there.
right.
And because you're white identified, you might have that same fear. And that's interesting to see that actually happening now. It's an interesting story. There was this one gentleman, he came to me and he wanted to let me know that he was a Muslim guy, he's a white Muslim, and he really loves black people, and he doesn't like me trying to break up the ummah and get black people to do black issues. And he was very aggressive, but wanted me to know he loves black people. I just found out, unfortunately, it's so unfortunate that he's gone to jail for murdering a black person in the pub. I'm thinking, wow, that's interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, so the irony of the Muslim and the black club but in a pub he murdered a black person. Now he's going to jail, unfortunately, and so it's unfortunate that a black person lost his life. But what I'm saying is, this is all documented stuff. So everything I say is documented on the internet. You can check it out, whatever, right? So I'm saying, yeah, this is the thing. One people say one thing, but they say something else. The thing is, brother, I understand the fear, right? But what I'm saying is our hearts just ain't built that way. We're never going to mistreat people how we were treated because our hearts just ain't that way inclined. We're going to fix our own issues. And what we're demonstrating is no matter how kind we are, no matter how consistent we are, we're always going to get self-sabotagers who are fearful that one day we will treat others how they treated us. And that's what it comes down to, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's not a fear at all. But do you know what it is? Yeah, 100%, right. And myself, I would get taken out the same way, right? But if the white people really wanted to take out the blacks, they would do it with no way at all. There's too many, right? But the thing is, the black population has a bigger voice. Right? So how can the minority control the majority? That's the first thing. But what they're doing is they're making the white people the main dog. It's a lame dog. So what you're doing is you're trying to have someone injured and then trying to go over them.
More white people than black people.
What is there not?
No,
is there not?
No, Daniel.
This doesn't even make no sense, man.
Is there not? Is there not more white people than black people?
No, Daniel.
No, black people outnumber white people.
Like this,
so should we get the demographics of the UK?
Oh, you talking about UK?
Oh, you're talking about in England.
Well, what? We're talking about England.
You have to preference that, don't you?
Okay, then cool. All right, cool. Sorry. All right, cool.
That's why Asians are the upper class.
Because we're talking about being scared and that. I'm assuming that it was England, right? So yeah, in England, there's more white people. So if they wanted to wipe out the blacks, they could.
Daniel, right now, black people are about 2.5 or no, about 3% of England. Yeah.
Yeah, and have about 75% say in all policies.
Mind of yours, Daniel, can you see black people taking over Britain?
I can't, but I was told then.
So why are you doing all
I'm
this?
scared. I'm told that I'm scared that black people taking over.
You're using some sort of scare tactics that is very much right wing. I have to be honest.
Yes, he is.
Like,
I'm told that I'm scared of black people rising up.
Yeah. How are you up here trying to insinuate that at any point in any type of future history that black people will be able to take over Britain in any propensity?
I would have thought you'd have said the mountain people because the Asian people.
If you said that the Asians have more of a chance.
That's right. That's right.
They this, that, and the other, this, that, and the other, this, that, and the other. Their in-house settings, all the rest of it.
But what we're doing, what's happening?
But
What's
for
happening
you,
in the
but
UK right
for
now?
you, listen, man.
It's
But for
deflecting what
you,
you're doing. You know that.
sorry.
Sorry, go on. It's deflecting what you're doing. But sorry, I
I'm
didn't
not
mean to cut you off.
Daniel. Listen, Daniel. First and foremost, you're speaking to people that know one and two things in it.
Mm.
That's what I'm saying to you. So you're not speaking to dumb people, bro. You're not speaking to fucking low IQ people with no world values, no. You get me? You're speaking to people in it. So that's the first thing. So when you talk things that are erroneous, I'm going to pull you up in it.
Yeah, hopefully. I hope you do. Yeah, I hope you do.
Can go ahead so that you can go ahead with your premise, but based on actual fact.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because when you start off by saying erroneous things from the beginning, your argument can go no further unless you're speaking to retarded people. And you're on 90 for 99 show, and one thing we ain't around here is retarded, bro. You get what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, of course.
So if you're going to be doing this thing that you're doing, no problem, but make sure you've got the right facts and evidence to back it up. That's all I ask. Because you're skating on very, very thin ground.
Okay,
now,
this
may work. This may work, yeah, wherever you go, because you say you go in certain places where you can use certain language. Now, it may work amongst them because they're not even going to fact check you in it because they just like to hear a black person talk what they're talking in it. So they're going to be caught up in the victory role in it. But we're going to pull you up in it. That's the only point I'm trying to make because I'm very much used to people talking nonsense just based on emotion, no facts, no evidence, just what they see.
Black people, isn't it?
They feel, what their perception is, and all this other type of stuff. Yeah. So all I'm asking is that when you say things, please make sure that it's based on facts and evidence and not just your opinion. Yeah. Please. Thank you.
What did you want clearing up? That wasn't based on fact.
Well, because you were trying to insinuate, for example, that a point in time may come where black people take over England. Those are scare tactics. Those are scare tactics.
All right. And at the moment, and at this moment in time,
more ratings if you said Asians, like I said, because they've got a higher percentage right now. They're more in-house, this, that, and the other. You are a perfect example as to why black people could never take over England. Because right now,
cool. Can I give you the facts now then? Can I give you the facts now?
Go on.
Can I give you the facts now of how it is? Okay, then. So we have a net migration of 700,000 people. Okay, so that's taking away the people that have left, and the people that are left are majority white English people going over to a different country because they've had enough of the rubbish here. Right. So we've got 700,000 people. Out of that, majority of it is coming from an African-based country. Okay, so with the illegal invaders. With the illegal,
are those countries?
All types of countries in Africa.
Give us a list. Give us some examples.
No, I'm just saying, as Africa, a huge majority of them are from Africa. And the other huge majority is from the Middle East.
My stats say different. Yeah.
What did your stats say then?
Give me examples of these.
So what did your stats say?
And where are they coming from? Are these legal or illegal? First off.
No, these are the legal ones. First off, the 700,000 is the legal ones.
Illegal.
No, the legal.
Excellent.
The ones with a visa. The visa ones.
Excellent. So are you saying that there's more coming from Africa than India?
Well, depends what visa you're looking for, isn't it? There's a lot of Indians coming. There is a lot of Indians coming through. There is a lot of Indians coming through.
Whatever visa you are referring
to. I'm getting them up here. One second.
All right, go on. Go to.
1 second. Where is my thingy? But what I'm saying, foreign born. But what I'm saying is that the Africans are coming in anyway through the immigration system, and some of them are coming through the illegal invading. It's not. I don't think it's many. I think most of them are Middle Easterns, to be fair, but they're still coming in at a rate.
So that's got nothing to do with black people.
Yeah, but they're coming at a rate over population.
But it's nothing to do with black people. Though.
Over repopulation. So when you say, Danny, there's only 2% of the people are black, now it is. But in 10 years' time, that can easily shift.
Daniel, let's try and get away from the propaganda politics for a minute, yeah? And let's try and deal with some truth and rights, yeah? Because you keep making these fucking gregarious statements with backing it up with absolutely nothing, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you. Right. Now, you just made a statement that there's more Africans coming into England legally than Indians. I'm saying to you, you're chatting shit. Yeah, because there's definitely more Indians coming in than Africans. Yeah, talk to me.
Yeah,
Bring
I'm
your
just
evidence.
reading up. I'm just reading up now about the
You
about the
read
Indians.
up.
Family, I'm gonna have to love you and leave you guys. Danny, thanks for coming.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go as well. I
Um,
think we should all go
Yeah,
and do it
to be
again.
fair
yeah,
though.
big up.
It's like
Yeah.
3.5
We've
hours.
done well, Danny. Just hit the link the next time we're about, man. You don't know the settings, but
Well, I'm
bring
gonna
your stats
subscribe.
still, because I'm still calling you out on your last claim.
Next,
Yeah, man.
next time you come, Danny, remember we only focus on black people and black people. So Asians, Arabs, that's what we got nothing to do with us. Good luck to them.
That's right.
It's not black Batman. Yeah.
That's
All right,
right.
cool. Indian, that's
Big up
30%.
Sister Nine
Big
for
up
the
Sister
show.
Nine, thanks for
Danny,
being here.
my
Hello.
unsynchronized son, brother. Big up to you. And yeah, man. I'll catch you all
Kel,
again, man. Black better, man.
my
Danny.
next show,
Damn it.
Kel, there's a couple,
Right, it
yeah,
says-
because go on, Roscoe.
It
Go
says
on,
here. It says here that the Indian nationals accounted for almost 30% of all visas granted. So that's 30%. That's
and
what
what
we're
about
getting
the
at.
Africans?
I'm going to go into it now. Well, the rest of it's going to be connected, isn't it? I'm going to go and I'm going to do a video on it because I haven't got it to
You
hand.
do that.
I haven't got it to hand right now.
Yeah,
I've got it. So let's do. So Nigeria, that's Africa, yeah.
Yeah.
South Africa as well. It's not the full ones. Yeah, so there is more. There probably is more. Looking at these numbers, there probably is more Indian and Pakistani people coming in.
That's correct, Daniel.
Through the visa system. Then
That's
it is
correct, Daniel.
thingy. But I'm going to double check on it. But yeah, but even still, there's
You
a
can
huge-
triple check,
What the thing
Daniel.
is still huge numbers of them coming in, of Africans coming in, to change that 2.4% or whatever it was, 4.2%.
Daniel,
to
you
change
know what
that
your
to
problem
a
is?
higher
For
higher
some
amount.
reason, your focus, and it's not a problem because we can discuss it further. You get
Yeah.
me? For some reason, your focus is on black people in terms of the potential problem in Britain. You understand what I'm saying to you? And we're going to show you as to why we are not the problem. Yeah, we just showed you that we're not even the ones that are coming in any high numbers. Yeah, Britain is actively recruiting people from India. You understand me? Actively giving them visas and all the rest of it. Yeah.
Yeah,
What
that
you
probably
need to
is
do
this year
is go
because
and
of-
ask your government, why are you continually recruiting these people to come into your country? Yeah, because that's what you call it, my country. Yeah, you need to ask them, why are you doing these things when we've got all our good white nationalist people here that could potentially do these jobs?
I do that all
Yeah.
the time. I do that.
Well,
all the time.
and what's the answer? What's the answer, Danny?
I don't get an answer because they know that they can't.
I'm going to tell you what the answer is, Danny. Do you want to tell you what the answer
Go
is,
on,
Danny?
tell me what the answer is.
We ain't got the people here, Daniel. Britain has not got the skilled people that they need to do particular jobs. This is the truth of the matter. Yeah.
I don't think that's right. But you know, they need to test it.
Well,
They need
you
to
can
test
check
it to
it
find
out,
it.
Daniel. And also, it's cheaper. This is what I'm trying to say. Your complaints are not with us, but
No,
we
it's
can go
cheaper.
there.
It's definitely cheaper. It's definitely cheaper to do it.
import these resources because they're already trained already. Yeah. So all they've got to do is make them spend a little time to convert whatever they got to convert, as opposed to taking them through 6, 7, 8, 9, whatever years of medical school in Britain. This is what's going on.
100% cheaper.
Britain
100% cheaper.
does not invest in Britain. Britain, after Margaret Thatcher and all these people, all Britain does is a service country.
Yeah,
You get
100%.
me?
But it serves black supremacists as well more than anything
No,
else.
you're being. You see,
That's
Danny.
what- that's
you see
what
when
it
you,
is.
Danny.
Okay, so I'll go back. I'll go back. Yeah.
Danny.
All right. I'm gonna do
Danny.
another stream with you, but I'm gonna have every single bit of my evidence, and we can put it on the screen.
Yeah, but the
Right?
thing is, you haven't even given
Of
an
my
example
claims.
of a black supremacist. Yeah.
What do you mean?
And
You're the
they-
black supremacist.
I'm a
I
black
don't need to give you
supremacist. me.
Well, this black betterment thing, that's a black supremacy. So
Okay,
everything
so
that they
Black
do.
Betterment. 1 second, Daniel. Black Betterment is an organization by the two gentlemen that you were speaking about. Yeah. Okay. So that's
Yeah.
them. You get me? You've never heard about them.
No.
Yeah. So these are not people that can have any kind of impact on you or anyone else like yourself. So don't even be talking about them. The government don't know about them. Fucking YouTube don't even know about them. Yeah. So don't even try to use them as an example of
And
black
that's more
betterment
dangerous.
or black supremacy.
That's more dangerous because that means you're undercover. You're coming in the darkness. You're not getting out there. You're trying to create this big movement, and then
please
boom.
talk to me like I've got sense, Daniel. Seriously, to God, man. Yeah.
You're saying that
I gotta go, Sister Nine.
Yeah, man, big up yourself. Big up yourself.
Yes, man. Yeah, good show on that, man. Big up, man. The both of you, man. Big up.
Have a good one, yeah. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Danny. All I'm trying to say to you, Danny, is like I see what you're doing in it. You get me? I don't understand why, but I do see what you're doing. But all I'm saying, Bab, is that if you're looking to gain an audience, then you're not gonna get any sort of high IQ ones. I've got to be real. You get me? You're gonna get I'll tell you the ones you're gonna get, Danny. You're gonna get the low esteem ones that ain't got shit going on for them and are just looking for someone to blame. You get me, for their inadequacies and what they ain't got in life.
Isn't that what the blacks are doing though?
No.
They're trying to blame white people for their inaccuracies and their stuff that they're not doing.
No, Daniel. No. What the blacks, as you want to call it, big up yourself, Mel, are doing, you get me?
Oh, sorry, the sun people. Sorry, the sun.
Trying to get justice. Yeah?
Justice
remember, Daniel, listen, Bab, listen. Remember, Daniel, yeah, the slave owners, yeah, have been repaid, yeah, they've been repaid. Thus, we have still not even received an apology, Daniel. Do you understand? Yeah,
you don't care.
Big up yourself.
With Martin Luther King saying, "Look at the context of your character, not the color of your skin."
He said a whole lot of other stuff too. He said a whole lot of other stuff. He said a whole lot of other stuff too.
Why are you abusing that?
He said a whole lot of other things. He said other things as well. Are you going to ignore that, or are you just cherry picking statements that
I'm using what's relevant to myself?
That's confirmation bias. That's a confirmation bias.
I'm using.
So you're admitting. So you're using what's relevant to your bias. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm using what's
relevant.
Because
he said a whole lot of other things. What about that? He regret that he brought his people into a burning house. You don't know that part, right? Well, so maybe he thought that content of your character stuff was the burning house. How do you know?
He didn't say that.
Okay, then. You know? So then you don't cherry pick and select one little statement. He said a whole lot of other stuff. So if you're not going to apply the other stuff about getting hoses on us, you're just going to forget that stuff, right? You're just going to say, oh, he's want to hold hands across the bridge. That's the image that you want to uphold. You don't want to uphold the other stuff. You're just a phony. You're just a phony.
Do you live in the UK?
Did Martin Luther King live in the UK? Leave him the fuck out the conversation then. If you want to say that. Leave him out your conversation. Does Martin Luther King live in the UK?
Do you live in the UK?
Did Martin Luther King use a UK example? Why are you so hostile? Why are you so stupid?
You're
talking about my heritage. You're talking about my
representation of black women, isn't it?
And you are not a black man. I'm sorry.
I'm half caste.
You are not. Exactly.
I'm half caste. Yeah,
exactly. Kale, do you hear what he's saying, Kale? No, I'm talking. I'm not talking to you. Kale, did you hear what this dude is saying? He probably listening because this dude is literally taking his black card and dashing it wet. So Kale need to understand that these biracial people are not claiming black. They claiming they biracialness. I'm not talking to you. You see what I'm saying?
It's gonna be great.
I'm talking to Kale. Cause you just said you're not. Salute, brother. How are you?
I'm doing well, man. Good content.
What's good with
man.
you?
Good content, man. This is good content. Good content. Some people, but y'all know how it is, man. Listen, man. Some people they're just only good for YouTube content. And that's it. That's like the only thing that we can do. What we have to do is what like Rap Raven was saying. We have to focus on black betterment. Now we can come on YouTube and shoot the shit with people who disagree. But guess what happens when we close the laptop? We go right back to black betterment.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? And you're gonna have haters. You're gonna have haters, black haters, white haters, mixed race haters. It don't matter. As long as you stay on your square and stay focused on the goal, and the goal is to uplift your people.
Yep.
That's
just
all
like they
we can
uplift
do.
theirs. You know what I'm saying? Like
That's it.
At the end of the day, people just want to, like, you know, no one tells other people like they wrong for cleaning their house. So if we want to clean our house, don't tell me, you know, I think my house better than everybody else. I just want to clean my house. Like you projecting all that stuff onto me or us for saying we want to clean the house. We want to focus on house. I want to clean every room of my house before I open my door, before I let other people in, before I, you know what I'm saying? You can't come in. I can talk to you through the window. You feel me? But you just can't come in my house because it's not clean.
That's YouTube. YouTube is talking to other people. So I don't know this brother, but from what I've heard, we can just talk to this brother through the window. Like,
through the window, like
he can't come in the house. As long as he's outside of the house, his opinion doesn't matter.
It don't. He can't pick how you gonna make your bed up. He ain't gonna pick what kind of sheets what kind of curtains you putting up. He can't pick nothing. He can't make not one decision that go on inside the house. Now, you know, I ain't gonna tell you that you could stay on the porch and talk to me. You know what I'm saying? All right, this is a conversation.
Yes, but
let's get the thing is though, yeah, it's not your house, and you're a guest.
I'm sorry. The house is my community. That's the analogy went way over your head.
The country,
you didn't even understand.
Is not your house.
The country is not the house. That's not the house of my example. So you are making a red herring, sir. That's what that's called. Yeah. Because that's a point that I was not even making. I wasn't saying the house is my country. The house is my community, which you are through the window. We talking to you through the window. You're not in the house, right? Yes. That's the example. Is that not what you were talking about,
supremacy, then. That's supremacy, then,
born rich, born rich.
We can only go.
You can't come in the house until it's clean. That's to me. I don't want you to invite me into your dirty house. To me, you got common sense. You got manners.
But let me ask him something, because he said it's exclusion supremacy. Is that the question you was asking, brother?
Yeah, I'm saying because you're saying that it's your house and you've got
no. So answer his question. Answer his question. Answer Born's question.
I want you to think about it real close, Danny. Really think about my question, because you may go somewhere. I don't know if you want to go there, but so I'm asking you: is exclusion a form of supremacy?
In your
yes
in
no.
this context, in the
world, in the whole world,
not allowing. Yeah, in the whole world, then, if you're not allowing another group in because of your ideology, then I would say that is supremacy, because you want to uplift your own people. Only the select people you've chosen.
Ideology, so not
only
even
the ones you've chosen. You want to uplift. You don't want to uplift the whole black community. You just want to uplift certain people and make them supreme over everyone else.
Well, let me tell you this.
Go ahead, you fine now. Go ahead, boy. Okay, yes. Go ahead, boy.
Okay, so a few blocks away from where I live at, Danny, there is a women's support group.
Yeah.
Women's support group. I tried to go in there the other day, and they said I am not allowed in that group. It's a women's support group for women who, they've been victimized. Yeah. And I tried to go in there, and I banged the door down, and I'm like, "Come on, ladies, let me in." They said, "No, we don't want to let you in." Should I call them? Is that a form of supremacy?
No, because it's not like for like, is it?
I don't know. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Like for like.
Like for like. What does that
specific? Because you're doing a specific thing, okay, which only women can go into these places.
No, he needs support too. He needs support too. So like, it's support.
I've been victimized.
Support. That's a like for like. Support. You need support. They need support. Everybody needs support. So what's the difference? What's the difference? But everyone needs support. Why ostracize them because of their genitalia? I think that's really messed up. Wow. Just their genitalia.
I need support too, Danny, but I wasn't allowed. I was excluded.
They need support.
I was excluded.
You know what? That's why suicide is so high amongst men, because they never get to deal with their support that they are in need of. So if anything, those women should allow the men to come.
Male support, wouldn't you? Because it's different. The challenges are different.
What do you mean it's different? They support. They need the same side. Men are victimized. Men are victimized. Men are abused. Men get their heart broken. Men have experienced all of those things. They need support just like the women do. Why are you saying separating them just because of their genitalia?
Okay, would you say?
It's weird, Danny.
Would you say that men and women are biologically different?
That's their genitalia. That's what I'm speaking of. Their genitalia. They have a scrotum. They have a penis. They have foreskin. They.
Would you say one is a more powerful?
Powerful? No, they're powerful women. They're powerful men. They're non-powerful women. They're non-powerful men.
So when a woman is in a support center and she might have got beaten by her husband or a boyfriend or
some men get beaten by their wives, they could probably relate
don't have
to
the same
them.
reaction. It wouldn't
They
be the
could
same
probably
reaction
relate
if a
to one
woman came
another.
into their life.
They could support one another. Don't you think
It's a poor
so?
analogy. You're just trying to do it. It's a poor analogy.
You're really sounding kind of sexist. You're talking about power and stuff. You're sounding kind of sexist, Danny. Danny, no, seriously. You're sounding really. You're saying that. Massage. Thank you, brother. You're saying what? The first thing he went to was power and then beating up. Like, so women should be beaten up. Like, wow.
A lot of supremacist talking points is what I'm hearing from Danny when he speaks about men. The difference between men
if you
and
let
women.
if you let me finish, I can finish the thing of what I'm saying.
Everybody in the chat, do you not think people in the chat? Do y'all think that Danny went with the sexist, misogynistic talking points that men are more powerful than women and that men don't need support? Men don't need support. Only women need support. Men he's getting abused. He has to just deal with it.
Hold on. Oh, okay. Kane said something. So he said men should go be with men, right? If they're excluded from one community, which is the women's support community, then they should just go and start their own community, right? That's the same thing the black people are doing. They tried to go get help from the white community. The white community said, no, we just want to do our own thing. So black people said, you know what? Let me go clean up. Let me go deal with my community.
That's what happened.
You know what I did? No, Mel, since I was so excluded, I was excluded from the women's support group. I went and started a man's support group.
No, because you're a man. Right? That's why.
Is that a problem, Danny?
You're a man. They did exclude
you know what? I was excluded from the white people. So I went and I just clicked up with the black people.
And we started Black Betterment, Mel.
Black Betterment. Every time I went to the white support group and I started talking, they was telling me I was making an excuse. They didn't understand. I didn't feel heard. They thought they was just telling me that my truth wasn't my truth.
They called you a black supremacist and some more shit, Mel.
You see what I'm saying? Like, but when I speak to people who experience what I experienced, just like the men speak to men who experience what they experience, somehow you feel heard and understood. Go figure.
All right, so carry on, but don't cry when people call you black supremacists. That's all I'm saying. That was it. Like,
okay, let me ask you this, Danny. If you believe in black supremacists, right? Is there a white supremacist?
Of course, there's white supremacists. 100% there's white supremacists.
Do you believe in white supremacy as a thing? White supremacy?
Of course, there's groups of people, white people, that support white supremacy. 100%.
Okay, who do you think these people are?
These people would be probably the we don't really have them over in the UK, but the Aryan people, the people who
the Aryan people,
the blonde hairs and blue eyes, and
are there black supremacists
the woods?
in the UK?
Hold on. What? Hold on. He said a white supremacist has a certain look. Blonde hair and blue eyes.
100%.
So black people with brown hair are not white supremacists.
What does a black supremacist look like? Hold on. If you have a specific definition for a white supremacist, give me the specific definition of a black supremacist, Danny.
What they look like?
What they look like? Is a brown person.
What do they look like? What color are they?
Hold on. I want him to be specific, like he was just specific. Say it again.
Yeah, I'll do exactly the same.
A brown person,
skin, brown eyes, black hair.
Yo, this is crazy, man.
So, what percentage of the white population do you think are pale skin, blue eyes, and blonde hair?
Very, very low. Probably not even 1%.
Of all European descendants.
Well, it depends. All Europeans defend. If you go to
I'm saying they're
Scandinavia,
descendants, so they're
if you go to
descendants.
Scandinavia, it's going to be a higher proportion, isn't it?
I'm saying they're descendants. I'm saying so people who would have.
It didn't work. That's what they're trying to aspire to. They're trying to aspire to a certain.
So are you saying
1%
of the globe?
It's very specific.
Has blonde hair and blue. I'm asking you, 1% or less than 1% of the entire globe, not the UK, of those people and their descendants. You standing on that?
I have no idea what you're going on with, but
I'm saying you standing on.
Who are white supremacists or who
blonde hair and blue eyes is not exclusive to just Scandinavia.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, man.
That's crazy what you're saying.
Listen, it sounds.
What did the white supremacists want?
It's the fucking boogeyman analogy. That's what he's telling us.
Loads of white Americans are blonde hair and blue eyes.
Okay, well, let me tell you what white supremacy is, man. White supremacy is if you don't do what we say do, we will send our military to bomb you, steal your resources, enslave your people. You know why? Because we white and we say so, and we have the military power to back it.
That sounds very supreme to me. That sounds supreme.
Hold on. Let me ask Danny. You said, what do the blacks do? And I want you to give me they don't do that. Now, to answer your question first and foremost,
they don't do that. They don't do that. They've never done that.
Hold on. Now let's go with African and European. Name me one African military that went to a European country, bombed the country, enslaved the people, and took the resources. Name one. That's black supremacy. That's what I consider black supremacy.
It hasn't happened.
Thank you, brother.
That's black supremacy.
That's supreme.
No,
it can only be Danny. It can only be.
Go ahead.
But hold on.
Let Bourne make his point. Let Bourne make his point.
Because
listen to Bourne. He's really good.
Listen, if I put two boxers in the ring, they're fighting for supremacy. It can only be one supreme. It can only be one. Two supremes never coexist.
Sometimes.
Because you wouldn't be supreme.
Hold on, Mel. Please.
I'm sorry.
All right, Danny, tell me, where do two supremes work? Can you give me an example of two supremes living in harmony?
Two supremes that live in harmony?
Yes.
Well, you on about boxers though?
He said an example, period.
I just use boxing as an example because I've heard a boxing match, right? The reason I use boxing is because I've heard boxer A versus boxer B, and the name of the fight was the fight for supremacy. Yeah. That lets me know it can only be one supreme. I want you to know. Forget boxing.
So using that analogy, all I said was
he said forget, but sometimes it's a draw. We heard but they won't be supreme. There's no winner in the draw, so that's not a good example. But Bourne is saying scratch boxing off the table, and for you to provide the example, he wants you to be creative and come with the example of two supremes. One is there. Two number ones, two first places. I don't know.
Oh, it is possible two first places and things like that because it'll be joint.
What? Yes. Where? That's cool. No, it's cool. That's cool if he said. Only thing, Danny. Listen, let me tell you.
Civilizations that have lived.
You won't be the first.
Give me an example.
I'm guessing America and Russia because they can cancel each other out.
What do you mean?
Well, you're saying name two nations, or two sets of people who are both supreme, yeah, that are living peacefully within areas of themselves. So Russia doesn't fire a nuclear on America because they'll know that America can just fire one straight back, right? So they're two supreme nations, all right, with their own hardware of military that can both destroy each other military, but because of that, it neutralizes it, and they actually become peaceful.
You know what makes America more supreme, and not that I'm some big like red, white, and blue. I just love America like that.
Yeah.
But so you use one variable, the military. Wouldn't you say America is supreme in comparison to Russia in like many other areas? Like if you're evaluating, so exactly. So if you're evaluating which one is supreme, hold on. Let me. You can as soon as I make this point. As soon as I make my point. As soon as I make my point, you can definitely ask me a question.
Okay.
But if you're talking about supreme, not which one has the best military, right? You're saying which one is supreme, America versus Russia, and you just said out of your mouth that America would be supreme over Russia in many other areas. Maybe not military. Maybe it's probably a tie with the military. But you said that America surpasses Russia in over many different variables. You did say that.
I didn't say that.
I said it and you agreed. That's what happened. Nines can rewind it like 30 seconds.
That's not me saying it, is it? That's not me
saying
it.
So what you agreed. Okay, so you agreed to it. Okay, that's fine. You agreed to it. You don't have no argument with that. You just said, okay, I didn't say it, but I agreed.
So you
agreed to it as a person, wherever in the world you are. Because you could be a troll and somewhere else.
It's probably technology.
Therefore, then America would be supreme because they're more supreme in way more areas. And the only one that you said that you contested was military. So it can't be more than one supreme. It can't be more than one number one. It can't.
All right, cool. Can I ask you a question now? Are you American? Like, do you live in America?
Oh, do I live in America? Yes.
Yeah. All right. So the Blacks for Trump. What's your opinion on that then? Being having the viewpoint that you have, okay, of black betterment. What is yours? And obviously Rich as well, born Rich. Sorry. Both of your opinions.
I don't mind Trump. I don't mind Trump
on that. But people say he's a white supremacist. People say
I don't mind Trump. But I didn't say that.
I know you didn't say that, but his persona is he's a white supremacist. Yeah.
Right, and I'm not here to answer about what people are saying.
He's done things. He's done
love
things.
For Trump.
He's done things though. I mean, he's done white supremacist actions. He's denied people housing just because of the color of their skin. He's made sure that black people went to jail that was wrongly accused, and he stood out and put his neck on the line and said, "Hey, these black people are guilty." When it really turned out that they were innocent. So
and then he doubled down on it too. And he did the little Hail Hitler sign with his hands and all of that. Like, you know.
But you support him though. Remember that, Mel. You support him. So
I didn't say I support him. No, I did not say I support him.
You said you like him.
No, I didn't say I like him either.
Yeah, but I don't support either though. See, but don't let us get caught up in that because I don't support either.
There you go. See, that's the part that he's saying. The part that I didn't.
Let me tell you this.
What's your opinion of the Black Magas?
No, Danny.
They who they are.
I don't care about that. He's not going to help us. Black betterment means we help ourselves. Brother Raven was on here telling you earlier. We can't sit back and wait on anybody to help us. Not Trump, not Biden.
None of them sides going to help us.
Nobody's going to help us. So you know why people are outvoting. Hold on, Danny. But listen, Danny. When people are arguing about who do I like better, Biden and Trump, I am in my community practicing black betterment. The members of my community who practice black betterment, we don't give a fuck who the president is. We don't support either. We support each other.
Danny, you know what? I don't hear the Latino community saying, yeah, no. I don't hear the Asian. You know what?
Latinos for Trump.
I used to live in a Hasidic Jewish neighborhood, right? In front of the homes, there was not one political sign, no type of, propaganda anywhere, no talks of politics, and their community is flourishing, right? Their community is thriving. right?
Yeah.
That's an example of like I've lived in other areas, and you see people with this stuff in front of their homes. Trump, or, Obama, but throughout the different years, right? People are so guess what? The other thriving community showed me that you don't have to care who the hell is in. You just like he said, practice black betterment or Jewish betterment or Asian betterment or Latino betterment. You practice whatever your betterment is, and your community can thrive regardless of who's in office.
That's it.
Trust and believe.
That's it. The ultimate goal is to thrive inside of your community. That's the ultimate goal.
So why can't it be a Christian community with both blacks and whites?
Well, it can be. It can be.
That could be the name of that community. That could be the name of that community.
So why don't you advocate for that? Why is it?
No, I'm not a Christian. Why am I advocating for that?
You can't all
black people ain't Christian.
Yeah, man, you can't make me advocate for something that I'm not, bro. That's like saying, hey,
Christianity is in Africa.
What does that even mean?
That was a lot. It's a lot of stuff in Africa. It's Buddhists in Africa.
Before the Europeans came there, Christianity was in Africa.
Well, we're not doing that. We're not
Africa's the center of the world of the black people.
What? You sound like you're reading a history book. That's in the past, brother. That's not now.
But that's what you're dealing with the past, right?
But we have to stick to the points, man. We can't
deal with the past.
We're going this conversation.
No, he said the community is now.
Well, black betterment needs to get their thing straight. Black betterment needs to get their thing straight because it's all over the place.
All over the place.
Yeah, I know that.
This is the thing I noticed that you done, Danny. I was listening earlier to your conversation with Rap Raven, and that's the thing you do. You go all over the place.
No, Mel was saying something that was contradicting to what was before. She was saying she doesn't live in the past. Okay, she doesn't deal with the past.
No, with that one topic, I know. No, Danny.
This is
Danny. I get you. I got you. I said with that one topic right there, you in this conversation. I didn't say I don't. No, I'm for reparations.
Said you like Trump and he did the Nazis.
No, I didn't say word like. Tell me my voice say I like Trump.
Go ahead, I want to hear it. Tape and
I want to hear my voice that said I like Trump.
Fine.
You said I hate Trump, and I said I don't hate Trump. That's what I said.
I like him.
No, I mean he's a person just like Biden. He all right. Biden all right. I mean, that's the analogy went way over your head. The country.
Right, go on, carry on. I'm just getting out.
Okay, you can mute up while you're doing that. So not even you can mute your mic while you do that. Thank you.
Well, it don't matter. Yeah, salute. I don't know if Mel said that. She said she didn't. Fuck it, she didn't. I know. I don't even.
I said he right.
That's what people say. But see, no, that's the thing. It's a deflection. When we start saying we are from America, the first thing that people say is, "Hey, do you guys like Trump?" That has nothing to do with black betterment. And because I practice black betterment doesn't make me a black supremacist. I have to. You use the perfect analogy first, Mel, and I implore everyone to do it. I implore everyone to clean up your house before you go outside your home and try to clean up everybody else's home. That's period. I mean, that's the best analogy that we can use. That's it.
Why are you gonna come sit down on my couch? You know what I'm saying? Ask for something to drink. You're gonna be in my house and it's not even clean. What kind that's like, yo, nobody can come to my house until I'm sweeping my floor, mopping my floor. Like, what? Like, you gotta clean your house before you have company. They don't live there. This is not their house or whatever. So you having company, you need to make a good impression. To me, that's just being decent. I don't know. So people, you say that and they call you a supremacist. Okay, that's crazy.
Yes, and Danny, you have this argument too, right? You say if white people practice white betterment, then black people would have a problem with it. No, black people wouldn't. They won't. We don't really trip on that. Go do whatever you want to do. Just go practice white betterment. Shit, that's what's practiced anyway. It's the
absolutely
100%. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to actively promote. I'm going to actively promote white betterment. I am. I'm going to literally change black, white, unite
I'm gonna tell you
to
this,
be
Danny.
white betterment. Let's make white people as best as we can,
Yes,
regardless about the mud slung at you from
No,
other
that's
people.
the problem.
And
No,
let's
come on,
not
Danny. No, not
incorporate all
slinging
the
mud. I don't
critical
care.
race theory, the race-based
Yeah, I don't.
policies.
Yeah, but
Let's
Danny,
just
I don't.
forget all of them and
Danny,
let's
I don't
dominate.
care about the mud slinging. Just don't harm or subjugate me. That's
Why
it.
You're subjugating yourself. You're subjugating yourself.
Listen. No,
You
Gwen,
put yourself
no,
into the pen.
Gwen.
What's worse?
You
You're literally
would be
creating your own
surprised.
apartheid.
Like, would your feelings be hurt if white people, I should like started saying things like that? Like, aren't you accustomed to that already being in place? Like when a white person saying certain things, that to me, that's like, I don't know. I'm in America, so maybe in the UK y'all play nice in the sandbox, but over here they kicking sand in your eyes, like for real. We accustomed to that. We're accustomed to that.
I say personally, American blacks and the UK blacks are totally different. They've got a different struggle. Right? I can see a struggle in America. I can see a lot of police officers with a lot of guns doing a lot of bad things in America, right? But in the UK, it's different. We don't have that. So it's the game is not played equally.
Is it the guns?
Huh?
What's the difference? The guns?
Probably, yeah.
Probably, yeah. So
Not
why
all
is it
coppers have
stop and
guns
frisk?
here.
All right, let me ask you this. No, let's get to this, Danny, because I like to ask people this.
But you have a constitution. You got to remember as well. Yeah, you're more protected than us because you have a written down constitution.
Yeah, I don't trip about that. I don't care about that. Let me ask you this though.
You need to. It's important.
So the UK has a stop and frisk, right? Stop and frisk law, right?
Stop and search, yeah.
Stop and search, right? So stop and search, right? I think someone pulled up a diagram that said black people are more likely to be stopped and searched than any other demographic, but black people are such a low percentage of the entire demographic of citizens. Why is that, Danny?
I think what you're referring to is mainly in London. So if we can keep it to a London based, then obviously I can answer it. Right, so I'd say yes, more people in London do get stopped. Black people do get stopped and searched over white people. But on the flip side of that, it's the black people that are doing the killing. It's the black on black crime that's happening, and it's the shooters, the knives that the black people hold or hide, which is the problem of the communities. That's how I would answer that. In the whole of the UK base, I don't think it happens.
Okay, now in London, why are the black people committing so much crime? Are they just innately more criminal than non-black people?
Because I wouldn't say they are more criminal. I would say DNA does have a lot to do with it being tribal.
So they have a savage. Hold on, Danny, let me ask you. So you're saying DNA is a part. So they have a savage DNA somewhere inside of their body?
Well, I wouldn't say savage. I'd say tribal.
A tribal DNA. Wow. But you're not talking about the British. The British people don't have a tribal or criminal
European
DNA inside of their body, right, Danny?
Do we have what? Sorry.
Are we saying the white British people don't have any type of tribal or savage or criminal DNA?
No, white people's DNA, basically what they've been doing. White people's DNA, I would say, would be like the Vikings. It would be to take over lands.
Was they a tribe? Was they a tribe? Would you call them a tribe?
Would I call them what?
Would you call them a tribe?
Oh, the Vikings and that, yeah, they're a tribe as well, yeah. But they're
okay.
acting as tribal.
Do you know any other European tribes? I was asking you a question. Do you know any other? Can you recall any other?
I can only know African tribes.
Only so.
I only understand African tribes in this context. Because it doesn't work in another context, does it?
Well, we can look up the word tribe, and then that would be the context, the definition of the word tribe, as opposed to you familiarizing what
it takes a village to raise a child.
What a village and a tribe? A village is a place. What
does it say?
A village is not a tribe. It's a village.
Black people say
is a village. Whether black people say it or not, what does village? What does tribe mean? What does tribe mean? Yes, they're tribal too. Yes, they do. What does tribe mean?
Okay.
You're gonna dance around that. You're gonna. What does tribe mean? You can't.
Activities.
What does I don't know what tribal activities is. We don't have a consensus of that definition. We're not on the same page about what you mean. What I mean about tribal.
That's your boys.
I don't know what you mean.
That's your boys.
That's not. That's not tribal. That's not boys is children. Boys is more than one child. Young man, male child.
Only children.
That's what boys means to me.
Of African homeland.
We're not on the same page of what the definitions that you're using.
Okay.
Because you looked up statistics, but you can't look up the definition of the word tribe.
What's what? Oh, I can look it up. I ain't got a problem looking things up.
All right, well then do that.
Definition of the word tribe.
There you go.
Tribe.
Because I know that European tribe.
Plantation revolution. Tribe.
There are definitely European tribes.
English meaning. Should we do the English meaning? Yeah, we are in England. A group of people, often of related families, who live together, sharing the same language, culture, history, especially those who do not live in towns or cities.
So I didn't hear the word Africa nowhere in that definition. Did you, Born?
I didn't. I'm trying to wonder why are the white British people not tribal and committing so many crimes? If the DNA, because I asked them, I want to know. I always want to know if they say black on black crime is going so crazy and the police have to do their job and really police these criminals. I want to know what makes black people so criminal. Danny said the tribal DNA in their body.
No, I said that's one part of it. I said that's a part of it, and you went off like banshees, right? On some Next Generation. I didn't finish.
No, that's your mother. I don't know if you're talking about that. I'm not going off like your mother.
About tribe.
That's your mom.
I didn't get to answer the full context. Okay, so a lot of it is to do with me personally is tribes, but the majority I would say is to do about the critical race teaching in school, where they are saying that as a black person, you are not going to ascribe to anything. You are always going to be second class. You are not going to be.
I never heard that in
the things your white people can do.
I'm black and I've been.
Let me ask you this, Danny.
This is the critical race theory that's been taught in schools.
I've never heard that in school. I've never. How do you know? You've been in American schools?
I'm talking about English schools. I'm talking about English schools.
Hold on. I have a question.
That happens in England.
Yeah, I have a question, Danny. How long have they been teaching that critical race theory? Because this term critical. Hold on. I'm just let me land and then you got the floor. This critical race theory, that phrase, critical race theory, CRT. I've only heard this phrase in the last 4 to 5 years max. So how long have they been teaching this? School?
It comes from Kimberly Crenshaw from the early 90s. Okay, so she's been teaching it as a theory from the 1990s, and then before that we can go to critical law studies, right, where it's the same thing. They just literally changed it from being law based, why black people are getting arrested more, why they're in the prison more, blah blah blah, to let's just fend them off against white people. So this has been going on since the 90s, but going on in schools in the UK anyway, I would say from at least 2000, 2005. By the way, I can see the adults and their children indoctrinated. But this goes way back to Angela Davis. It goes back to Herbert Marcuse. All this big line of critical theories using races to make that division goes back a long way.
And that makes black people commit crimes.
No, but when you're telling children that you can't aspire to nothing, you're always going to be second class, and you're not giving them any kind of motivation or aspirations when their brain is still learning, it's still taking in the information. And when you tell them, actually, your life ain't going to be all that. You're not going to be what you think you're going to be because the white people are going to turn you down. what's going to happen? You're going to be angry. Why am I in this situation? Why is that? Then you can look at the white people and say, well, actually, it's true because now I'm manifesting things that wasn't really there, but I can make it into the situation that I've been told.
Well, let me ask you this.
Got no dreams. Once a kid's got no dreams,
okay,
he don't
no,
care.
that's cool. I get you. But let me tell you this though. All right, now because my people, my ancestors come. Now I am gonna go use some history because I want to know what's the difference and what's the disconnect, right? So if my ancestors were born into slavery and were told that they were only going to be slaves the entirety of their life, and then all of a sudden slavery was abolished and it was over, how did my people succeed directly out? Let's just say 40, 50 years after slavery, how did we start building black communities and having successful black communities when those same people were told that they were never going to be anything but second-class citizens?
For number one, the premise is wrong because when slavery finished, it actually destroyed black people and the communities that it held. Hence why you're having to build things up now. Okay?
That's not true. That's not true. All right, but
on the plantations.
But you know where I'm going, though, Danny. Danny, you know where I'm going, Danny.
Wait.
No, Danny, no. It's not that. It's no. We're not going there, Danny. Because you said something. You said something false. You said black people didn't build anything directly after slavery, but that's not true. We had communities. I'm sure you've heard of Black Wall Street because that's the one community that they give everybody. But we had Rosewood, we had Seneca Village, we had Liberty City.
So we had destroyed your own communities, then, yeah?
We did not destroy them. So you're saying black people destroyed Black Wall Street? Are you finna really sit on this panel and tell me that, Danny?
Who destroyed it?
You've never heard that. You've never heard the story. You've never heard the story of that's the only time America bombed Americans on American soil.
Who destroyed it? Who destroyed it?
I'm gonna say white people, brother. I have to say white people.
So which white people did it?
The white people that had the power with the weapons. I just said it was the first time and the only time that Americans have been bombed by other Americans on American soil. So who did it? Black people didn't have aircrafts.
Okay, cool.
Black people didn't have bombs in the early 1900s, Danny. Who do you think destroyed it, Danny?
Okay, I'm not sure. I think we're talking about two different things here. Are we talking about the Tulsa race incident?
Yeah.
The white supremacists.
I don't like calling it race riots because it wasn't a race riot. It was an unfair fight. No, it was an act of war. Yes, Black Wall Street was an unfair war. It was a war against its own people, and it was an unfair war. So you saying black people? Hold on. This is what. Let me say this though. You think black people were so mad at white people? Listen, Danny. Listen. Hold on. I'm gonna give you my premise. I want to figure out your premise. Listen. No, I want to know what you know because I'm here. So you got to understand. I'm in America, so I want to know from a British brother. What is your premise of Black Wall Street? What you would call the Tulsa race riots? You think black people were so mad that the officers killed a black guy that they blew up, they burned their whole community down to the ground?
Well, it kind of happened during Black Lives Matter. It's kind of
but this didn't happen. Like, this is the 1920s, brother.
Yeah,
this is the 1920s. Yeah, this is the 1920s, bro. And I don't even really want to. I don't want to get into that Black Lives Matter. That's crazy. But you think
I don't really know a lot. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't really know a lot yet. But what I do know is that a guy was put into jail. I might be wrong. Okay, so you want to know what I know. So it might not be correct. But a guy was put into jail, and there was a bunch of white guys that were probably going to burn the jail down or kill him or something like that. And some black people came around and protected it, and then obviously the police came. A few shots happened. Maybe one person got shot and killed, and then it kicked off with more people coming. That's kind of what I know. Get me wrong. I don't think it was a military thing happening. I don't think there was any bombs happening, and I do think if it's the same one as I'm on, out of 6,000 people that potentially could have been killed, there was only it was probably only about 40 to 50 people actually died.
Yeah, the community the community was wiped out, Danny. Like the community was wiped out. It was smashed. The banks, it was schools. Imagine your community right now, Danny. It's a grocery store in your community. It's schools in your community. It's churches. It's banks. Think about what your community is now. That community was wiped out. You think that community was wiped out due to gunshots? And just random black people saying, "Hey, we're fighting white people in our community. Let me go light this store on fire." Like what? Like we have to start thinking realistically, guys. You think black people say, "Hey, all right, let me go get my gun because the white people are trying to break in this jail and steal this innocent black boy." But in the meantime, between time, we're going to light these shops and banks and churches and grocery stores on fire. We have to make it make sense, bro.
Yeah, if there was a gunfight, if there was some type of gunfight happening, then obviously it scatters people, doesn't it? And then obviously they phone up a few people, and then the whites are going to start fighting against the blacks, and then it's gonna go from that. So probably, a lot of white people probably burnt it down. They probably wanted to burn everyone that's in there. They probably wanted to massacre everybody that's in there.
Though.
They probably did.
Okay, that's cool, and I love it. I love it.
But but how many people actually did die? I know there's a lot of property that
it don't matter if you die. My community is ravaged, and you know what the white people would do after that. The white people would do after that because they have strength in numbers. They will continue to come back to make sure we never build that community up again. Right, Danny? Think about that, Danny. If I burn down your shop, Danny, let's just be honest though. If you really offended me and I burn down your shop, you think I'm gonna let you rebuild your shop in 2 weeks? And I know I can burn down your shop anytime I feel like it? No, Danny, I'm coming back to your shop in 2 weeks and I'm gonna burn it down again. To the point where, Danny, eventually you're gonna say, "Hey, you know what, man? I can't build my shop here anymore. I have to go somewhere else. Let me go somewhere else." So what I'm saying is, we can't say directly after slavery, black people didn't build anything. It tends to get sabotaged whenever we build something. That's the thing.
That's what they did. That's what they did, though, didn't they? They left Tulsa and they went to other places. But what they realized was, let's just go and do our own thing, right? Because I can say to you, all right, answer me this question, then, yeah. If I can give you unlimited amount of money, okay, I want one specific area that is black dominated in America that you would want to live in.
I'll say this: black areas, we don't have that because we live in a white supremacist country, and the country is dominated by white supremacy. I think the globe is dominated by white supremacy.
So there's no black areas you'd want to live in.
There's no black places I can go.
That's the problem. Right
there. There's no places I can really go. Only thing I can do is I can try to. No. I mean, it still has to be relative, right? Now, yes, I can open up a business, and I can get my brother to open up a business right next door to mine, and then we can get black businesses opened up.
But you don't want to be around black people.
Hold on, listen to me, Danny. Listen to me. We can get black businesses opened up in a certain radius in the community. Cool, we can, but we also have to understand that at any given time, the white supremacists can do us just like Black Wall Street. They can come and sabotage it whenever they feel like it.
I'm not quite capable of doing it yourself, though.
Say it again?
You're quite capable of doing that as well. We've seen this in America. We've seen this during the Black Lives Matter riots. Yeah, we've seen this since the Black Lives Matter riots. She was going through many places. The blacks were burning down businesses because they felt like it.
Danny, I don't worry about them, Danny. Let me be honest. Oh, fuck, Danny. I'm going to tell you who I'm not worried about Black Lives Matter sabotaging it. I'm worried about people like you sabotaging it, Danny. You know why? Because people like you, because what you're doing on this panel tonight. Let me tell you this. People just because what you're doing on this panel. See, people like you will come to this black community and say, damn, it's 8 different black businesses over here. Why you guys won't let white people shop here? And we like, bro, white people shop here every day. And you like, no, white people don't shop here. I am about to go tell the let me go to the state, down to the state building, and go tell them that they're discriminating against white people. And I'm like, Danny, we don't discriminate against white people, but you're still going to in fact say we're black supremacists and we don't allow white people in our businesses, when you know that's not the truth. But you will still go and tell the people in charge, the higher ups, and now those people are coming and they're searching our buildings and they're doing checks. They're checking the building when it's not needed. See, it's people like you that will sabotage it, Danny. I would be worried about you sabotaging my building than the Black Lives Matter riot jumping off.
Well, you need to be worrying about Black Lives Matter, really, because
why?
they're the ones that can be burning down your building. But
let me ask you this. Hold on, real quick, Danny. Let me ask you this. How many riots? No. How many riots? How many riots did the Black Lives Matter have? I think they happened in like 2020. And that was in 1 year, right? In 2020. Have we seen Black Lives Matter?
We're talking about mainly peaceful demonstrations.
Have we seen Black Lives Matter riots since 2020?
No, because Patrice has got all her money yet. She's whipped you all up, right? She whipped you all up like the organ.
You can't say you all. I have to see now. I have to stop you. And I'm gonna let you land, but you can't say you all because I'm not Black Lives Matter.
She raked in the donations.
Yeah, I don't
That's
care
what's
about
killed
that.
your black.
Yeah, I don't care about that. I never supported that movement or anything. So you can't. She didn't whip me up. And guess what didn't get affected? Guess what didn't get affected with those riots? My restaurant and my circle of people. My circle of people didn't. You know, but you know who's been fucking with my circle of people and my circle of businesses? Yes. White supremacists and white supremacist supporters. They have been telling people that they're parking on the wrong side of the road, and we got signs everywhere. It's no parking.
Do you think it's just people who don't like your attitude rather than don't like your race? Do you think that these white people are like thinking, do you know what? I don't actually like his attitude because he's trying to exclude us from certain things, rather than saying, we don't like you because you're black.
Danny, all right, cool. I love that. Number one, you would have to answer this question, and I promise I'll answer your question. But what am I excluding white people from?
Oh, I'm not sure, but the whole mentality of black betterment seems to be excluded.
I think you have a problem with black.
You're excluding white people for supporting black betterment because all they can be is black builders. Oh no, they can't be black builders either.
I hear you, Danny, but I noticed something tonight, Danny. I noticed something, Danny.
Answer my question.
You're doing something weird. All right, hold on. What's the question? I'll answer. What's the question?
Answer my question. Do you think that the people, who in this analogy of your restaurant are disliking you, not because you're black, it's just because they don't like your attitude?
No, they don't. No, not at all.
So it's because you're black.
I think so. I think whenever you see a group of black people, then you tend to get worried. It's the 7 black people theory, right? Like nobody has a problem.
They're usually up to no good.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what that is? That's a stereotype. That's a stereotype.
White people about
can we admit that? That's a stereotype.
Do you see gangs of whites? Oh, this is America, so it's difficult.
Danny, you guys have football hooligans. Danny, you guys have football hooligans over there, and they are up to no good, Danny. Football hooligans are up to no good, right or wrong, Danny?
Okay, the football hooligans, right? That I know you would describe as football hooligans. Yeah. Monday to Friday they go to work, and then Saturday they go, or Sunday they go watch the football. They might get into a bit of mutual violence with each other, with other teams, but that's it. It's nothing. They don't go about just attacking people randomly and let's go get the blacks. They don't do
Danny,
that.
You just said that though. You just said black on black crime is what that is. Black on black crime, they don't got black people. We're not spilling into the white communities. If you want to speak about knife crime, then black people are killing each other, brother. So you see what I'm saying? So we have to make sure we're using these analogies.
Totally different.
We have to make sure we're using these analogies. Listen, it has to be a proper playing field on the same end. Listen, when I see seven football hooligans, I am nervous. I cross the street. The same way if I see seven. Now listen, brother. The same way if you saw 7 black men in hoodies, you would cross the street
because I know they're about to rob me.
And I think the football hooligans are about to punch me in the mouth because they think that I'm rooting for Arsenal. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, Danny. I have to be
that's never happened. You know that?
That's crazy. It's never happened. The football hooligans have never beat up a guy because he was cheering for the other football squad.
Oh yeah, because if he's cheering for the other ones, but not just on a random. Just like because you think
black people don't do shit random.
He supports Arsenal. Let's jump him. That doesn't happen.
Come on, Danny. You know that, Danny. Now you're being funny. Now you're not. Now you're being foolish. You're being foolish, Danny. Like crime doesn't happen random. Crime happens in number one, proximity, right? And that's in any community. Crime happens in proximity, and crime happens with people that you're familiar with. The random crime is so low on the fucking Richter scale that it's a point of a percentage. Like, stop it, man. Black people are not running out killing. Black people are not running out killing random people. Just like football hooligans are not running.
It's so small, random violence. It's not even. It's so small. That's what I said.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I said.
It's hard. It's really just hard to talk to you, Danny. And
you just like to disagree. You just like to disagree to disagree.
No, I got time. Yeah, I know I disagree. I disagree. But listen, now I have to talk to black people because I know black people. Some are listening. Some are gonna hit this back, man.
All right, you talk to them. I'm gonna go.
What
anyway,
we have to do is focus on. What we have to do is focus on black betterment. We cannot convince people of white supremacy, institutional racism, or what black betterment is. It's too late in the game, guys. We're going to be old and gray, still trying to explain to people who don't want to support it. If he don't want to do black betterment, then he don't have to do it. It's like a what do y'all have? The conservatives and the labor. It's like a guy that's fighting for labor, and it's another guy on the opposite end of the political spectrum. He's never going to understand it. So what you have to do eventually is say, hey, you know what? I'm wasting my time talking to this person, and we got to move forward. And who gives a fuck? They can't do nothing but call you a name. You're a black supremacist. You're a racist. You're this. Who gives a shit? I don't care. I kiss my daughter, and my daughter loves me no matter what I am. And I'm going to raise her to be a great human being, right? A productive citizen of society and practice black betterment. That's all we have to do, guys. That's all we got to do. Like,
you can do that together. I love that. I love that. I love that you want to do it for your child. I absolutely love that. Yeah. Right, but all that is different between us is you want to make it exclusively to black people. I would rather do that with everybody, but it's way too late now. I'm gonna go off now. It's been a pleasure to speak to you, and I will speak to you at some other point. But it's like I've been on it for like 4.5 hours now.
Danny, man, go. Good luck uniting everyone, Danny. Keep fighting, man. I would just say this, man. Make sure it's balanced, right? Because it's going to be hard to unite black and white. But listen, Danny,
you can't dictate. You can't say it to me when you're not balanced.
Danny, why you cutting me off? All I will ask is, brother, it's going to be hard for you to unite the white and the black when you have a lot of disparaging statistics. You have a lot of disparaging comments, a lot of disparaging things to say about the black people, and you don't really say those same things about white people. I just gave you an example. I said 7, you said 7 black brothers in black hoodies are up to no good. I agree with that. I just said it's 7 football hooligans that's drunk or that just leaving the pub. They are up to no good also. See, that's the balance I'm showing, Danny. I would just implore you to please show that same balance, or it's going to be hard for you to unite the black and white, brother. But good luck on your journey.
It's all subjective what you're saying, okay? It's all subjective to your own thing. Black white will unite, okay? But when people just want to go onto the same black supremacy, black only, black betterment, and excluding white people, it's pretty hypocritical that you're saying that I won't unite people when you have no intention of doing anything with white people. So, you know, I hope we have another chance to talk at another point in
That's a
time.
fact, Danny. I say let's just do business, man. Black people, like, if you want to unite. Salute, more power to you. I try to stay on the form where I can't clean up anybody's house until I clean up mine first. And the black community is my house.
Yeah, but you're living in somebody else's area.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you got to
absolutely.
understand that.
Absolutely. Hell yeah.
So
I can't clean up. I live in Tennessee, Danny. I can't clean up Tennessee. I live in Tennessee. I can't clean up Tennessee until I clean up my house, right? And Tennessee is a state inside of America. So I can't help clean up America until I clean up Tennessee. I have to focus on what's close to me first and foremost, Danny, and then I move outwards, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, but
but the
people that are outwards, but the black community,
the black community is just close to me. Yes, you know why? And I'll say this: I don't know how this happened, but the white supremacists, it's weird because the white supremacists set up these communities, and now my community is just only black people, Danny. I don't know why. I want to move, but I'm stuck in. But
you love that. But you love the black. You love the black.
Absolutely. Power. So I have to build here. first.
So you're in your element. You're in a black community with black betterment. How many of your people support black betterment?
Oh, it's a lot of us, bro. I just gave you the business. I wasn't just talking out of my ass when I gave the business analogy. So
so you got a business.
It's me, and then we got like 4 or 5 business owners that's in my immediate circle. So now we have to build up and make sure that we're spending money with each other. So I support his business, he supports my business, we support her business, and then we can build outwards and then start supporting other people's businesses.
But who comes into your business? Is it just black people?
No, it's business. And we're in America. No, it's not.
Who comes in? White people.
I love this. This is a
you serve white people in your business.
Absolutely, man. I listen.
There we go.
I have chicken and seafood.
You accept money of people you hold contempt for.
I don't hold contempt for them. Why are you saying that?
Of course you do. Of course you do. Because you're saying.
Let me tell you this.
You're happy to take the money.
I don't.
Right, but you don't want them in your community.
Danny, I don't take money from white supremacists. That's the only people I don't like. Why? It's the difference between white people and white supremacists. White people are cool. White people are all right with me. It's white supremacists I don't fuck with. If you come in my place of business and you show me any type of sign that you are a white supremacist, then no, you will not be served. But the average white man and white woman, people love us. We have people. We in the downtown area. We get people from the UK, from Russia, from San Francisco. White people love our food. Yeah, food and music.
I'm sure it's very nice for you that you do that. And you know, I hope you have doubled the business that you have already going forward. I hope you do really well with it, right? But the fact of the matter is, you know, you can see how black and white can work together. You have a business, the white people come in the business, they like the food, they pay you for the food, and that makes you more money for you to spend in the black community. Do you know what I mean? So you can see how the unification works.
Danny, do you understand that is the point of black betterment? I am taking the funds from my business, right? And everybody comes in, the Jewish man, the Chinese man, the white man, the black man. Everybody comes in, they spend money. I take the proceeds from my business and take it back to my community. How does that make me a supremacist, Danny? That's all Raven was saying, Danny.
You got to understand. You got to understand. Yeah, you got to understand.
Wasted 4 hours.
You will not understand. But without white people spending their money in your business, you wouldn't have the money to be spending in other people's businesses. Yeah, right. But yet you exclude them from your black betterment program. So you wouldn't say to them, "Look, can we get as many white people in on a Friday?" But you would say Black Pound Friday.
No, Danny, you can't diminish my product like that.
Well, that's exactly what it is.
White people come and spend. No, white people. Listen, Danny. Listen. White people come and spend money in my establishment because I have a good product, Danny. I have a good product, brother. So everybody comes. Black
If
people.
white people, yeah, but if white people just said you're not going to come,
go ahead.
If white people just said, you know what, he's got good product, but we don't support black betterment. To say there was a big sign saying black betterment or whatever outside, right? And they said, no, we don't support that because you're being divisive. We'd rather than if you're going to do black betterment, we're going to do white betterment and put our money in a white shop.
You know
their
better
money
than
would
that.
be gone.
You know better than that, Danny.
That money would be gone.
But you know better than that, Danny. Come on, Danny.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that money would be good. You got to look at both sides. You got to look at both sides.
Danny, see, but
white people help you do your business. Yeah, yet you exclude them from making, your communities more empowered.
Is that help or is that business, right? So imagine if I was a barber and I cut hair. Do I say my clients help me, or do I say, hey, these are my clients, and yes, they help the business grow, but I provide a good product. And if I put a sign right now tomorrow in my restaurant that says Black Betterment, Danny, like I know, it's still gonna be white people that walk in that restaurant and say, hey, I've been eating this fried chicken for the last 3 years. I want the regular. Give me my fucking breast quarter.
I don't think they would.
Like,
I think you're regulars.
Not gonna run them off, brother. It's like putting a Black Lives Matter thing. See, we had this example, Danny. We just had this example. I go to businesses that will have a Black Lives Matter sign on there, and guess who all I see in there? White people. I ride past white people houses, Danny, with Black Lives Matter signs in their front yards, brother.
Yeah, do you know why they have this? Do you know why they have the signs in their houses? So they don't get robbed.
That's not true, Danny.
It is.
You love
so they say we support you. It's a reverse tactic, okay, to say, okay, then we're going to outwardly show that we support the black people. So hopefully they won't come and rob.
Why would you do that in the all-white community?
That's a provable statistic.
But Danny,
in psychology.
Okay, but Danny, I'm gonna tell you the only reason why I say that logic is flawed, because sometimes I go into all-white communities and still see Black Lives Matter signs.
Oh yeah, you see it everywhere. It's ridiculous.
So does that stop? So because black people, I just told you, black people do crime in proximity. People don't really. I can speak for this, Danny. I can speak for this as for knowing a few people who've done crimes before. They don't go and do crimes in white communities. That's why you have an influx of what you would call black on black crime, right? Because
what are you on about?
I'm just saying. I'm saying it's about the Black Lives Matter
people don't do white crimes in white areas. That's what they do.
Yes,
we
money. Do. Hell yeah, in America, absolutely, we do.
So the black kids will go to the white areas to rob them because they know there's the money there. The black kids will not rob a black area because they know they ain't got no money.
Yeah, you're not gonna go. No. The white supremacists let you know. No.
Anyway, I'm gonna go. It's moot points. Yeah. It's good to speak to you, though, bro. Thank you, Nani, as well for having me on. But I'm going to go anyway. Hopefully, I can get to chat to you soon.
All right, then. Salute, family. Man, there's still 41 of y'all in here. I know most of y'all sleep, man. Salute, though. Yeah, ain't nobody been fucking typing. Ain't nobody been typing in the chat. Y'all been wilding. But there's no division. Good night. Yeah, that's it, man. Ain't no division. People just want to make division. When you start speaking about doing for self, people say, man, that's you creating division. Like, well, how the fuck am I creating division? Because I want to do something for myself. I want to do for self. Or I want to do for the people that's closest to me. Man, I don't know. But salute to y'all, man. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to my YouTube channel, man. Yeah, dig? Y'all make sure y'all support the brother Born Rich. Born Richard. That's it. All you gotta do is bam. What is it? I just typed it in the chat. Look, you type that right there in your YouTube search box, Born Rich Club Films. Find that logo right there that's on your screen and subscribe, man. Subscribe to your brother, man. We got some good topics. Good topics and good shows, man. But salute to y'all. Salute to Nine, man. Y'all been beautiful. Should even salute to Danny, man. Salute to Danny. Peace out.